St. Ronan's Well. Chapter Roman 1. An Old World Landlady. But to make up my tale, she breweth good ale, and thereof maketh sail. A skeleton. Although few, if any, of the countries of Europe have increased so rapidly in wealth and cultivation as Scotland, during the last half-century, Sultan Mahmud's owls might nevertheless have found in Caledonia, at any term within that flourishing period, their dowry of ruined villages, accident, or local advantages, have in many instances transferred the inhabitants of ancient hamlets from the situations which their predecessors chose with more respect to security than convenience to those in which their increasing industry and commerce could more easily expand itself, and hence places which stand distinguished in Scottish history, and which figure in David M. Furson's excellent historical map. A1 can now only be discerned from the wild PG2 moor by the verdure which clothes their site, or at best by a few scattered ruins, resembling pinfolds, which mark the spot of their former existence. The little village of St. Ronan's, though it had not yet fallen into the state of entire oblivion we have described, was about 20 years since, fast verging towards it. The situation had something in it so romantic that it provoked the pencil of every passing tourist, and we will endeavor therefore to describe it in language which can scarcely be less intelligible than some of their sketches, avoiding, however, for reasons which seem to us of weight, to give any more exact indication of the site than that it is on the southern side of the Forth, and not above 30 miles distant from the English frontier. A river of considerable magnitude pours its streams through a narrow vale, varying in breadth from 2 miles to a fourth of that distance, and which, being composed of rich alluvial soil, is, and has long been enclosed, tolerably well inhabited and cultivated with all the skill of Scottish agriculture. Either side of this valley is bounded by a chain of hills, which on the right in particular may be almost termed mountains. Little brooks arising in these ridges, and finding their way to the river, offer each its own little vale to the industry of the cultivator. Some of them bear fine large trees which have as yet escaped the axe, and upon the sides of most there are scattered patches and fringes of natural copsewood, above and around which the banks of the stream arise somewhat desolate in the colder months, but in summer glowing with dark purple heath, or with the golden luster of the broom and gorse. This is a sort of scenery PG3 peculiar to those countries which abound like Scotland in hills and in streams, and where the traveler is ever and anon discovering in some intricate and unexpected recess a simple and sylvan beauty, which pleases him the more that it seems to be peculiarly his own property as the first discoverer. In one of these recesses, and so near its opening as to command the prospect of the river, the broader valley, and the opposite chain of hills stood, and unless neglect and desertion have completed their work, still stands the ancient and decayed village of St. Ronan's. The site was singularly picturesque, as the straggling street of the village ran up a very steep hill, on the side of which were clustered, as it were upon little terraces, the cottages which composed the place, seeming as in the Swiss towns on the Alps to rise above each other towards the ruins of an old castle, which continued to occupy the crest of the eminence, and the strength of which had doubtless led the neighborhood to assemble under its walls for protection. It must indeed have been a place of formidable defense, for, on the side opposite to the town, its walls rose straight up from the verge of a tremendous and rocky precipice, whose base was washed by St. Ronan's Burn, as the brook was entitled. On the southern side, where the declivity was less precipitous, the ground had been carefully leveled into successive terraces, which ascended to the summit of the hill, and were, or rather had been connected by staircases of stone, rudely ornamented in peaceful periods. These terraces had been occupied by the gardens of the castle, and in times of siege they added to its security, for each commanded the one immediately below it, so that they could be separately and successively PG4 defended, and all were exposed to the fire from the place itself. A massive square tower of the largest size, surrounded as usual by lower buildings and a high embattled wall on the northern side, arose a considerable mountain, of which the descent that lay between the eminence on which the castle was situated seemed a detached portion, and which had been improved and deepened by 3 successive huge trenches. Another very deep trench was drawn in front of the main entrance from the east, where the principal gateway formed the termination of the street, which, as we have noticed, ascended from the village, and this last defense completed the fortifications of the tower. In the ancient gardens of the castle, and upon all sides of it, excepting the western, which was precipitous, large old trees had found root mantling the rock and the ancient and ruinous walls with their dusky verdure, and increasing the effect of the shattered pile which towered up from the center. Seated on the threshold of this ancient pile, where the proud porter had in former days reared himself too, a stranger had a complete and commanding view of the decayed village, the houses of which, to a fanciful imagination, might seem as if they had been suddenly arrested in hurrying down the precipitous hill, and fixed as if by magic in the whimsical arrangement, which they now presented. It was like a sudden pause in one of Amphion's contrivances when the huts which were to form the future Thebes were jigging it to his lute. But with such an observer, the melancholy excited by the desolate appearance of the village soon overcame all the lighter frolics of the imagination. PG5, originally constructed on the humble plan, used in the building of Scotch cottages, about a century ago the greater part of them had been long deserted, and their fallen roofs, blackened gables, and ruinous walls showed desolation's triumph over poverty on some huts. The rafters, varnished with soot, were still standing in whole or in part like skeletons, and a few wholly or partially covered with thatch seemed still inhabited, though scarce habitable, for the smoke of the peat fires, which prepared the humble meal of the indwellers, stole upwards, not only from the chimneys its regular vent, but from various other crevices in the roof's. Nature in the meanwhile, always changing, but renewing as she changes, was supplying by the power of vegetation the fallen and decaying marks of human labor. Small pollards, which had been formerly planted around the little gardens, had now waxed into huge and high forest trees. The fruit trees had extended their branches over the verges of the little yards, and the hedges had shot up into huge and irregular bushes, while quantities of dock and nettles and hemlock, hiding the ruined walls, were busily converting the whole scene of desolation into a picturesque forest bank. Two houses in St. Ronan's were still in something like decent repair, places, essential, one to the spiritual weal of the inhabitants, the other to the accommodation of travelers. These were the clergyman's manse and the village inn of the former. We need only say that it formed no exception to the general rule by which the landed proprietors of Scotland seemed to proceed in lodging their clergy, not only in the cheapest, but in the ugliest and most inconvenient house, which the genius of PG6 masonry can contrive. It had the usual number of chimnistuo, namely rising, like asses' ears at either end, which answered the purpose for which they were designed as ill as usual. It had all the ordinary leaks and inlets to the fury of the elements, which usually form the subject of the complaints of a Scottish incumbent to his brethren of the presbytery. And to complete the picture, the clergyman being a bachelor, the pigs had unmolested admission to the garden and courtyard. Broken windows were repaired with brown paper, and the disordered and squalid appearance of a low farmhouse occupied by a bankrupt tenant dishonored the dwelling of one who, besides his clerical character, was a scholar and a gentleman, though a little of a humorist. Beside the manse stood the kirk of St. Ronan's, a little old mansion, with a clay floor, and an assemblage of wretched pews, originally of carved oak, but heedfully clouded with white fir-deal. But the external form of the church was elegant in the outline, having been built in Catholic times, when we cannot deny to the forms of ecclesiastical architecture that grace which as good Protestants we refuse to their doctrine. The fabric hardly raised its grey and vaulted roof among the crumbling hills of mortality by which it was surrounded, and was indeed so small in size and so much lowered in height by the graves on the outside, which ascended halfway up the low Saxon windows, that it might itself have appeared only a funeral vault or mausoleum of larger size. Its little square tower, with the ancient belfry alone, distinguished it from such a monument. But when the gray-headed beadle turned the keys with his shaking hand, the antiquary PG7 was admitted into an ancient building, which, from the style of its architecture and some monuments of the Mowbrays of St. Ronan's, which the old man was accustomed to point out, was generally conjectured to be as early as the 13th century. These Mowbrays of St. Ronan's seem to have been at one time a very powerful family. They were allied to and friends of the House of Douglas, at the time when the overgrown power of that heroic race made the Stuarts tremble on the Scottish throne. It followed that, when, as our old naif historian expresses it, no one dared to strive with a Douglas, nor yet with a Douglas man, for if he did, he was sure to come by the war. The family of St. Ronan's shared their prosperity, and became lords of almost the whole of the rich valley, of which their mansion commanded the prospect. But upon the turning of the tide in the reign of James Roman II, they became despoiled of the greater part of those fair acquisitions, and succeeding events reduced their importance still farther. Nevertheless, they were in the middle of the 17th century still a family of considerable note, and Sir Reginald Mowbray, after the unhappy battle of Dunbar, distinguished himself by the obstinate defense of the castle against the arms of Cromwell, who, incensed at the opposition which he had unexpectedly encountered in an obscure corner, caused the fortress to be dismantled and blown up with gunpowder. After this catastrophe, the old castle was abandoned to ruin, but Sir Reginald, when like Alan Ramsay's Sir William Worthy, he returned, after the Revolution built himself a house in the fashion of that later age, which he prudently suited in size to the diminished fortunes of his family. It was PG-8 situated about the middle of the village, whose vicinity was not in those days judged any inconvenience upon a spot of ground more level than was presented by the rest of the acclivity, where, as we said, before the houses were notched, as it were into the side of the steep bank, with little more level ground about them than the spot occupied by their site, but the laird's house had a court in front, and a small garden behind connected with another garden, which occupying 3 terraces descended in emulation of the orchards of the old castle, almost to the banks of the stream. The family continued to inhabit this new messuage, until about 50 years before the commencement of our history, when it was much damaged by a casual fire, and the laird of the day having just succeeded to a more pleasant and commodious dwelling at the distance of about 3 miles from the village, determined to abandon the habitation of his ancestors, as he cut down at the same time an ancient rookery, perhaps to defray the expenses of the migration. It became a common remark among the country folk that the decay of St. Ronan's began when Laird Lawrence and the crows flew off. The deserted mansion, however, was not consigned to owls and birds of the desert. On the contrary, for many years, it witnessed more fun and festivity than when it had been the sombre abode of a grave Scottish baron of Auld Lang Syne. In short, it was converted into an inn, and marked by a huge sign representing on the one side St. Ronan catching hold of the devil's game leg with his episcopal crook, as the story may be read in his veracious legend, and on the other the Mo PG9 Bray arms. It was by far the best frequented public house in that vicinity, and 1,000 stories were told of the revels which had been held within its walls, and the gambols achieved under the influence of its liquors. All this, however, had long since passed away, according to the lines in my frontispiece. A merry place 'twas, said in days of yore. But something ailed it, now the place was cursed. The worthy couple's servants and favorites of the Mowbray family, who first kept the inn, had died reasonably wealthy after long carrying on a flourishing trade, leaving behind them an only daughter they had acquired by degrees, not only the property of the inn itself, of which they were originally tenants, but of some remarkably good meadowland by the side of the brook, which, when touched by little pecuniary necessity, the lairds of St. Ronan's had disposed of piecemeal, as the readiest way to portion off a daughter, procure a commission for the younger son, and the like emergencies, so that Meg Dodds, when she succeeded to her parents, was a considerable heiress, and as such had the honor of refusing 3 topping farmers 2 bonnet lairds, and a horse cooper who successively made proposals to her. Many bets were laid on the horse cooper's success, but the knowing ones were taken and determined to ride the forehorse herself. Meg would admit no helpmate who might soon assert the rights of a master, and so, in single blessedness, and with the despotism of Queen Bess herself, she ruled all matters, with a high hand, not only over her manservants and maidservants, but over the stranger PG10 within her gates, who, if he ventured to oppose Meg's sovereign will, and pleasure or desire to have either fare or accommodation different from that which she chose to provide for him, was instantly ejected with that answer which Erasmus tells us silenced all complaints in the German inns of his time, cura aliud hospitium 3, or as Meg expressed it, troop afye to another public, as this amounted to a banishment, in extent equal to 16 miles from Meg's residence. The unhappy party on whom it was passed had no other refuge save by deprecating the wrath of his landlady, and resigning himself to her. Well, it is but justice to Meg Dodds to state that, though hers was a severe and almost despotic government, it could not be termed a tyranny, since it was exercised upon the whole for the good of the subject. The vaults of the old laird's cellar had not even in his own day been replenished with more excellent wines. The only difficulty was to prevail on Meg to look for the precise liquor uchasido, which it may be added that she often became restiff when she thought a company had had as much as did them good, and refused to furnish any more supplies. Then her kitchen was her pride and glory. She looked to the dressing of every dish herself, and there were some with which she suffered no one to interfere. Such were the cockaliki and the savory minced collops, which rivaled in their way even the veal cutlets of our old friend Mrs. Hall at Ferrabridge. Meg's table linen, bed linen, PG11, and so forth, were always homemade of the best quality, and in the best order, and a weary day was that to the chambermaid in which her lynx eye discovered any neglect of the strict cleanliness, which she constantly enforced, indeed considering Meg's country and calling, we were never able to account for her extreme and scrupulous nicety, unless by supposing that it afforded her the most apt and frequent pretext for scolding her maids, an exercise in which she displayed so much eloquence and energy that we must needs believe it to have been a favorite one for. We have only further to commemorate the moderation of Meg's reckonings, which, when they closed the banquet, often relieved the apprehensions, instead of saddening the heart of the rising guest. A shilling for breakfast, 3 shillings for dinner, including a pint of old port 18 pence for a snug supper such were the charges of the Inn of St. Ronan's, under this landlady of the olden world, even after the 19th century had commenced, and they were ever tendered with the pious recollection that her good father never charged half so much, but these weary times rendered it impossible for her to make the lawing less 5. 12. Notwithstanding all these excellent and rare properties, the inn, at St. Ronan's, shared the decay of the village to which it belonged. This was owing to various circumstances. The highroad had been turned aside from the place, the steepness of the street being murder, so the postilions declared to their post horses. It was thought that Meg's stern refusal to treat them with liquor, or to connive at their exchanging for porter and whiskey, the corn which should feed their cattle, had no small influence on the opinion of those respectable gentlemen, and that little cutting and leveling would have made the ascent easy enough. But let that pass. This alteration of the highway was an injury which Meg did not easily forgive to the country gentlemen, most of whom she had recollected, when children their fathers, she said, would not have done the like of it to a lone woman. Then the decay of the village itself, which had formerly contained a set of feuars and bonnet lairds, who, under the name of the Kyrupping Club, contrived to drink tuppenny qualified with brandy or whiskey at least twice or thrice a week, was some small loss. The temper and manners of the landlady scared away all customers of that numerous class, who will PG-13 not allow originality to be an excuse for the breach of decorum, and who, little accustomed perhaps to attendance at home, loved to play the great man at an inn, and to have a certain number of beaux deferential speeches and apologies in answer to the GD. Yes which they bestow on the house attendance and entertainment unto those who commenced this sort of barter in the clachan of St. Ronan's well, could Meg Dodds pay it back in their own coin, and glad they were to escape from the house with eyes not quite scratched out, and ears not more deafened than if they had been within hearing of a pitched battle. Nature had formed honest Meg for such encounters, and as her noble soul delighted in them, so her outward properties were in what Tony Lumpkin calls a concatenation. Accordingly, she had hair of a brindled color betwixt black and gray, which was apt to escape in elf-locks from under her much, when she was thrown into violent agitation. Long skinny hands, terminated by stout talonscree eyes, thin lips, a robust person, a broad though flat chest, capital wind, and a voice that could match a choir of fishwomen. She was accustomed to say of herself in her more gentle moods that her bark was worse than her bite, but what teeth could have matched a tongue which, when in full career, is vouched to have been heard from the kirk to the castle of St. Ronan's? These notable gifts, however, had no charms for the travelers of these light and giddy-paced times, and Meg's inn became less and less frequented. What carried the evil to the uttermost was that a fanciful lady of rank in the neighborhood chanced to recover of some imaginary complaint, by the use PG-14 of a mineral well about a mile and a half from the village. A fashionable doctor was found to write an analysis of the healing waters with a list of sundry cures. A speculative builder took land in few, and erected lodging houses, shops, and even streets at length. A tontine subscription was obtained to erect an inn which for the more grace was called a hotel, and so the desertion of Meg Dodds became general. 6. She had still, however, her friends and well-wishers, many of whom thought that, as she was a lone woman, and known to be well to pass in the world, she would act wisely to retire from public life, and take down a sign which had no longer fascination for guests, but Meg's spirit scorned submission direct, or implied. Her father's door, she said, should be open to the road till her father's bairn should be streak it, and carried out at it with her feet foremost. It was not for the profit, there was little profit at it, profit there was a dead loss. But she wad not be dung by any of them. They maun, hey, a hoddle 7 they, and an honest public canna serve them. They may hoddle that likes, but they shall see that lucky Dodds can hoddle on as lang as the best of theme, though they had made a tamtine of it, and link it o' their breaths of lives wilk, are in their nostrils on end of ilk other like a string of wild geese, and the langest liver bruick a wilk, was sinful presumption, She would match ilk ane of them as lang as her ain. Wind held out fortunate, it was for Meg PG-15, since she had formed this doughty resolution that, although her inn had decayed in custom, her land had risen in value in a degree which more than compensated the balance on the wrong side of her books, and joined to her usual providence and economy, enabled her to act up to her lofty purpose. She prosecuted her trade too with every attention to its diminished income, shut up the windows of one half of her house to baffle the tax-gatherer, retrenched her furniture, discharged her pair of post-horses, and pensionied off the old hump-backed postilion, who drove them, retaining his services, however, as an assistant to a still more aged hostler, to console herself for restrictions by which her pride was secretly wounded. She agreed with the celebrated Dick Tinto to repaint her father's sign, which had become rather undecipherable, and Dick, accordingly, gilded the bishop's crook, and augmented the horrors of the devil's aspect, until it became a terror to all the younger fry of the schoolhouse, and a sort of visible illustration of the terrors of the archenemy, with which the minister endeavored to impress their infant minds. Under this renewed symbol of her profession, Meg Dodds, or Meg Dorts, as she was popularly termed on account of her refractory humors, was still patronized by some steady customers. Such were the members of the Kilnacalty Hunt, once famous on the turf and in the field, but now a set of venerable gray-headed sportsmen who had sunk from foxhounds to basket beagles and coursing, and who made an easy canter on their quiet nags, a gentle induction to a dinner at Meg's. A set of honest, decent men they were, Meg said, had their sang, and their jocund what for no their PG-16 bind was just a Scots pint overhead, and a tapathan to the bill, and no man ever saw them, the war ought it was the cockle-brained callants of the present day, that would be mair owerteen with a pure quart than douce folk were with a magnum. Then there was a set of ancient brethren of the angle from Edinburgh, who visited St. Ronan's frequently in the spring, and summer a class of guests peculiarly acceptable to Meg, who permitted them more latitude in her premises than she was known to allow to any other body. They were, she said, pawky auld carls, that kenned whilk side their bread was buttered upon ye, never kenned of ony o' them, ganging to the spring, as they behoved to ca the stinking well yonderna, Nathy were up in the morning had, their parich why maybe a thimbleful of brandy, and then a while up into the hills, eat their bit called meat on the heather, and came hame at e'en with the creel full of collar trouts, and had them to their dinner and their quiet cog of ale and their drap punch, and were set singing their catches and glees as they cad them till 10 o'clock, and then to bed. Why, God bless yeend what for no. Thirdly, we may commemorate some ranting blades, who also came from the metropolis to visit St. Ronan's, attracted by the humors of Meg, and still more by the excellence of her liquor and the cheapness of her reckonings. These were members of the Helter Skelter Club of the Wildfire Club, and other associations formed for the express purpose of getting rid of care and sobriety. Such dashers occasioned many a racket in Meg's house, and many a burlesque in Meg's temper. Various were the arts of flattery and violence by which they PG-17 endeavored to get supplies of liquor. When Meg's conscience told her they had had too much already, sometimes they failed, as when the croupier of the Helter Skelter got himself scalded with the mulled wine in an unsuccessful attempt to coax this formidable virago by a salute, and the excellent president of the Wildfire received a broken head from the keys of the cellar, as he endeavored to possess himself of these emblems of authority. But little did these dauntless officials care for the exuberant frolics of Meg's temper, which were to them only pretty fannies, with dulces amarilities and Meg on her part, though she often called them drunken ne'er-do-weels and thoroughbred high street blackguards, allowed no other person to speak ill of them in her hearing. They were daft callants, she said, and that was all. When the drink was in, the wit was out. Ye could not put an auld head upon young Shouthersa. Young cout will canter, be it uphill or down end. What for no, was her uniform conclusion. Nor must we omit among Meg's steady customers, faithful amongst the unfaithful, found the copper-nosed sheriff clerk of the county, who, when summoned by official duty to that district of the shire, warmed by recollections of her double-brewed ale and her generous Antigua, always advertised that his preves or compties, or whatever other business was in hand, were to proceed on such a day, an hour, within the house of Margaret Dodds Vintner in St. Ronan's. We have only farther to notice Meg's mode of conducting herself towards chance travelers, who, knowing nothing of nearer or more fashionable accommodations, or perhaps consulting rather the PG-18 state of their purse than of their taste, stumbled upon her house of entertainment. Her reception of these was as precarious as the hospitality of a savage nation to sailors shipwrecked on their coast. If the guests seemed to have made her mansion their free choicer, if she liked their appearance, and her taste was very capricious above all if they seemed pleased with what they got and little disposed to criticize or give trouble. It was all very well, but if they had come to St. Ronan's, because the house at the well was fuller, if she disliked what the sailor calls the cut of their gibber, if above all they were critical about their accommodations, none so likely as Meg to give them what in her country is called a sloan. In fact, she reckoned such persons a part of that ungenerous and ungrateful public for whose sake she was keeping her house open at a dead loss, and who had left her, as it were, a victim to her patriotic zeal. Hence arose the different reports concerning the little inn of St. Ronan's, which some favored travelers praised as the neatest and most comfortable old-fashioned house in Scotland, where you had good attendance and good cheer at moderate rates, while others less fortunate could only talk of the darkness of the rooms, the homeliness of the old furniture, and the detestable bad humor of Meg Dodds the landlady. Reader, if you come from the more sunny side of the Tweedor, even if being a Scot you have had the advantage to be born within the last 25 years, you may be induced to think this portrait of Queen Elizabeth in Dame Quickly's peaked hat and green apron somewhat overcharged in the features, but I appeal to my own contem PG-19 Pereires, who have known wheelroad bridleway and footpath for 30 years, whether they do not every one of them remember Meg Dodds or somebody, very like her. Indeed, so much is this the case that, about the period I mention, I should have been afraid to have rambled from the Scottish metropolis in almost any direction, lest I had lighted upon some one of the sisterhood of Dame Quickly, who might suspect me of having showed her up to the public in the character of Meg Dodds. At present, though, it is possible that some one or two of this peculiar class of wildcats may still exist. Their talons must be much impaired by age, and I think they can do little more than sit like the giant Pope in the Pilgrim's Progress at the door of their unfrequented caverns, and grin at the pilgrims, over whom they used formerly to execute their despotism. PG 20. Chapter Roman 2. The guest. Quis novus hic hosps. Dido apud Virgilium. Chamade the Geman in the front parlor. Boots' free translation of the need. It was on a fine summer's day that a solitary traveler rode under the old-fashioned archway, and alighted in the courtyard of Meg Dodds Inn, and delivered the bridle of his horse to the hump-backed postilion. "Bring my saddle-bags," he said into the houser. "Stay, I am abler, I think, to carry them than you." He then assisted the poor meager groom to unbuckle the straps which secured the humble and now despised convenience, and meantime gave strict charges that his horse should be unbridled, and put into a clean and comfortable stall, the girths slacked, and a cloth cast over his loins, but that the saddle should not be removed until he himself came to see him dressed. The companion of his travels seemed in the hostler's eye deserving of his care, being a strong, active horse, fit either for the road or field, but rather high in bone from a long journey, though from the state of his skin it appeared the utmost care had been bestowed to keep him in condition. While the groom obeyed the stranger's directions, the latter, with the saddlebags laid over his arm, entered the kitchen of the inn. PG 21. Here he found the landlady herself in none of her most blessed humors. The cookmaid was abroad on some errand, and Meg, in a close review of the kitchen apparatus, was making the unpleasant discovery that trenchers had been broken, or cracked pots and saucepans not so accurately scoured as her precise notions of cleanliness required, which, joined to other detections of a more petty description, stirred her bile in no small degree, so that while she disarranged and arranged the bink, she maundered in an undertone complaints and menaces against the absent delinquent. The entrance of a guest did not induce her to suspend this agreeable amusement. She just glanced at him as he entered, then turned her back short on him, and continued her labor and her soliloquy of lamentation. Truth is, she thought she recognized in the person of the stranger one of those useful envoys of the commercial community called by themselves, and the waiters travelers par excellence, others riders and bagmen. Now, against this class of customers, Meg had peculiar prejudices, because there being no shops in the old village of St. Ronan's, the said commercial emissaries, for the convenience of their traffic, always took up their abode at the new inn, or hotel, in the rising and rival village called St. Ronan's Well, unless when some straggler by chance or dire necessity was compelled to lodge himself at the old town, as the place of Meg's residence began to be generally termed. She had therefore no sooner formed the hasty conclusion that the individual in question belonged to this obnoxious class than she resumed her former occupation, and continued to soliloquize and apostrophize her absent PG 22 handmaidens, without even appearing sensible of his presence. The huzzy beanieth jawed epieth deals bucky of a callant another plate ganithile, break me out of house and ha. The traveler who with his saddlebags rested on the back of a chair, had waited in silence for some note of welcome, now, saw that ghost or no ghost, he must speak first, if he intended to have any notice from his landlady. You are my old acquaintance, Mrs. Margaret Dodds, said the stranger. What for known wa are ye that spears, said Meg in the same breath, and began to rub a brass candlestick with more vehemence than before a dry tone, in which she spoke indicating plainly how little concern she took in the conversation. A traveller, good Mistress Dodds, who comes to take up his lodgings here for a day or two. I am thinking ye will be mistine, said Meg. There's nae room for bags or jogs here ye've mistine your road neighbour I maun een bundle yoursel, a bit farther downhill. I see you have not got the letter I sent you, Mistress Dodds, said the guest. How should I man, answered the hostess, they have ta'en awa the post office from us moved it down, till the spall yonder as they ca Roman 500. Why that is but a step off, observed the guest. Ye will get there, the sooner, answered the hostess. Nay, but said the guest, if you had sent there for my letter, you would have learned PG 23. I'm no wanting to learn onything at my years, said Meg. If folk have onything to write to me about, they may jye the letter to John Hislop the carrier, that has used the road these 40 years. As for the letters at the postmistress, as they ca her down by yonder, they may bide in her shop window why the snaps and Bobby rose, till Beltane, or I loose them, I'll never file my fingers with them. Postmistress, indeed upsetting, Cuddy, I mind her fu weel, when she dreed penance for Antonup. Laughing but interrupting Meg in good time for the character of the postmistress, the stranger assured her he had sent his fishing grod and trunk to her confidential friend the carrier, and that he sincerely hoped she would not turn an old acquaintance out of her premises, especially as he believed he could not sleep in a bed within 5 miles of St. Ronan's, if he knew that her blue room was unengaged. Fishing grod old acquaintance blue room, echoed Meg, in some surprise and facing round upon the stranger, and examining him with some interest and curiosity. L be nay bagman, then after. No, said the traveller, not since I have laid the saddlebags out of my hand. Will I canna say, but I am glad of that. I can abide their yanking way of napping English at every word. I have kent decent lads amming them to what for no, but that was when they stopped up here whiles like other deuce folk. But since they gied DPG 24 on the hail flight of them, like a string of wildgies to the new-fashioned hoddle yonder, I am told there are as many helicate tricks played in the traveller's room, as they behove to call it, as if it were foo of drunken young lairds. That is because they have not you to keep good order among them, Mistress Margaret. I lad, replied Meg, ye are a fine blowin millug, to think to cudle me off sae cleverly, and facing about upon her guest, she honored him with a more close and curious investigation than she had at first designed to bestow upon him. All that she remarked was, in her opinion, rather favorable to the stranger. He was a well-made man, rather above than under the middle size, and apparently betwixt 25 and 30 years of age of her. Although he might at first glance have passed for one who had attained the latter period, yet on a nearer examination it seemed as if the burning sun of a warmer climate than Scotland, and perhaps some fatigue, both of body and mind, had imprinted the marks of care and of manhood upon his countenance, without abiding the course of years. His eyes and teeth were excellent, and his other features, though they could scarce be termed handsome, expressed sense and acuteness. He bore in his aspect that ease and composure of manner, equally void of awkwardness and affectation, which is said emphatically to mark the gentleman, and, although neither the plainness of his dress nor the total want of the usual attendance allowed Meg to suppose him a wealthy man, she had little doubt that he was above the rank of her lodgers in general, amidst these observations. And while she was in the course of making them, the good landlady was embarrassed, why PG 25th, various obscure recollections of having seen the object of them formerly, but when or on what occasion she was quite unable to call to remembrance. She was particularly puzzled by the cold and sarcastic expression of a countenance, which she could not by any means reconcile with the recollections which it awakened. At length, she said with as much courtesy as she was capable of assuming, either, I have seen you before, sir, or some ane, very like ye ken the blue room too, and you a stranger in these parts. Not so much a stranger as you may suppose, Meg, said the guest, assuming a more intimate tone, when I call myself Frank Tyrrell. Tyrrell, exclaimed Meg with a tone of wonder, it's impossible. You cannot be Francie Tyrrell, the wild callant that was fishing and bird nesting here. 7 or 8 years sinate, canna be Francie was but a callant. But add 7 or 8 years to that boy's life, Meg, said the stranger gravely, and you will find you have the man who is now before you. Even SAE, said Meg with a glance at the reflection of her own countenance in the copper coffee pot, which she had scoured so brightly, that it did the office of a mirror just een see but folk mon grow auld, or die but meester turl, for I Monica ye Francie now I am thinking. Call me what you please, good dame, said the stranger. It has been so long since I heard anyone call me by a name that sounded like former kindness, that such a one is more agreeable to me than a lord's title would be. Weel then, Maester Francie, if it be no offence to you, I hope ye are no a nabob. Not I can safely assure you, my old FPG 26, reen but what an I were. Neithinganly maybe I might bid ye gang farther, and be war-served nabobs. Indeed the country's plagued, why them, they have raised the price of eggs and poutry, for 20 miles, round, but what is my business they use amiest of them? The well down bithy need it ye ken for the clearing of their copper complexions, that need scouring as much as my saucepans that nobody can clean but mysel. Well, my good friend, said Tyrrell, the upshot of all this is I hope that I am to stay and have dinner here. What for no, replied Mrs. Dodds. And that I am to have the blue room for a night or two, perhaps longer. I dinna ken that, said the dame. The blue room is the bestand they that get neist best, are no ill aff in this world. Arrange it as you will, said the stranger. I leave the whole matter to you, mistress. Meantime, I will go see after my horse. The merciful man, said Meg, when her guest had left the kitchen, is merciful to his beastie. Had I something about him by ordinar that callant but acers, there is a sair change on his cheek of it. Since I saw him last he saw no, want a good dinner for auld lang syne that Isa engage for. Meg set about the necessary preparations with all the natural energy of her disposition, which was so much exerted upon her culinary cares, that her two maids on their return to the house escaped the bitter reprimand which she had been previously conning of PG 27 in reward for their alleged slatternly negligence. Nay, so far did she carry her complacence that, when Tyrrell crossed the kitchen to recover his saddlebags, she formally rebuked Eppie for an idle topi for not carrying the gentleman's things to his room. I thank you, mistress, said Tyrrell, but I have some drawings and colors in these saddlebags, and I always like to carry them myself. I and are you at the painting trade, yet, said Meg, an unco slayster, you used to make with it lang syne. I cannot live without it, said Tyrrell, and taking the saddlebags was formally inducted by the maid into a snug apartment, where he soon had the satisfaction to behold a capital dish of minced collops with vegetables, and a jug of excellent ale placed on the table by the careful hand of Meg herself. He could do no less in acknowledgment of the honor than ask Meg for a bottle of the yellow seal, if there was any of that excellent claret still left. Lefte is there walth of it, said Meg. I dinna gie it to every body on Maester Turl. Ye have not got o'er your auld tricks, I am sure, if ye are painting for your leaving. As you say, a little rum and water would come cheaper, and do ye as much good. But ye maun hae your ain way the day, nae doubt, if ye should never have it again. Away trudged Meg, her keys clattering as she went, and after much rummaging returned with such a bottle of claret as no fashionable tavern could have produced, were it called for by a duke, or at a duke's price. And she seemed not a little gratified. Wee PG 28 and her guest assured her that he had not yet forgotten its excellent flavor. She retired after these acts of hospitality, and left the stranger to enjoy in quiet the excellent matters which she had placed before him. But there was that on Tyrrell's mind which defied the enlivening power of good cheer, and of wine which only maketh man's heart glad, when that heart has no secret oppression to counteract its influence. Tyrrell found himself on a spot which he had loved in that delightful season when youth and high spirits awaken all those flattering promises, which are so ill kept to manhood. He drew his chair into the embrasure of the old-fashioned window, and throwing up the sash to enjoy the fresh air, suffered his thoughts to return to former days, while his eyes wandered over objects which they had not looked upon for several eventful years. He could behold beneath his eye the lower part of the decayed village, as its ruins peeped from the umbrageous shelter, with which they were shrouded. Still lower down upon the little home, which formed its churchyard, was seen the kirk of St. Ronan's, and looking yet farther towards the junction of St. Ronan's Burn, with the river which traversed the larger dale or valley, he could see whitened by the western sun the rising houses which were either newly finished, or in the act of being built about the medicinal spring. Time changes all around us, such was the course of natural though trite reflection, which flowed upon Tyrrell's mind. Wherefore should loves and friendships have a longer date than our dwellings, and our monuments, As he indulged these somber recollections, his officious landlady disturbed their tenor by her entrance. PG 29. I was thinking to offer you a dish of tea, Maester Francie, just for the sake of auld lang syne and ill gar the queen beanie bring it here, and mask it mysel, but ye arena done with your wine yet. I am indeed, Mrs. Dodds, answered Tyrrell, and I beg you will remove the bottle. Remove the bottle and the wine no half drank out, said Meg displeasure, lowering on her brow. I hope there is nae fault to be found why the wine, Maester Tyrrell. To this answer, which was put in a tone resembling defiance, Tyrrell submissively replied, by declaring the claret not only unexceptionable but excellent. And what for dinna ye drink it? Then said Meg sharply. Folk should never ask for mair liquor than they can make a gude use of. Maybe ye think we have the fashion of the table dot, as they ca' their new-fangled ordinary down be yonder, where the bits of vinegar cruets are put awa into an aumry as they tell me, and ilk ane, why the bit dribbles of sindings in it, and a paper about the neck ought to show which of the customers is ought ither. They stand like doctors drogsend. No, an honest Scottish muchkin will ane owe their vials hod granting it were at the fowest. Perhaps, said Tyrrell, willing to indulge the spleen and prejudice of his old acquaintance, perhaps the wine is not so good as to make full measure desirable. Ye may say that laden yet them that sell it might afford a gude pennyworth, for they hae it for the macking mayest feck of it near saw France or Portugal. But a PG-30s, I was saying, is no ane of their new-fangled places, where wine is put by for them, that canna drink it when the cork's drawn the bottle maun, be drank outand what for nownless it be cork it. I agree entirely, Meg said her guest, but my ride today has somewhat heated meaned. I think the dish of tea you promise me will do me more good than to finish my bottle. Na then, the best I can do for you is to put it by to be sauce for the wild duck, the morn, for I think ye said ye were to bide here for a day or twa. It is my very purpose, Meg, unquestionably, replied Tyrrell. Sae be it then, said Mrs. Dodds, and then the liquor's no lost. It has been seldom sick claret, as that has simmered in a saucepan. Let me tell you that, neighbour, and I mind the day when headache or nae headache, ye wad hae been at the hinder end of that bottle, and maybe another if ye could have gotten it wild out of me. But then ye had your cousin to help you he was a blithe bairn, that Valentine Bulmer. Ye were a canty callant too, Maester Francie, and muckle ado I had to keep ye baith in order when ye were on the ramble, but ye were a thought douser than Valentine. But oh, he was a bonny ladue, een like diamonds, cheeks like roses, a head like a heather taff. Was the first I ever saw wear a crap as they ca' it. But a body cheats the barber no, and he had a laugh that wad hae raised the dead. What why flighting on him, and what why laughing at him? There was nae minding ony other body when that Valentine was in the house. And how is your cousin Valentine Bulmer, Maester Francie? Tyrrell looked down and only answered, why PG-30 first a sigh. And is it even Sae, said Meg, and has the pure bairn been Sae soon removed frae this fascious world? I go. Mon, a gang I gate cricket quart stoops, and jisen barrels leaky quaigs. Are we and canna keep in the liquor of life, Ohan? Sirs, was the pure lad Bulmer frae Bumer Bay, where they land the Hollands, thinky Maester Francie. They whiles rin in a pickled tea there too, I hope. That is good that I have made you Maester Francie. Excellent, my good dame, said Tyrrell, but it was in a tone of voice which intimated that she had pressed upon a subject that awakened some unpleasant reflections. And when did this pure lad die? Continued Meg, who was not without her share of Eve's qualities, and wished to know something concerning what seemed to affect her guest so particularly. But he disappointed her purpose, and at the same time awakened another train of sentiment in her mind by turning again to the window and looking upon the distant buildings of St. Ronan's Well. As if he had observed for the first time these new objects, he said to Mistress Dodds, in an indifferent tone, "You have got some gay new neighbours yonder, mistress." Neighbours, said Meg, her wrath beginning to arise, as it always did upon any allusion to this sore subject. He may ca' them neighbours, if ye like, but the deal flee awa, why the neighbourhood for Meg Dodds? I suppose, said Tyrrell, as if he did not observe her displeasure, that yonder is the Fox Hotel they told me of. Page 32. The fox, said Meg, I am sure it is the fox that has carried off a my geese. I might shut up house, Maester Francie, if it was the thing I lived by'm that has seen our gentlefolk bairns, and gene them snaps and sugar biscuit mayest of them, why my ain hand they wad hae seen my father's rooftree fa down and smore me before they wad hae gene a bottle apiece to have propped it up, but they could a link out their £50 ower head to big a hoddle at the well yonder, and muckle they hae made aught the bankrupt body Sandy Lawson hasna paid them a bawbee of 4 terms' rent. Surely, mistress, I think, if the well became so famous for its cures, the least the gentleman could have done was to make you the priestess. Me priestess I am nae Quaker I wot Maester Francie, and I never heard of alewife that turned preacher, except Lucky Butchin in the West Eight. And if I were to preach I think I have mair the spirit of a Scottish woman, than to preach in the very room they hae been dancing in ilka night, in the week Saturday itsel not accepted, and that, till 12 o'clock at night, na Maester Francie, I leave the like that to Mr. Simon Chatterley, as they ca the bit prelatical sprig of divinity from the town yonder that plays at cards and dances 6 days in the week. And on the 7th reads the common prayer book in the ballroom with Tam Simpson, the drunken barber for his clerk. I think I have heard of Mr. Chatterley said Tier PG 33 Rel. Ye'll be thinking o' the sermon he has printed, said the angry dame, where he compares their nasty puddle of a well yonder to the pool of Bethsaida, like a foul-mouthed, fleeching, feather-headed fuel. As he is, he should hae ken that the place got its fame in the times of black popery. And though they pat it in St. Ronan's name, I'll never believe for one that the honest man had ony hand in it, for I hae been telled by ane that suld ken that he was nae Roman, but only a cuddy or culdisi or such like. But will ye not take another dish of tea, Maester Francie? And a wee bit of the diet loaf raised why my ain fresh butter, Maester Francie? And no why greasy kitchen fee like the seed cake, down at the confectioner's yonder, that has as mony dead fleas as carvy in it, set him up for a confectioner, why a pennyworth of rye meal and another of triacle, and 2 or 3 carvi seeds. I will make better confections than ever came out of his oven. I have no doubt of that, Mrs. Dodd, said the guest, and I only wish to know how these newcomers were able to establish themselves against a house of such good reputation, and old standing as yours. It was the virtues of the mineral, I dare say. But how came the waters to recover a character, all at once, mistress? I dinna ken Cirthy used to be thought good for neathing, but here and there, for a pure body's bairn that had gotten the cruels 9, and could not afford a pennyworth of salts, but my leddy Penelope Penfia PG 34 there had fawn ill its like, as nae other body ever fell ill, and sae she was to be cured some gate, nebody was ever cured which was neathing mair than was reasonable, and my leddy, ye ken has wit at wall, and has a the wise folk out from Edinburgh at her house, at Windy was yonder, which it is her leddyship's wall and pleasure to call Erkeslind. They have a their different turns, and some can clink verses why their tale as wheel as Rob Burns or Allen, Ramscan some rin up hill and down dale, napping the chucky stands to pieces why hammers like sae money roadmakers run daftly, say it is to see how the world was made in some that play on all manner of ten-stringed instruments, and a ween sketching souls that ye may see perched like craws on every craig in the country, e'en working at your ain trade, Maester Francie Forby, men that had been in foreign parts, or said they had been their wilk is a ain ye ken, and maybe 2 or 3 draggle-tailed misses that wear my leddy Penelope's follies when she has doon why them as her queens of maids, wear her second-hand clathes so, after her leddyship's happy recovery, as they cad it down cam the hale tribe of Wildgees, and settled by the well to dine thereout on the bare grund like a ween tinklers, and they had sangs and tunes and healths nae doubt in praise of the fountain, as they cad the well, and of leddy Penelope Penfeather. And lastly, they behoved to take a solemn bumper of the spring which, as I am told, made unco havoc among them, or they wan hame, and this they cad picnic and a plague too. Them and sae, the jig was begun after her leddyship's pipe and money. A mad measure has been danced sin sign, for down cam masons PG 35, and mergin makers and preachers and player folk, and Episcopalians and Methodists and fools and fiddlers and papists and pea-bakers and doctors and drugsters, by the shopfolk that sell trash and trumpery at 3 prices, and so up got the bonny new well, and down fell the honest auld town of St. Ronan's, where blithe decent folk had been heartsome enug for money a day, before ony o' them were born, or ony sick vaporing fancies kiddled in their cracked brains. What said your landlord, the Laird of St. Ronan's, to all this, said Tyrrell. Is't my landlord ye are asking after, Maester Francieth, Laird of St. Ronan's, is nae landlord of mine, and I think ye might hae minded that na thanks be to praise Meg Dodds, is baith landlord and landlady, ill enug to keep the doors open, as it is let be facing Whit Sunday, and Martin Masson auld leather pock there is Maester Francie, in ain of worthy Maester bind loose the sheriff clerk's pigeonholes in his dowcot of a closet in the burg, and therein is baith charter and sassin, and special service to boot, and that will be chapter and verse spear when ye list. I had quite forgotten, said Tyrrell, that the inn was your own, though I remember you were a considerable landed proprietor. Maybe I am, replied Meg, maybe I am not. And if I be what for no, but as to what the laird whose grandfather was my father's landlord, said to the new doings, yonder, just jumped at the ready penny like a cock at a grosart, and fewed the bonny home, beside the well that they cad the Saint Well home, that was like the best land in his ought to be carved and bigot and howk it. Up PG 36, just at the pleasure of Jock Ashler, the stain-mason that casts himself an architect's nay, living for new words in this new world neither. And that is another vex to auld folk, such as me it's a shame, oh the young laird to let his auld patrimony gang the gate it's like to gang, and my heart is sair to seat though it has but little cause to care what comes of him or his. Is it the same Mr. Mowbray, said Mr. Tyrrell, who still holds the estateth old gentleman, you know, whom I had some dispute with? About hunting moorfowl upon the Springwellhead muirs, said Meg, a lad honest Mr. Bindloose, brought you neatly off there na it's no, that honest man. But his son John Mowbray t'other has slept downby in St. Ronan's Kirk for these 6 or 7 years. Did he leave? Asked Tyrrell, with something of a faltering voice, no other child than the present laird. No other son, said Meg, and there's een enug, unless he could have left a better ane. He died then, said Tyrrell, accepting this son without children. By your leave, no, said Meg, there is the lassie Miss Clara that keeps house for the laird if it can be cad keeping house, for he is almost down at the well yonder so, a sma kitchen, serves them at the Shaws. Miss Clara will have but a dull time of it there during her brother's absence, said the stranger. Out no has her aften jinketing about and back and forward, why the fine flitstering fools that come yonder and clapping palms why them, and linking at their dances and daffings, I wuss nay PG 37 ill come aught. But it's a shame her father's daughter should keep company why that scoff and raff of physic students and writers' prentices and bagmen and sick like trash, as are down at the well yonder. You are severe, Mrs. Dodds, replied the guest. No doubt Miss Clara's conduct deserves all sort of freedom. I am saying neathing against her conduct, said the dame, and there's nae ground to say onything that I ken of, but I wad hae like draw to like Maister Francie. I never quarrelled the ball that the gentry used to hae at my bit house a gude ween years bygenwen. They came the auld folk in. Their coaches why lang-tailed black horses, and a ween galliard gallants on their hunting horses, and money, a decent leddy behind her ain goodman and money, a bonny smirking lassie on her powny. And wa sae happy as they and what for no, and then there was the farmer's ball, why the tight lads of yeomen with the brand new blues, and the buckskins. These were decent meetings, but then they were a man's bairns that were at them. Ilk ane kenned ilk otherthy danced farmers, why farmers' daughters at the tane, and gentles why gentle blood at the t'other. Unless maybe when some of the gentlemen of the Kilnakelty Club would gie me a round of the floor mysel, in the way of daffing and fun, and me no able to flight on them for laughing. I am sure I never grudged these innocent pleasures, although it has cost me maybe a week's redding up before I got the better of the confusion. But Dame, said Tyrrell, this ceremonial would be a little hard upon strangers like myself, for how were we to find partners in these family parties of yours? PG 38. Never you fash your thumb about that, Maister Francie, returned the landlady. With a knowing wink every, Jack will find a Jill gang the world as it my end at the worst ought better hae some fashery, in finding a partner for the night, than get yoked with ane, that you may not be able to shake off the more. And does that sometimes happen? Asked the stranger. Happen and ist among the well folk that ye mean, exclaimed the hostess. Was it not the last season, as they cat no farther gain, that young Sir Bingo binks the English lad? Why the red coat that keeps a mail coach, and drives it himsel gat cleek it with Miss Rachel Bonnyrig, the auld Letty Loopingirth's lang-legged daughterand, they danced sae, lang the gither that there was mair. Said then suld hae been said about it, and the lad would fain hae looped back, but the auld Letty held him to his tackle, and the commissary court, and somebody else made her Letty Binks in spite of Sir Bingo's heart end. He has never dored take her to his friends in England, but they have just wintered and summered it at the well ever since. That is what the well is good for. And does Clara, I mean, does Miss Mowbray keep company with such women as these? Said Tyrrell, with a tone of interest which he checked as he proceeded with the question. What can she do? Pure thing, said the dame, she maun keep the company that her brother keeps, for she is clearly dependent, but PG 39, speaking of that, I ken what I have to do, and that is no little before it darkens. I have sat clavering with you o'er lang, Maister Francie. And away she marched with a resolved step, and soon the clear octaves of her voice were heard in shrill admonition to her handmaidens. Tyrrell paused a moment in deep thought, then took his hat, paid a visit to the stable where his horse saluted him, with feathering ears, and that low amicable neigh with which that animal acknowledges the approach of a loving and beloved friend, having seen that the faithful creature was in every respect attended to Tyrrell, availed himself of the continued and lingering twilight to visit the old castle, which upon former occasions had been his favorite evening walk. He remained, while the light permitted admiring the prospect we attempted to describe in the first chapter, and comparing as in his former reverie the faded hues of the glimmering landscape to those of human life when early youth and hope have ceased to gild them. A brisk walk to the inn and a light supper on a Welsh rabbit, and the dame's homebrewed, were stimulants of livelier, at least more PG-40, resigned, Thoughtsend, the blue bedroom to the honors of which he had been promoted, received him a contented if not a cheerful tenant. Chapter Roman 3 Administration. There must be government in all society. Bees have their queen and stagherds have their leader. Rome had her consuls, Athens had her archons. And we, sir, have our managing committee. The album of St. Ronan's. Francis Tyrrell was in the course of the next day formally settled in his old quarters, where he announced his purpose of remaining for several days. The old established carrier of the place brought his fishing rod and traveling trunk, with a letter to Meg dated a week previously desiring her to prepare to receive an old acquaintance. This annunciation, though something of the latest, Meg received with great complacency, observing it was a civil attention in Maester Tyrrell, and that John Hislop, though he was not just sae fast, was far surer than any post of them, or express either. She also observed with satisfaction that there was no gun case along with her guest's baggage, for that weary gunning had brought him, and her into troubled lairds had cried out upont as if she made her house Howf for common fowlers and poachers. PG-41, and yet how could she hinder twa daft hempi callants from taking a start, and an overloop they had been o'er the neighbours' ground, they had leave on up to the march, and they werena just to Kenmeath's when the moorfowl got up. In a day or two her guest fell into such quiet and solitary habits that Meg herself, the most restless and bustling of human creatures, began to be vexed for want of the trouble, which she expected to have had with him, experiencing perhaps the same sort of feeling from his extreme and passive indifference on all points that a good horseman has for the overpatient steed which he can scarce feel under him. His walks were devoted to the most solitary recesses among the neighboring woods, and Hilshe's fishing rod was often left behind him, or carried merely as an apology for sauntering slowly by the banks of some little brooklet. And his success so indifferent that Meg said the piper of Peebles would have caught a creelfoo before Maester Francie made out the half-dozen, so that he was obliged for peace's sake to vindicate his character by killing a handsome salmon. Tyrrell's painting, as Meg called it, went on equally slowly. He often indeed showed her the sketches which he brought from his walks, and used to finish at home, but Meg held them very cheap. What signified, she said, a ween bits of paper why black and white scarts upon them, that he cad bushes and trees and craigs, couldna he paint them why green and blue and yellow like the other folk? Ye will never mak your bread that way. Maester Francie, ye suld mud up a muckle square of canvas like Dick Tinto, and paint folks ainsells, that they like PG-42 muckle better to see than ony craig in the hale water. And I wadna muckle object even to some of the wallers coming up, and sitting to ye, they waste their time war. I wissend I warrant ye might make a guinea ahead of them. Dick made twa. But he was an auld-used hand, and folk maun creep before they gang. In answer to these remonstrances, Tyrrell assured her that the sketches with which he busied himself were held of such considerable value that very often an artist in that line received much higher remuneration for these than for portraits or colored drawings. He added that they were often taken for the purpose of illustrating popular poems, and hinted as if he himself were engaged in some labor of that nature. Eagerly did Meg long to pour forth to Nellie Trotter, the fishwoman whose cart formed the only neutral channel of communication between the old town and the well, and who was in favor with Meg, because as Nellie passed her door in her way to the well, she always had the first choice of her fished merits of her lodger, as an artist. Lucky Dodds had in truth been so much annoyed and bullied, as it were, with the report of clever persons, accomplished in all sorts of excellence, arriving day after day at the hotel, that she was overjoyed in this fortunate opportunity to triumph over them in their own way. And it may be believed that the excellences of her lodger lost nothing by being trumpeted through her mouth. I maun hae the best of the cart, Nellie, if you and me can gree for it, is for ane of the best of painters. Your fine folk down yonder would gie their lugs to look at what he has been doing. Gets gowed in PG-43 goopins for 3 downright scarts and 3 cross anes, and he is no an ungrateful loon. Like Dick Tinto that had nae sooner my good 25 shillings in his pocket, than he gied down to burlet awa at their bonny hoddle yonder. But a decent quiet lad that kens, when he is weel aff and bides still at the auld house. And what for no tell them all this, and hear what they will say tilt. Indeed, mistress, I can tell ye that already without stirring my shanks for the matter, answered Nelly Trotter. They will e'en say that ye are I auld fuel, and me another that may hae some judgment in cockbury, or in scatterumples, but mauna fash our beards about onything else. Wad they say sae the frontless villains, and me been a housekeeper this 30 year, exclaimed Meg, I wadna hae them say it to my face. But I am no speaking without warrant for, what an I had spoken to the minister lass, and shown him ane of the loose scarts of paper, that Maester Turl leaves fleeing about his room end, what an he had said he had kenned Lord Bidemore jie 5 guineas for the war on't, and of the world kens he was lang tutor in the Bidemore family. Troth, answered her gossip, I doubt, if I was to tell o' this, they would hardly believe me mistress, for there are sae money judges amang them, and they think sae muckle of themselves, and sae little of other folk, that unless you were to send down the bit picture, I am no thinking they will believe a word that I can tell them. No believe what an honest woman sayslet Abby to say twa o' them, exclaimed Meg, oh the unbelievy PG 44, and G generation will Nelly, since my back is up, ye saul tack down the picture or sketching, or whatever it is, though I thought sketchers were I made of airn, and shame why at the conceited crew that they are but sea and brink back why ye again, Nelly, for it's a thing of value and trustna, it out o' your hand, that I charge you, for I lippen no muckle to their honesty, and Nelly, ye may tell them, he has an illustrated poem-illustrate mind, the word Nellithat is to be stuck as foo o' the like, oh that as ever turkey was larded why dabs o' bacon. Thus furnished with her credentials, and acting the part of a herald betwixt two hostile countries, honest Nelly switched her little fish cart downwards to St. Ronan's Well. In watering places, as in other congregated assemblies of the human species, various kinds of government have been dictated by chance, caprice, or convenience. But in almost all of them, some sort of direction has been adopted to prevent the consequences of anarchy. Sometimes the sole power has been vested in a master of ceremonies, but this, like other despotisms, has been of late unfashionable, and the powers of this great officer have been much limited even at Bath, where Nash once ruled with undisputed supremacy. Committees of management, chosen from among the most steady guests, have been in general resorted to as a more liberal mode of sway, and to such was confided the administration of the infant Republic of St. Ronan's. Well, this little Senate, it must be observed, had the more difficult task in discharging their high duties, that, like those of other republics, their subjects were divided into two jarring and contending fac PG 45 tions who every day eat, drank, danced, and made merry together, hating each other all the while, with all the animosity of political party, endeavoring, by every art, to secure the adherence of each guest who arrived, and ridiculing the absurdities and follies of each other, with all the wit and bitterness of which they were masters. At the head of one of these parties was no less a personage than Lady Penelope Penfeather, to whom the establishment owed its fame, nay its existence, and whose influence could only have been balanced by that of the lord of the manor, Mr. Mowbray of St. Ronan's, or as he was called usually, by the company, who affected what Meg called napping English, the squire, who was leader of the opposite faction. The rank and fortune of the lady, her pretensions to beauty as well as talent, though the former was something faded, and the consequence which she arrogated to herself as a woman of fashion, drew round her painters and poets and philosophers, and men of science and lecturers and foreign adventurers, et hoc genus omni. On the contrary, the squire's influence as a man of family and property in the immediate neighborhood, who actually kept greyhounds and pointers, and at least talked of hunters and of racers, ascertained him the support of the whole class of bucks, half and whole bred from the three next counties, and if more inducements were wanting, he could grant his favorites the privilege of shooting over his moors, which is enough to turn the head of a young Scottishman, at any time. Mr. Mowbray was of late especially supported in his preeminence by a close alliance with Sir Bingo Binks, a sapient English PG 46 baronet, who, ashamed as many thought to return to his own country, had set him down at the well of St. Ronan's to enjoy the blessing which the Caledonian Hymen had so kindly forced on him, in the person of Miss Rachel Bonnyrig, as this gentleman actually drove a regular bolt mail coach, not in any respect differing from that of his Majesty, only that it was more frequently overturned. His influence, with a certain set, was irresistible, and the squire of St. Ronan's, having the better sense of the two, contrived to reap the full benefit of the consequence attached to his friendship. These two contending parties were so equally balanced that the predominance of the influence of either was often determined by the course of the sun. Thus in the morning and forenoon, when Lady Penelope led forth her herd, to lawn and shady bower, whether to visit some ruined monument of ancient times, or eat their picnic luncheon, to spoil good paper with bad drawings, and good verses with repetition in a word, to rave, recite, and madden round the land. Her ladyship's empire over the loungers seemed uncontrolled and absolute, and all things were engaged in the tourbillon, of which she formed the pivot and center. Even the hunters and shooters and hard drinkers were sometimes fain reluctantly to follow in her train, sulking and quizzing and flouting at her solemn festivals, besides encouraging the younger nymphs to giggle when they should have looked sentimental. But after dinner the scene was changed, and her ladyship's sweetest smiles and softest invitations were often insufficient to draw the neutral part of the company to the terrum, so PG 47, that her society was reduced to those whose constitution or finances rendered early retirement from the dinning parlor a matter of convenience, together with the more devoted and zealous of her own immediate dependents and adherents. Even the faith of the latter was apt to be debauched. Her ladyship's poet laureate, in whose behalf she was teasing each newcomer for subscriptions, got sufficiently independent to sing in her ladyship's presence at supper a song of rather equivocal meaning, and her chief painter, who was employed upon an illustrated copy of the Loves of the Plants, was at another time seduced into such a state of pot valor that upon her ladyship's administering her usual dose of criticism upon his works, he not only bluntly disputed her judgment, but talked something of his right to be treated like a gentleman. These feuds were taken up by the managing committee, who interceded for the penitent offenders on the following morning, and obtained their re-establishment in Lady Penelope's good graces upon moderate terms. Many other acts of moderating authority they performed, much to the assuaging of faction and the quiet of the Wellers, and so essential was their government to the prosperity of the place, that without them St. Ronan's Spring would probably have been speedily deserted. We must therefore give a brief sketch of that potential committee, which both factions, acting as if on a self-denying ordinance, had combined to invest with the reins of government. Each of its members appeared to be selected as Fortunio in the fairytale chose his followers for his peculiar gifts. First on the list stood the PG 48 man of medicine, Dr. Quentin Quackleben, who claimed right to regulate medical matters at the spring, upon the principle which of old assigned the property of a newly discovered country to the buccaneer, who committed the earliest piracy on its shores. The acknowledgment of the doctor's merit as having been first to proclaim and vindicate the merits of these healing fountains had occasioned his being universally installed first physician and man of science, which last qualification he could apply to all purposes, from the boiling of an egg to the giving a lecture. He was indeed qualified, like many of his profession, to spread both the bane and antidote before a dyspeptic patient, being as knowing a gastronome as Dr. Regel himself or any other worthy physician who has written for the benefit of the cuisine, from Dr. Moncrief of Tippermalloch to the late Dr. Hunter of York and the present Dr. Kitchener of London. But pluralities are always invidious, and therefore the doctor prudently relinquished the office of caterer and head carver to the man of taste, who occupied regularly and ex officio the head of the table, reserving to himself the occasional privilege of criticizing and a principal share in consuming the good things which the common entertainment afforded. We have only to sum up this brief account of the learned doctor by informing the reader that he was a tall, lean, beetle-browed man with an ill-made black scratchwig that stared out on either side from his lantern jaws. He resided 9 months out of the 12 at St. Ronan's, and was supposed to make an indifferent good thing of it, specially as he played whist to admiration. First in place, though perhaps second to the docked PG 49, or in real authority, was Mr. Winterblossom, a civil sort of person who was nicely precise in his address, wore his hair queued, and dressed with powder, had knee buckles set with Bristol stones, and a seal ring as large as Sir John Falstaff's in his heyday. He had a small estate which he had spent like a gentleman by mixing with the gay world. He was in short one of those respectable links that connect the coxcombs of the present day with those of the last age, and could compare in his own experience the follies of both in latter days. He had sense enough to extricate himself from his course of dissipation, though with impaired health and impoverished fortune. Mr. Winterblossom now lived upon a moderate annuity, and had discovered a way of reconciling his economy with much company and made dishes, by acting as perpetual president of the table d'hôte. At the well here, he used to amuse the society by telling stories about Garrick Foote, Bonnell Thornton, and Lord Kelly, and delivering his opinions in matters of taste and virtue. An excellent carver, he knew how to help each guest to what was precisely his due, and never failed to reserve a proper slice as the reward of his own labors. To conclude, he was possessed of some taste in the fine arts, at least in painting and music, although it was rather of the technical kind than that which warms the heart and elevates the feelings. There was indeed about Winterblossom nothing that was either warm or elevated. He was shrewd, selfish, and sensual, the last two of which qualities he screened from observation under a specious varnish of exterior complacence. Therefore, in his professed and apparent anxiety to do the honors of the table, to THPG 50, most punctilious point of good breeding, he never permitted the attendance upon the public taste to supply the wants of others, until all his own private comforts had been fully arranged and provided for. Mr. Winterblossom was also distinguished for possessing a few curious engravings and other specimens of art, with the exhibition of which he occasionally beguiled a wet morning at the public room. They were collected viz. Et modis, said the man of law, another distinguished member of the committee, with a knowing cock of his eye to his next neighbor. Of this person little need be said. He was a largeband, loud-voiced, red-faced man, named Macluem, a country writer or attorney, who managed the matters of the squire much to the profit of one or other, if not of both. His nose projected from the front of his broad, vulgar face like the style of an old sundial twisted, all of one side. He was as great a bully in his profession as if it had been military instead of civil, conducted the whole technicalities concerning the cutting up the saints, so much lamented by Dame Dodds, into building stances, and was on excellent terms with Dr. Quackleben, who always recommended him to make the wills of his patients. After the man of law comes Captain Mungo MacTurk, a Highland lieutenant on half-pay, and that of ancient standing one, who preferred toddy of the strongest to wine, and in that fashion and cold drams finished about a bottle of whiskey per diem, whenever he could come by it. He was called the man of peace on the same principle which assigns to constables Bow Street runners and such like, who carry bludgeon PG 51 NS to break folks' heads, and are perpetually and officially employed in scenes of riot. The title of peace officer that is because by his valor he compelled others to act with discretion. The captain was the general referee in all those abortive quarrels, which at a place of this kind are so apt to occur at night, and to be quietly settled in the morning, and occasionally adopted a quarrel himself, by way of taking down any guest who was unusually pugnacious. This occupation procured Captain MacTurk a good deal of respect at the well, for he was precisely that sort of person who is ready to fight with anyone whom no one can find an apology for declining to fight within fighting with whom considerable danger was incurred, for he was ever and anon showing that he could snuff a candle with a pistol balland. Lastly, through fighting with whom no eclat or credit could redound to the antagonist, he always wore a blue coat and red collar, had a supercilious taciturnity of manner, ate sliced leeks with his cheese, and resembled in complexion a Dutch red herring. Still remains to be mentioned the man of religion, gentle Mr. Simon Chatterley, who had strayed to St. Ronan's Well from the banks of Cam or Isis, and who piqued himself first on his Greek, and secondly on his politeness to the ladies, during all the weekdays. As Dame Dodds has already hinted, this reverend gentleman was the partner at the Whitstable, or in the ballroom, to what maid or matron soever lacked a partner at either. And on the Sundays he read prayers in the public room to all who chose to attend. He was also a deviser of charades, and an unriddler of riddles. He played a little on the flute, and was Mr. Winterblossom's principal, a PG 52 assistant, in contriving those ingenious and romantic paths, by which, as by the zigzags which connect military parallels, you were enabled to ascend to the top of the hill behind the hotel, which commands so beautiful a prospect, at exactly that precise angle of ascent, which entitles a gentleman to offer his arm, and a lady to accept it with perfect propriety. There was yet another member of this select committee, Mr. Michael Meredith, who might be termed the man of mirth, or if you please the jack pudding to the company, whose business it was to crack the best joke and sing the best song. Could unluckily, however, this functionary was for the present obliged to absent himself from St. Ronan's, for not recollecting that he did not actually wear the privileged motley of his profession. He had passed some jest upon Captain MacTurk, which cut so much to the quick that Mr. Meredith was fain to go to Goatwee quarters at some 10 miles distance, and remain there in a sort of concealment, until the affair should be made up through the mediation of his brethren of the committee. Such were the honest gentlemen, who managed the affairs of this rising settlement, with as much impartiality as could be expected. They were not indeed without their own secret predilections for the lawyer, and the soldier privately inclined to the party of the squire, while the parson Mr. Meredith and Mr. Winterblossom were more devoted to the interests of Lady Penelope, so that Dr. Quackleben alone, who probably recollected that the gentlemen were as liable to stomach complaints as the ladies to nervous disorders, seemed the only person PG 53 who preserved in word and deed the most rigid neutrality. Nevertheless, the interests of the establishment being very much at the heart of this honorable council, and each feeling his own profit, pleasure, or comfort in some degree, involved they suffered not their private PG 54 affections to interfere with their public duties, but acted every one in his own sphere for the public benefit of the whole community. Chapter Roman 4. The invitation. Thus painters write their names at co. Prior. The clamor which attends the removal of dinner from a public room had subsided. The clatter of plates and knives and forks, bustling tread of awkward boobies of country servants, kicking each other's shins, and wrangling as they endeavor to rush out of the door. 3. Abreast the clash of glasses and tumblers borne to earth in the tumult. The shrieks of the landlady, curses not loud, but deep, of the landlord had all passed away, and those of the company who had servants had been accommodated by their respective Ganymedes, with such remnants of their respective bottles of wine, spirits, Roman 100, as the said Ganymedes had not previously consumed, while the rest, broken in to such observance by Mr. Winterblossom, waited patiently, until the worthy president's own special and multifarious commissions had been executed by a tidy young woman and a lumpish lad, the regular attendants belonging to the house, but whom he permitted to wait on no one till, as the hymn says, PG 55, all his wants were well supplied. And dinna me bottle of pale sherry, dinna place it on this side. There's a good girlin tobogget my jug with the hot water, and let it be boiling, and don't spill it on Lady Penelope, if you can help it, Toby. Not for her ladyship has been in hot water today, already, said the squire, a sarcasm, to which Lady Penelope only replied with a look of contempt. And Dinah, bring the sugar, the soft East India sugar, dinna hand a lemon, Dinah, one of those which came fresh today. Go, fetch it from the bar, Toby, and don't tumble downstairs. If you can help it, tan dinna stay, dinna nutmeg, Dinah. And the ginger, my good girl, and dinna put the cushion up behind my back and the footstool to my foot for my toe. Is something the worse of my walk with your ladyship this morning, to the top of Belvedere? Her ladyship may call it what she pleases in common parlance, said the writer, but it must stand Montgrunzy in the stamped paper, being so nominated in the ancient writs and evidence thereof. And Dinah, continued the president, lift up my handkerchief and a bit of biscuit dinna hand, and I do not think I want anything else. Look to the company, my good girl, I have the honor to drink the company's very good health. Will your ladyship honor me by accepting a glass of negus? I learned to make negus from old Dartnough's son. He always used East India sugar, and added a Tama PG 56 rind. It improves the flavor infinitely. Dinah, see your father sends for some tamarinds. Dartnough knew a good thing, almost as well as his father. I met him at Bath in the year lit me. C. Garrick was just taking leave, and that was in Roman 100, Roman 100, Roman 100. And what is this now, Dinah? He said, as she put into his hand a roll of paper. Something that Nellie Trotter, Trotting Nellie, as the company called her, brought from a sketching gentleman that lives at the woman's. Thus bluntly did the upstart minx describe the Reverend Mrs. Margaret Dodds at the Clacomb of Alltown yonder, a name, by the way, which the inn had acquired from the use which the saint upon the signpost was making of his pastoral crook. Indeed, Dinah, said Mr. Winterblossom, gravely taking out his spectacles and wiping them before he opened the roll of paper, some boys daubing, I suppose, whose pa and ma wished to get him into the trustees' school, and so are beating about for a little interest. But I am drained dry. I put 3 lads in last season, and if it had not been my particular interest with the secretary who asks my opinion, now and then I could not have managed it. But Jifgaff, say Roman 1a, what in the devil's name is this here, is both force and keeping. Who can this be, my lady? Do but see the skyline. We this is really a little bitten exquisite little bit. Who the devil can it be? And how can he have stumbled upon the dog hole in the old town? And the snarling bi, beg your ladyship 10,000 pardons, that kennel's there. I dare say, my lady, said a little miss of 14 PG 57, her eyes growing rounder and rounder, and her cheeks redder and redder as she found herself speaking. And so many folks listening. Oh, la, I dare say it is the same gentleman we met one day in the Lowood Walk that looked like a gentleman, and yet was none of the company, and that you said was a handsome man. I did not say handsome, Maria, replied her ladyship. Ladies, never say men are handsome. I only said, he looked genteel and interesting. And that my lady said, the young parson bowing and smiling, is I will be judged by the company, the more flattering compliment of the two we shall be jealous of this unknown presently. Nay, but continued the sweetly communicative Maria with some real and some assumed simplicity your ladyship forgets for, you said presently, after you were sure he was no gentleman, for he did not run after you with your glove which you had droppedand, so I went back myself to find your ladyship's glove. And he never offered to help me, and I saw him closer than your ladyship did. And I am sure he is handsome, though he is not very Roman 153. You speak a little too much and too loud, miss, said Lady Penelope, a natural blush reinforcing the nuance of rouge, by which it was usually superseded. What say you to that, squire? Mowbray, said the elegant Sir Bingo Binks. A fair challenge to the field, Sir Bingo, answered the squire. When a lady throws down the gauntlet, a gentleman may throw the handkerchief. I have always the benefit of your best construct, PG 58 Tion. Mr. Mowbray, said the lady with dignity, I suppose. Miss Maria has contrived this pretty story for your amusement. I can hardly answer to Mr. Digges for bringing her into company, where she receives encouragement to behave so. Nay, nay, my lady, said the president, you must let the jest pass by, and since this is really such an admirable sketch, you must honor us with your opinion, whether the company can consistently with propriety make any advances to this man. In my opinion, said her ladyship, the angry spot still glowing on her brow, there are enough of men among us already. I wish I could say gentlemen as matters stand. I see little business ladies can have at St. Ronan's. This was an intimation which always brought the squire back to good breeding, which he could make use of. When he pleased, he deprecated her ladyship's displeasure, until she told him in returning good humor that she really would not trust him, unless he brought his sister to be security for his future politeness. Clara, my lady, said Mowbray, is a little wilful, and I believe your ladyship must take the task of unharboring her into your own hands. What say you to a gypsy party up to my old shop? It is a bachelor's house. You must not expect things in much order, but Clara would be honored. The Lady Penelope eagerly accepted the proposal of something like a party and, quite reconciled with Mowbray, began to inquire whether she might bring the stranger artist with her. That is, said her ladyship, looking to Dinah, if he be a gentleman. PG 59. Here Dinah interposed her assurance that the gentleman at Meg Dodd's was quite and clean a gentleman, and an illustrated poet besides. An illustrated poet, Dinah, said Lady Penelope, you must mean an illustrious poet. I dare to say your ladyship is right, said Dinah, dropping a curtsy. A joyous flutter of impatient anxiety was instantly excited through all the blue-stocking faction of the company, nor were the news totally indifferent to the rest of the community. The former belonged to that class who, like the young Ascanius, are ever beating about in quest of a tawny lion, though they are much more successful in now, and then starting a great boar, and the others, having left all their own ordinary affairs and subjects of interest at home, were glad to make a matter of importance of the most trivial occurrence. A mighty poet, said the former class, who could it possibly be all names, were recite all Britain scrutinized from Highland hills to the lakes of Cumberland, from Sydenham Common to St. James Place even. The banks of the Bosphorus were explored for some name which might rank under this distinguished epithet, and then besides his illustrious poesy, to sketch so inimitably who could it be, and all the gapers who had nothing of their own to suggest answered with the antistrophe, who could it be? The Claret Club, which comprised the choicest and firmest adherents of Squire Mowbray, and the Baron PG 60 tea-men, who scorned that the reversion of one bottle of wine should furnish forth the feast of tomorrow, though caring naught about either of the fine arts in question, found out an interest of their own, which centered in the same individual. I say, little Sir Bingo, said the squire, this is the very fellow that we saw down at the Willow Slack on Saturday, was togged gnostically enough, and cast 12 yards of line with one hand. The fly fell like a thistledown on the water. Uwich, answered the party he addressed in the accents of a dog choking in the collar. We saw him pull out the salmon yonder, said Mowbray. You remember Cleon fished the tight dicks on his gilswade. I dare say a matter of 18 pounds. 16, replied Sir Bingo in the same tone of strangulation. None of your rigs, Bing, said his companion, nearer 18 than 16. Nearer 16 by. Will you go a dozen of blue on it, to the company, said the squire. No, me croaked the Baronto, our own set I will. Then I say done, quoth the squire. And done, responded the knight, and out came their red pocketbooks. But who shall decide the bet, said the squire, the genius himself. I suppose they talk of asking him here, but I suppose he will scarce mind quizzes like them. Right myself, John Mowbray, said the baronet. You baron to you right, answered the squire, me, that cock want fight you want PG 61. I will, growled Sir Bingo more articulately than usual. Why you can't, said Mowbray, you never wrote a line in your life, save those you were whipped for at school. I can write, I will write, said Sir Bingo, 2-1, I will. And there, the affair rested, for the council of the company were in high consultation concerning the most proper manner of opening a communication with the mysterious stranger, and the voice of Mr. Winterblossom, whose tones, originally fine, age had reduced to falsetto, was calling upon the whole party for order, so that the bucks were obliged to lounge in silence with both arms reclined on the table, and testifying by coughs and yawns their indifference to the matters in question, while the rest of the company debated upon them as if they were matters of life and death. A visit from one of the gentlemen, Mr. Winterblossom, if he would take the troubling name of the company at large, would Lady Penelope Penfeather presumed to think be a necessary preliminary to an invitation. Mr. Winterblossom was quite of her ladyship's opinion, and would gladly have been the personal representative of the company at St. Ronan's Well, but it was uphill. Her ladyship knew his tyrant, the gout, was hovering upon the frontierster, were other gentlemen younger, and more worthy to fly at the lady's command than an ancient Vulcan like him there was the valiant Mars and the eloquent Mercury. Thus speaking, he bowed to Captain MacTurk and the Rev. Mr. Simon PG 62 Chatterley, and reclined on his chair, sipping his negus with the self-satisfied smile of one who by a pretty speech has rid himself of a troublesome commission. At the same time, by an act probably of mental absence, he put in his pocket the drawing which, after circulating around the table, had returned back to the chair of the president, being the point from which it had set out. By cot, madam, said Captain MacTurk, I should be proud to obey your ladyship's commands, but by cot, I never call first on any man that never called upon me at all, unless it were to carry him a friend's message or such like. Twig, the old connoisseur, said the squire to the knight, he is condidling the drawing. Go it, Johnny Mowbray, it into him, whispered Sir Bingo. Thank you for nothing, Sir Bingo, said the squire in the same tone. Winterblossom is one of us, was one of us at least, and won't stand the ironing. He has his Wogdens still that were right things in his day, and can hit the haystack with the best of us, but stay, they are hallowing on the parson. They were indeed busied on all hands to obtain Mr. Chatterley's consent to wait on the genius unknown, but though he smiled and simpered, and was absolutely incapable of saying no, he begged leave in all humility to decline that commission. The truth was, he pleaded in his excuse that, having one day walked to visit the old castle of St. Ronan's, and returning through the Auld Town, as it was popularly called, he had stopped at the door of the Clacomb, pronounced Anglis PG 63, with the open diphthong, in hopes to get a glass of syrup of capillaire or a draught of something cooling, and had in fact expressed his wishes, and was knocking pretty loudly, when a sash window was thrown suddenly up in air. He was aware what was about to happen. He was soused with a deluge of water, as he said, while the voice of an old hag from within assured him that if that did not cool him, there was another biting him an intimation, which induced him to retreat in all haste from the repetition of the shower bath. All laughed at the account of the chaplain's misfortune, the history of which seemed to be wrung from him reluctantly, by the necessity of assigning some weighty cause for declining to execute the lady's commands, but the squire and baronet continued their mirth far longer than decorum allowed, flinging themselves back in their chairs, with their hands thrust into their side pockets, and their mouths expanded with unrestrained enjoyment, until the sufferer, angry, disconcerted, and endeavoring to look scornful, incurred another general burst of laughter on all hands. When Mr. Winterblossom had succeeded in restoring some degree of order, he found the mishaps of the young divine proved as intimidating as ludicrous. Not one of the company chose to go envoy extraordinary to the dominions of Queen Meg, who might be suspected of paying little respect to the sanctity of an ambassador's person, and what was worse, when it was resolved that a civil card from Mr. Winterblossom in the name of the company should be sent to the stranger, instead of a personal visit, Dinah informed them that SPG 64 he was sure no one about the house could be bribed to carry up a letter of the kind, for when such an event had taken place 2 summers, since Meg, who construed it into an attempt to seduce from her tenement, the invited guest had so handled a plowboy who carried the letter, that he fled the countryside altogether and never thought himself safe till he was at a village 10 miles off where it was afterwards learned he enlisted with a recruiting party, choosing rather to face the French than to return within the sphere of Meg's displeasure. Just while they were agitating this new difficulty, a prodigious clamor was heard without which to the first apprehensions of the company seemed to be Meg, in all her terrors come to anticipate the proposed invasion upon inquiry. However, it proved to be her gossip trotting Nellie or Nellie Trotter in. The act of forcing her way upstairs against the united strength of the whole household of the hotel to reclaim Lucky Dodd's picture, as she called it, this made the connoisseur's treasure tremble in his pocket, who thrusting a half-crown into Toby's hand, exhorted him to give it her, and try his influence in. Keeping her back, Toby, who knew Nellie's nature, put the half-crown into his own pocket, and snatched up a gill stoop of whiskey from the sideboard. Thus armed, he boldly confronted the virago, and interposing a remora, which was able to check poor Nellie's course in her most determined moods, not only succeeded in averting the immediate storm which approached the company in general, and Mr. Winterblossom in particular, but brought the guests the satisfactory informatio PG 65N that Trotting Nellie had agreed, after she had slept out her nap in the barn, to convey their commands to the unknown of Clacombe of Alltown. Mr. Winterblossom, therefore having authenticated his proceedings, by inserting in the minutes of the committee the authority which he had received, wrote his card in the best style of diplomacy, and sealed it with the seal of the spa, which bore something like a nymph, seated beside what was designed to represent an urn. The rival factions, however, did not trust entirely to this official invitation. Lady Penelope was of opinion that they should find some way of letting the stranger, a man of talent, unquestionably understand that there were in the society to which he was invited spirits of a more select sort, who felt worthy to intrude themselves on his solitude. Accordingly, her ladyship imposed upon the elegant Mr. Chatterley the task of expressing the desire of the company to see the unknown artist in a neat occasional copy of verses. The poor gentleman's muse, however, proved unpropitious, for he was able to proceed no farther than 2 lines in half an hour, which, coupled with its variations, we insert from the blotted manuscript, as Dr. Johnson has printed the alterations in Pope's version of the Iliad. Maids 2 dames unity joining. The nymphs of St. Ronan's in purpose combining. Swain 2 man. To the youth who is great both in verse and designing. Dining. The eloquence of a prose billet was necessarily resorted PG 66 to, in the absence of the heavenly muse, and the said billet was secretly entrusted to the care of Trotting Nellie, the same trusty emissary, when refreshed by her nap among the pease straw and about to harness her cart for her return to the sea-coast, in the course of which she was to pass the Alltown, received another card, written, as he had threatened, by Sir Bingo Binks himself, who had given himself this trouble to secure the settlement of the bet, conjecturing that a man with a fashionable exterior, who could throw 12 yards of line at a cast with such precision, might consider the invitation of Winterblossom as that of an old twaddler, and care as little for the good graces of an affected bluestocking and her coterie, whose conversation in Sir Bingo's mind relished of nothing but of weak tea and bread and but PG 67 Thus the happy Mr. Francis Tyrrell received, considerably to his surprise, no less than 3 invitations at once from the well of St. Ronan's. Chapter Roman 5 Epistolary Eloquence. But how can I answer, since first I must read thee? Prior, desirous of authenticating our more important facts by as many original documents as possible, we have after much research enabled ourselves to present the reader with the following accurate transcripts of the notes entrusted to the care of Trotting Nellie. The first ran thus. Mr. Winterblossom of Silverd has the commands of Lady Penelope Penfeather, Sir Bingo, and Lady Binks, Mr. and Miss Mowbray of St. Ronan's, and the rest of the company at the Hotel and Tontine Inn of St. Ronan's Well, to express their hope that the gentleman lodged at the Clacombe in Old Town of St. Ronan's will favour them with his company at the ordinary, as early and as often as may suit his convenience. The company think it necessary to send this intimation, because according to the rules of the place, the ordinary can only be attended by such gentlemen and ladies as lodge at St. Ronan's Well, but they are happy to make a distinction in favor of a gentleman so distinguished for success in the fine arts as Mr. PG 68, residing at Clacombe, if Mr. should be inclined, upon becoming further acquainted with the company and rules of the place, to remove his residence to the well Mr. Winterblossom, though he would not be understood to commit himself, by a positive assurance to that effect, is inclined to hope that an arrangement might be made notwithstanding the extreme crowd of the season to accommodate Mr. at the lodging house called Lilliput Hall. It will much conduce to facilitate this negotiation, if Mr. would have the goodness to send an exact note of his stature, as Captain Raneltree seems disposed to resign the folding at Lilliput Hall, on account of his finding it rather deficient in length. Mr. Winterblossom begs farther to assure Mr. of the esteem in which he holds his genius, and of his high personal consideration. For Esquire, Clacomb in Old Town of St. Ronan's. The public rooms. Hotel and Tontine St. Ronan's Well. Roman 100 Roman, 100 Roman 100. The above card was written, we love to be precise in matters concerning orthography, in a neat round clerk-like hand, which, like Mr. Winterblossom's character in many particulars, was most accurate and commonplace, though betraying an affectation both of flourish and of facility. The next billet was a contrast to the diplomatic gravity and accuracy of Mr. Winterblossom's official communication, and ran thus: the young divine's academic jests and classical flowers of eloquence being mingled with some wild flowers from the teeming fancy of Lady Penelope. PG 69. A choir of dryads and naiads assembled at the healing spring of St. Ronan's have learned with surprise that a youth gifted by Apollo, when the deity was prodigal with two of his most esteemed endowments, wanders at will among their domains, frequenting grove and river, without once dreaming of paying homage to its tutelary deities. He is therefore summoned to their presence, and prompt obedience will ensure him forgiveness. But in case of contumacy, let him beware how he again essays either the lyre or the palette. Postscript: the adorable Penelope, long enrolled among the goddesses for her beauty and virtues, gives nectar and ambrosia, which mortals call tea, and cake at the public rooms near the sacred spring on Thursday evening at 8 o'clock, when the muses never fail to attend the stranger's presence, is requested to participate in the delights of the evening. Second postscript: a shepherd ambitiously aiming at more accommodation than his narrow cot affords, leaves it in a day or two. Assuredly, the thing is to be hired. As you like it. Postscript: third, our Iris, whom mortals know as Trotting Nelly in her tartan cloak, will bring us the stranger's answer to our celestial summons. This letter was written in a delicate Italian hand, garnished with fine hair strokes and dashes, which were sometimes so dexterously thrown off as to represent lyres, palettes, vases, and other appropriate decorations suited to the tenor of the contents. The third epistle was a complete contrast to the other two. It was written in a coarse, irregular schoolboy half-text, which, however, seemed to HPG 70 Ave cost the writer as much pains as if it had been a specimen of the most exquisite calligraphy, and these were the contents. Sir Jack Mowbray has betted with me that the salmon you killed on Saturday last weighed nigh to 18 pounds. I say nigher 16 so, you being a sportsman tease referoman 500. So hope you will come or send met, do not doubt you will be on honor. The bet is a dozen of claret to be drank at the hotel by our own set on Monday next, and we beg you will make one, and Mowbray hopes you will come down, being sir your most humble servant Bingo Binks, Baronet, and of Block Hall. Postscript: have sent some loops of Indian gout, also some black hackles of my groom's dressing. Hope they will prove killing, as suiting river and season. No answer was received to any of these invitations for more than 3 days, which, while it secretly rather added to than diminished the curiosity of the Wellers concerning the unknown, occasioned much railing in public against him as ill-mannered and rude. Meantime, Francis Tyrrell, to his great surprise, began to find, like the philosophers, that he was never less alone than when alone in the most silent and sequestered walks to which the present state of his mind induced him to betake himself. He was sure to find some strollers from the Well to whom he had become the object of so much solicitous interest, quite innocent of the knowledge that he himself possessed the attraction which occasioned his meeting them so frequently. He began to doubt whether the Lady Penelope and her maidens, Mr. Winterblossom, and his grey Ponith parson, and his short black coat and revengry pantaloons were not eth PG 71, are actually polygraphic copies of the same individuals, or possessed of a celerity of motion, resembling omnipresence and ubiquity, for nowhere could he go without meeting them, and that oftener than once a day in the course of his walks. Sometimes the presence of the sweet Lycoris was intimated by the sweet prattle in an adjacent shade. Sometimes, when Tyrrell thought himself most solitary, the parson's flute was heard snoring forth Grammacry Molly, and if he betook himself to the river, he was pretty sure to find his sport watched by Sir Bingo or some of his friends. The efforts which Tyrrell made to escape from this persecution, and the impatience of it which his manner indicated procured him among the Wellers the name of the misanthrope, and once distinguished as an object of curiosity, he was the person most attended to who could, at the ordinary of the day, give the most accurate account of where the misanthrope had been and how occupied in the course of the morning. And so far was Tyrrell's shyness from diminishing the desire of the Wellers for his society that the latter feeling increased with the difficulty of gratification as the angler feels the most peculiar interest when throwing his fly for the most cunning and considerate trout in the pool. In short, such was the interest which the excited imaginations of the company took in the misanthrope that, notwithstanding the unamiable qualities which the word expresses, there was only one of the society who did not desire to see the specimen at their rooms for the purpose of examining him closely and at leisure, and the ladies were particularly desirous to inquire whether he was actually a misanthrope, whether he had been PG 72, always a misanthrope, what had induced him to become a misanthrope, and whether there were no means of inducing him to cease to be a misanthrope. One individual only, as we have said, neither desired to see nor hear more of the supposed Timon of Clacombe, and that was Mr. Mowbray of St. Ronan's, through the medium of that venerable character John Perner, professed weaver and practical blackfisher in the Alton of St. Ronan's, who usually attended Tyrrell to show him the casts of the river carry his bag. And so forth the squire had ascertained that the judgment of Sir Bingo regarding the disputed weight of the fish was more correct than his own. This inferred an immediate loss of honor besides the payment of a heavy bill, and the consequences might be yet more serious, nothing short of the emancipation of Sir Bingo, who had hitherto been Mowbray's convenient shadow and adherent, but who, if triumphant, confiding in his superiority of judgment upon so important a point, might either cut him altogether, or expect that in future the squire who had long seemed the planet of their set should be content to roll around himself Sir Bingo in the capacity of a satellite. The squire therefore devoutly hoped that Tyrrell's restive disposition might continue to prevent the decision of the bet, while at the same time he nourished a very reasonable degree of dislike to that stranger, who had been the indirect occasion of the unpleasant predicament in which he found himself by not catching a salmon weighing a pound heavier. He therefore openly censured the meanness of those who proposed taking further notice of Tyrrell, and referred to the unanswered letters as a piece of impertinence, which announced him to be no gentleman. PG 73. But though appearances were against him, and though he was in truth naturally inclined to solitude and averse to the affectation and bustle of such a society, that part of Tyrrell's behavior which indicated ill breeding was easily accounted for by his never having received the letters, which required an answer trotting Nelly, whether unwilling to face her gossip Meg Dodds without bringing back the drawing, or whether oblivious through the influence of the double dram with which she had been indulged at the well jumbled off with her cart to her beloved village of Scatterraw, from which she transmitted the letters by the first bare-legged gilly who travelled towards Altown of St. Ronan's, so that at last, but after a long delay, they reached the Clacombe Inn and the hands of Mr. Tyrrell. The arrival of these documents explained some part of the oddity of behavior which had surprised him in his neighbors of the well, and as he saw they had got somehow an idea of his being a lion extraordinary, and was sensible that such is a character, equally ridiculous and difficult to support, he hastened to write to Mr. Winterblossom a card, in the style of ordinary mortals. In this, he stated the delay occasioned by miscarriage of the letter, and his regret on that account, expressed his intention of dining with the company at the well on the succeeding day, while he regretted that other circumstances, as well as the state of his health and spirits, would permit him this honor very infrequently during his stay in the country, and begged no trouble might be taken about his accommodation at the well, as he was perfectly satisfied with his present residence. A separate note to Sir Bingo said he was Ha PG 74 ppy. He could verify the weight of the fish which he had noted in his diary. DN. The fellow, does he keep a diary? Said the baronet. And though the result could only be particularly agreeable to one party, he should wish both winner and loser mirth with their wine. Was sorry he was unable to promise himself the pleasure of participating in either enclosed. Was a signed note of the weight of the fish. Armed with this, Sir Bingo claimed his wine triumphed in his judgments were louder, and more articulately than ever he was known to utter any previous sounds, that this Tyrrell was a devilish honest fellow, and he trusted to be better acquainted with him, while the crestfallen squire, privately cursing the stranger by all his gods, had no mode of silencing his companion, but by allowing his loss and fixing a day for discussing the bet. In the public rooms, the company examined even microscopically the response of the stranger to Mr. Winterblossom, straining their ingenuity to discover in the most ordinary expressions a deeper and esoteric meaning expressive of something mysterious. And not meant to meet the eye, Mr. Makluam, the writer, dwelt on the word circumstances, which he read with peculiar emphasis. Ah, poor lad, he concluded, I doubt he sits cheaper at Meg Dort's chimney corner than he could do with the present company. Dr. Quackleben, in the manner of a clergyman selecting a word from his text, as that which is to be particularly insisted upon, repeated in an undertone, the word state of health nothing acutino. One has been sent for must be chronic tending to gout ppg 75 raps or his shyness to societalite wild irregular step starting, when met suddenly by a stranger, and turning abruptly and angrily away, pray Mr. Winterblossom, let me have an order to look over the file of newspaper sits, very troublesome, that restriction about consulting them. You know it is a necessary one, doctor, said the president, because so few of the good company read anything else that the old newspapers would have been worn to pieces long since. Well, well, let me have the order, said the doctor. I remember something of a gentleman run away from his friend's eye. Must look at the description, I believe. I have a straitjacket somewhere about the dispensary. While this suggestion appalled the male part of the company, who did not much relish the approaching dinner in company, with a gentleman, whose situation seemed so precarious, some of the younger misses whispered to each other, ah, poor fellow, and, if it be as the doctor supposes, my lady, who knows what the cause of his illness may have been his spirits, he complains off a poor man. And thus by the ingenious commentaries of the company, at the well on as plain a note as ever covered the eighth part of a sheet of foolscap, the writer was deprived of his property, his reason, and his heart, all or either or one or other of them, as is briefly and distinctly expressed in the law phrase. In short, so much was said pro and con, so many ideas started, and theories maintained concerning the disposition and character of the misanthrope, that PG 76, when the company assembled at the usual time, before proceeding to dinner they doubted, as it seemed, whether the expected addition to their society was to enter the room on his hands or his feet, and when Mr. Tyrrell was announced by Toby at the top of his voice, the gentleman who entered the room had so very little to distinguish him from others that there was a momentary disappointment. The ladies, in particular, began to doubt whether the compound of talent, misanthropy, madness, and mental sensibility, which they had pictured to themselves, actually was the same with the genteel and even fashionable-looking man whom they saw before them, who, though in a morning dress which the distance of his residence and the freedom of the place made excusable, had even in the minute points of his exterior none of the negligence or wildness which might be supposed to attach to the vestments of a misanthropic recluse, whether sane or insane. As he paid his compliments round the circle, the scales seemed to fall from the eyes of those he spoke to, and they saw with surprise that the exaggerations had existed entirely in their own preconceptions, and that whatever the fortunes or rank in life of Mr. Tyrrell might be, his manners, without being showy, were gentlemanlike and pleasing. He returned his thanks to Mr. Winterblossom in a manner which made that gentleman recall his best breeding to answer the stranger's address. In kind, he then escaped from the awkwardness of remaining the sole object of attention, by gliding gradually among the company, not like an owl, which seeks to hide itself in a thicket, or an awkward and retired man shrinking from the society into which he is compelled, boo PG 77t, with the air of one who could maintain with ease his part. In a higher circle, his address to Lady Penelope was adapted to the romantic tone of Mr. Chatterley's epistle, to which it was necessary to allude. He was afraid, he said, he must complain to Juno of the neglect of Iris for her irregularity in delivery of a certain ethereal command, which he had not dared to answer otherwise than by mute obedience. Unless, indeed, as the import of the letter seemed to infer, the invitation was designed for some more gifted individual than he to whom chance had assigned it. Lady Penelope by her lips, and many of the young ladies with their eyes, assured him there was no mistake in the matter, that he was really the gifted person whom the nymphs had summoned to their presence, and that they were well acquainted with his talents as a poet and a painter. Tyrrell disclaimed with earnestness and gravity the charge of poetry, and professed that, far from attempting the art itself, he read with reluctance all but the productions of the very first-rate poets, and some of the Seh was almost afraid to say should have liked better in humble prose. You have now only to disown your skill as an artist, said Lady Penelope, and we must consider Mr. Tyrrell as the falsest and most deceitful of his sex, who has a mind to deprive us of the opportunity of benefiting, by the productions of his unparalleled endowments. I assure you I shall put my young friends on their guard. Such dissimulation cannot be without its object. And I said Mr. Winterblossom can produce a piece of real evidence against the culprit. So saying, he unrolled the sketch which he had filched from TPG 78 Rotting Nelly, and which he had pared and pasted arts, in which he was eminent so as to take out its creases, repair its breaches, and vamp it as well as my old friend Mrs. Weir could have repaired the damages of time on a folio Shakespeare. The vara corpus delicti, said the writer, grinning and rubbing his hands. If you are so good as to call such scratches drawings, said Tyrrell, I must stand so far confessed, I used to do them for my own amusement. But since my landlady, Mrs. Dodds, has of late discovered that I gain my livelihood by them, why should I disown it? This avowal, made without the least appearance either of shame or retenue, seemed to have a striking effect on the whole society. The president's trembling hand stole the sketch back to the portfolio, afraid doubtless it might be claimed in form or else compensation, expected by the artist. Lady Penelope was disconcerted like an awkward horse when it changes the leading foot in galloping. She had to recede from the respectful and easy footing on which he had contrived to place himself to one which might express patronage on her own part and dependence on Tyrrell's, and this could not be done in a moment. The man of law murmured, circumstances, I thought so. Sir Bingo whispered to his friend, the squire run outblown Upoff, the corsepited pretty fellow he has been. A raff from the beginning, whispered Mowbray, I never thought him anything else. Ill hold ye a pony of that, my dear, and ill ask him. PG 79. Done for a pony provided you ask him in 10 minutes, said the squire, but you dare not. Bingo has a DD cross game look, with all that civil chaff of his. Done, said Sir Bingo, but in a less confident tone than before, and with a determination to proceed with some caution in the matter. I have got a rouleau above, and Winterblossom shall hold stakes. I have no rouleau, said the squire, but ill fly a check on Makeluam. See it be better than your last, said Sir Bingo, for I won't be skylarked again. Jack, my boy, you are had. Not till the bet's won, and I shall see yon walking, dandy, break your head, Bingy. Before that, answered Mowbray, best speak to the captain, beforehand it is a hellish scrape. You are running into ill, let you off yet, Bingy, for a guinea forfeit. See, I am just going to start the tattler. Start and be DD, said Sir Bingo, you are got, and I assure you owe that, Jack. And with a bow and a shuffle he went up and introduced himself to the stranger as Sir Bingo Binks. Had Honorate's ear were the only sounds which his throat, or rather his cravat, seemed to send forth. Confound the booby, thought Mowbray, he will get out of leading strings, if he goes on at this rate, and doubly confounded be this cursed tramper, who the Lord knows why has come hither from the Lord knows, where to drive the pigs through my game. In the PG 80 meantime, while his friend stood with his stopwatch in his hand, with a visage lengthened, under the influence of these reflections, Sir Bingo, with an instinctive tact, which self-preservation seemed to dictate to a brain, neither the most delicate nor subtle in the world, premised his inquiry by some general remark on fishing and field sports. With all these he found Tyrrell more than passably acquainted. Of fishing and shooting, particularly, he spoke with something like enthusiasm, so that Sir Bingo began to hold him in considerable respect, and to assure himself that he could not be, or at least could not originally have been, bred the itinerant artist which he now gave himself out. And this, with the fast lapse of the time, induced him thus to address Tyrrell, I say, Mr. Tyrrell, you have been one of us, I say. If you mean a sportsman, Sir Bingo, I have been, and am a pretty keen one still, replied Tyrrell. Why then, you did not always do them sort of things? What sort of things do you mean, Sir Bingo, said Tyrrell, I have not the pleasure of understanding you. Why, I mean them sketches, said Sir Bingo, ill, give you a handsome order for them, if you will tell me, I will on my honor. Does it concern you particularly, Sir Bingo, to know anything of my affairs, said Tyrrell. No, certainly not, immediately answered Sir Bingo with some hesitation, for he liked not the dry tone, in which Tyrrell's answers were returned half so well, as a bumper of dry sherry. Only I said you were a DD Gnostic fellow, and I laid a bet you have not been always professional, that's all. PG 81. Mr. Tyrrell, replied, a bet with Mr. Mowbray, I suppose. Yes, with Jack, replied the Baron, you have hit it, I hope I have done him. Tyrrell bent his brows and looked first at Mr. Mowbray then at the baronet, and after a moment's thought addressed the latter. Sir Bingo Binks, you are a gentleman of elegant inquiry and acute judgment. You are perfectly right. I was not bred to the profession of an artist, nor did I practice it formerly, whatever I may do now, and so that question is answered. And Jack is diddled, said the baronet, smiting his thigh in triumph, and turning towards the squire and the stakeholder with a smile of exultation. Stop a single moment, Sir Bingo, said Tyrrell. Take one word with you. I have a great respect for bets. It is part of an Englishman's character to bet on what he thinks fit, and to prosecute his inquiries over hedge and ditch as if he were steeply hunting. But as I have satisfied you on the subject of two bets, that is sufficient compliance with the custom of the country, and therefore I request, Sir Bingo, you will not make me, or my affairs, the subject of any more wagers. "I'll be d.d. if I do," was the internal resolution of Sir Bingo aloud. He muttered some apologies, and WPG 82, as heartily glad that the dinner bell sounding at the moment afforded him an apology for shuffling off in a different direction. Chapter Roman 6 Table Talk. And sir, if these accounts be true, the Dutch have mighty things in view. The Austrians I admire French beans. Dear Mom above all other greens. And all as lively and as brisk. As Mom die choose a game at whisk. Table Talk. When they were about to leave the room, Lady Penelope assumed Tyrrell's arm with a sweet smile of condescension, meant to make the honored party understand in its full extent the favor conferred, but the unreasonable artist, far from intimating the least confusion at an attention so little to be expected, seemed to consider the distinction as one which was naturally paid to the greatest stranger present. And when he placed Lady Penelope at the head of the table by Mr. Winterblossom, the president, and took a chair for himself betwixt her ladyship and Lady Binks, the provoking wretch appeared no more sensible of being exalted above his proper rank in society than if he had been sitting at the bottom of the table by honest Mrs. Blower from the Bowhead, who had come to the well to carry off the dregs of the influenza, which she scorned to term a surfeit. Pg 83. Now this indifference puzzled Lady Penelope's game extremely, and irritated her desire to get at the bottom of Tyrrell's mystery, if there was one, and secure him to her own party. If you were ever at a watering-place, reader, you know that, while the guests do not always pay the most polite attention to unmarked individuals, the appearance of a stray lion makes an interest as strong as it is reasonable, and the Amazonian chiefs of each coterie, like the hunters of Buenos Aires, prepare their lasso and maneuver to the best advantage. They can each hoping to noose the unsuspicious monster, and lead him captive to her own menagerie. A few words concerning Lady Penelope Penfeather will explain why she practiced this sport with even more than common zeal. She was the daughter of an earl, possessed a showy person and features, which might be called handsome in youth, though now rather too much prononces to render the term proper. The nose was become sharper, the cheeks had lost the roundness of youth, and as during 15 years that she had reigned a beauty and a ruling toast, the right man had not spoken, or at least had not spoken at the right time, her ladyship now, rendered sufficiently independent by the inheritance of an old relation, spoke in praise of friendship, began to dislike the town in summer, and to babble of green fields. About the time Lady Penelope thus changed the tenor of her life, she was fortunate enough, with Dr. Quacklebon's assistance, to find out the virtues of St. Ronan's spring, and having contributed her share to establish the herbs in rear which had risen around it, she sat herself down as leader of the fast PG 84 Hions in the little province, which she had in a great measure both discovered and colonized. She was therefore justly desirous to compel homage and tribute from all who should approach the territory. In other respects, Lady Penelope pretty much resembled the numerous class she belonged to. She was at bottom a well-principled woman, but too thoughtless to let her principles control her humor, therefore not scrupulously nice in her society. She was good-natured but capricious and whimsical, and willing enough to be kind or generous if it neither thwarted her humor nor cost her much trouble. Would have chaperoned a young friend anywhere, and moved the world for subscription tickets, but never troubled herself how much her giddy charge flirted, or with whom, so that, with a numerous class of misses, her ladyship was the most delightful creature in the world. Then Lady Penelope had lived so much in society, knew so exactly when to speak and how to escape from an embarrassing discussion, by professing ignorance while she looked intelligence, that she was not generally discovered to be a fool unless, when she set up for being remarkably clever. This happened more frequently of late, when perhaps as she could not but observe that the repairs of the toilet became more necessary, she might suppose that new lights according to the poet were streaming on her mind through the chinks that time was making many of her friends, however thought that Lady Penelope would have better consulted her genius by remaining in mediocrity as a fashionable and well-bred woman than by parading her new-founded pretensions to taste and patronage. But such was not her own opinion, and doubtless her ladyship was THPG 85 best judge. On the other side of Tyrrell sat Lady Binks, lately the beautiful Miss Bonnyrig, who during the last season had made the company at the well alternately admire, smile, and stare, by dancing the highest Highland fling, riding the wildest pony, laughing the loudest laugh at the broadest joke, and wearing the briefest petticoat of any nymph of St. Ronan's. Few knew that this wild hoydenish half-mad humor was only superinduced over her real character for the purpose of getting well married. She had fixed her eyes on Sir Bingo, and was aware of his maxim that to catch him, a girl must be, in his own phrase, bang up to everything, and that he would choose a wife for the neck-or-nothing qualities which recommend a good hunter. She made out her catch-match, and she was miserable. Her wild good humor was entirely an assumed part of her character, which was passionate, ambitious, and thoughtful delicacy. She had not knew Sir Bingo was a brute, and a fool even while she was hunting him down, but she had so far mistaken her own feelings as not to have expected that, when she became bone of his bone, she should feel so much shame and anger when she saw his folly expose him to be laughed at and plundered, or so disgusted when his brutality became intimately connected with herself. It is true he was on the whole rather an innocent monster, and between bidding and bridling, coaxing and humoring, might have been made to pad on well enough, but an unhappy boggling, which had taken place previous to the declaration of their private marriage, had so exasperated her spirits against her helpmate that modes of conciliation were the last PG 86 she was likely to adopt. Not only had the assistance of the Scottish Themis, so propitiously indulgent to the foibles of the fair, been resorted to on the occasion, but even Mars seemed ready to enter upon the tapis, if Hymen had not intervened. There was de par le monde a certain brother of the lady in office rand, as it happened on leave of absence Yuho, alighted from a hack chaise at the Fox Hotel at 11 o'clock at night, holding in his hand a slip of well-dried oak, accompanied by another gentleman who, like himself, wore a military travelling cap, and a black stock. Out of the said chaise, as was reported by the trusty Toby, was handed a small risasack and Andrew Ferrara, and a neat mahogany box 18 inches long, 3 deep, and some 6 broad. Next morning a solemn palaver, as the natives of Madagascar call their national convention, was held at an unusual hour, at which Captain MacTurk and Mr. Mowbray assisted, and the upshot was that at breakfast the company were made happy by the information that Sir Bingo had been for some weeks the happy bridegroom of their general favorite, which union concealed for family reasons. He was now at liberty to acknowledge and to fly with the wings of love, to bring his sorrowing turtle from the shades to which she had retired, till the obstacles to their mutual happiness could be removed. Now, though all this sounded very smoothly, that gawless turtle Lady Binks could never think of the tenor of the proceedings without the deepest feelings of resentment and contempt for the principal actor, Sir Bingo. Besides all these unpleasant circumstances, Sir Bingo's family had refused to countenance her wish that he SPG 87 hould bring her to his own seat, and hence a new shock to her pride, and new matter of contempt against poor Sir Bingo for being ashamed and afraid to face down the opposition of his kinsfolk, for whose displeasure, though never attending to any good advice from them, he retained a childish awe. The manners of the young lady were no less changed than was her temper, and from being much too careless and free, were become reserved, sullen, and haughty. A consciousness that many scrupled to hold intercourse with her in society rendered her disagreeably tenacious of her rank and jealous of everything that appeared like neglect. She had constituted herself mistress of Sir Bingo's purse, and unrestrained in the expenses of dress and equipage, chose, contrary to her maiden practice, to be rather rich and splendid than gay, and to command that attention by magnificence which she no longer deigned to solicit. By rendering herself either agreeable or entertaining, one secret source of her misery was the necessity of showing deference to Lady Penelope Penfeather, whose understanding she despised, and whose pretensions to consequence, to patronage, and to literature she had acuteness enough to see through and to contemn, and this dislike was the more grievous that she felt she depended a good deal on Lady Penelope's countenance, for the situation she was able to maintain, even among the not very select society of St. Ronan's Well, and that neglected by her, she must have dropped lower in the scale. Even there neither was Lady Penelope's kindness to Lady Binks extremely cordial. She partook in the ancient and ordinary dislike of single nymphs of a certain age to those WHPG 880 made splendid alliances under their very eye end. She more than suspected the secret disaffection of the lady. But the name sounded well, and the style in which Lady Binks lived was a credit to the place. So they satisfied their mutual dislike, with saying a few sharp things to each other occasionally, but all under the mask of civility. Such was Lady Binks, and yet being such her dress and her equipage and carriages, were the envy of half the misses at the well, who while she sat disfiguring with sullenness, her very lovely face, for it was as beautiful as her shape was exquisite, only thought she was proud of having carried her point, and felt herself with her large fortune and diamond bandeau, no fit company for the rest of the party. They gave way therefore with meekness to her domineering temper, though it was not the less tyrannical that in her maiden state of hoydenhood she had been to some of them an object of slight and of censure, and Lady Binks had not forgotten the offences offered to Miss Bonnyrig. But the fair sisterhood submitted to her retaliations as lieutenants endure the bullying of a rude and boisterous captain of the sea, with the secret determination to pay it home to their underlings when they shall become captains themselves. In this state of importance, yet of penance, Lady Binks occupied her place at the dinner table, alternately disconcerted by some stupid speech of her lord and master, and by some slight sarcasm from Lady Penelope, to which she longed to reply, but dared not. She looked from time to time at her neighbor Frank Tyrrell, but without addressing him, and accepted in silence the usual civilities which he PRPG 89 offered to her. She had remarked keenly his interview with Sir Bingo, and knowing by experience the manner in which her honored lord was wont to retreat from a dispute in which he was unsuccessful, as well as his genius for getting into such perplexities, she had little doubt that he had sustained from the stranger some new indignity, whom therefore she regarded with a mixture of feeling scarce, knowing whether to be pleased with him for having given pain to him, whom she hated, or angry with him for having affronted one in whose degradation her own was necessarily involved. There might be other thoughts in the whole. She regarded him with much, though with mute attention. He paid her but little in return, being almost entirely occupied in replying to the questions of the engrossing Lady Penelope Penfeather. Receiving polite, though rather evasive answers to her inquiries concerning his late avocations, her ladyship could only learn that Tyrrell had been traveling in several remote parts of Europe, and even of Asia. Baffled, but not repulsed, the lady continued her courtesy by pointing out to him as a stranger several individuals of the company, to whom she proposed introducing him as persons from whose society he might derive either profit or amusement in the midst of this sort of conversation. However, she suddenly stopped short. "Will you forgive me, Mr. Tyrrell," she said, "if I say I have been watching your thoughts for some moments, and that I have detected you all the while that I have been talking of these good folks, and that you have been making such civil replies that they might be with great propriety and utility inserted in the familiar dialogues, teaching foreigners how to EPG 90 express themselves in English upon ordinary occasions. Your mind has been entirely fixed upon that empty chair which hath remained there opposite betwixt our worthy president and Sir Bingo Binks." "I own, madam," he answered, "I was a little surprised at seeing such a distinguished seat unoccupied, while the table is rather crowded. Oh, confess more, sir, confess that to a poet a seat unoccupied, the chair of Banquo, has more charms than if it were filled, even as an alderman would fill it. What if the dark lady should glide in and occupy it? Would you have courage to stand the vision, Mr. Tyrrell? I assure you the thing is not impossible." "What is not impossible, Lady Penelope?" said Tyrrell, somewhat surprised. "Startled already, nay, then I despair of your enduring the awful interview." "What interview? Who is expected?" said Tyrrell, unable with the utmost exertion to suppress some signs of curiosity, though he suspected the whole to be merely some mystification of her ladyship. "How delighted I am," she said, "that I have found out where you are vulnerable. Expected, I say expected, no, not expected. She glides like night from land to land. She hath strange power of speech. But come, I have you at my mercy, and I will be generous and explain. We call that is among ourselves. You understand, Miss Clara Mowbray, the sister of that gentleman that sits next to Miss Parker, the dark lady, and that seat is left for her PG 91. For she was expected, no, not expected. I forget again, but it was thought possible she might honor us today when our feast was so full and piquant. Her brother is our lord of the Manorand, so they pay her that sort of civility to regard her as a visitor, and neither Lady Binks nor I think of objecting she, is a singular young person Clara Mowbray, amuses me very much. I am always rather glad to see her. She is not to come hither today, said Tyrrell. Am I so to understand your ladyship? Why, it is past her even her time, said Lady Penelope. Dinner was kept back half an hour, and our poor invalids were famishing, as you may see by the deeds they have done since. But Clara is an odd creature, and if she took it into her head to come hither at this moment, hither she would comesh, is very whimsical. Many people think her handsome, but she looks so like something from another world that she makes me always think of Matt Lewis Spectre lady. And she repeated with much cadence, there is a thing, there is a thing. I fain would have from thee. I fain would have that gay gold ring. O warrior, give it me. And then you remember his answer. This ring Lord Brooke from his daughter took, and a solemn oath he swore, that that lady my bride should be. When this crusade was o'er. You do figures as well as landscapes, I suppose, Mr. Tyrrell. You shall make a sketch for me. Slight thing for sketches. PG 92. I think show the freedom of art better than finished pieces. I dote on the first coruscations of genius flashing, like lightning from the cloud. You shall make a sketch for my boudoir, me dear sulky den at Ayr Castle, and Clara Mowbray shall sit for the ghost lady. That would be but a poor compliment to your ladyship's friend, replied Tyrrell. Friend, we don't get quite that length, though I like Clara very well. Quite sentimental cast of face. I think I saw an antique in the Louvre very like her eye. Was there in 1800 quite an antique? Count and Nancy eyes, something Hollowedcare has dug caves for them. But they are caves of the most beautiful marble arched with Jetta straight nose. And absolutely the Grecian mouth and China profusion of long straight black hair, with the whitest skin you ever saw, was white as the whitest parchment tanned, not a shade of color in her cheek, none whatever. If she would be naughty and borrow a prudent touch of complexion, she might be called beautiful, even as it is many think her. So although surely, Mr. Tyrrell, 3 colors are necessary to the female face, however we used to call her the Melpomene of the spring last season, as we called Lady Binks. Who was not then Lady Binkser Euphrosyne, did we not, did we not? What, madam, said Lady Binks in a tone something sharper than ought to have belonged to so beautiful a countenance. I am sorry I have started you out of your reverie, my love, answered Lady Penelope. I was only assuring Mr. Tyrrell that you were once Euphrosyne, though now so much under the banners of Il Penseroso. Page 93. I do not know that I have been either one or the other, answered Lady Binks. One thing I certainly am not. I am not capable of understanding your ladyship's wit and learning. Poor soul, whispered Lady Penelope to Tyrrell, we know what we are, we know not what we may be. And now, Mr. Tyrrell, I have been your Sibyl to guide you through this Elysium of ours. I think in reward I deserve a little confidence in return. If I had any to bestow which could be in the slightest degree interesting to your ladyship, answered Tyrrell. O cruel man, will not understand me, exclaimed the lady in plain words, then a peep into your portfolio just, to see what objects you have rescued from natural decay, and rendered immortal by the pencil? You do not know indeed, Mr. Tyrrell, you do not know how I dote upon your serenely silent art, second to poetry alone equal superior perhaps to music. I really have little that could possibly be worth the attention of such a judge as your ladyship, answered Tyrrell. Such trifles, as your ladyship has seen, I sometimes leave at the foot of the tree I have been sketching. As Orlando left his verses in the forest of Ardenzo, the thoughtless prodigality Mr. Winterblossom, do you hear? This we must follow Mr. Tyrrell in his walks, and glean what he leaves behind him. Her ladyship was here disconcerted by some laughter on Sir Bingo's side of the table, which she chastised by an angry glance, and then proceeded emphatically. PG 94. Mr. Tyrrell's must not Bethi's is not the way of the world, my good sir, to which even genius must stoop its flight. We must consult the engraver, though perhaps you etch as well as you draw. I should suppose so, said Mr. Winterblossom, edging, in a word, with difficulty from the freedom of Mr. Tyrrell's touch. I will not deny my having spoiled a little copper now, and then said Tyrrell, since I am charged with the crime by such good judges, but it has only been by way of experiment. Say no more, said the lady, my darling wish is accomplished. We have long desired to have the remarkable and most romantic spots of our little Arcadia Harrispots, consecrated to friendship, the fine arts, the loves, and the graces immortalized by the graver's art, faithful to its charge of fame. You shall labor on this task, Mr. Tyrrell. We will all assist with notes and illustrations. We will all contribute. Only some of us must be permitted to remain anonymous. Very favors You know, Mr. Tyrrell, must be kept secret-hand. You shall be allowed the pillage of the album some sweet things there, of Mr. Chatterless and Mr. Edgett, a gentleman of your own profession, I am sure will lend his aid. Dr. Quackleben will contribute some scientific notices and for subscription. Financially, your ladyship, I speak to order, said the writer, interrupting Lady Penelope, with a tone of impudent familiarity, which was meant doubtless for jocular ease. How am I out of order, Mr. Makeluam? Said her ladyship, drawing herself up. PG 95. I speak to order. No warrants for money can be extracted before intimation to the Committee of Management. Pray, who mentioned money, Mr. Makeluam? Said her ladyship, that wretched old pettifogger. She added in a whisper to Tyrrell, thinks of nothing else but the filthy pelf. Ye spake of subscription, my lady Wilk, is the same thing as money, differing only in respect of timeth subscription, being a contract de futuro, and having a tractus temporis in gremio. And I have kenned money honest folks in the company at the well complain of the subscriptions, as a great abuse, as obliging them either to look unlike other folk, or to gie good lawful coin for balance and picture books, and things they caredna a pinch of snuff for. Several of the company at the lower end of the table assented both by nods and murmurs of approbation, and the orator was about to proceed, when Tyrrell with difficulty procured a hearing before the debate went farther, and assured the company that her ladyship's goodness had led her into an error, that he had no work in hand worthy of their patronage, and with the deepest gratitude for Lady Penelope's goodness, had it not in his power to comply with her request, there was some tittering at her ladyship's expense, who, as the writer slyly observed, had been something ultronious in her patronage, without attempting for the moment any rally, as indeed the time which had passed since the removal of the dinner scar, PG 96c, permitted an opportunity. Lady Penelope gave the signal for the ladies' retreat, and left the gentlemen to the circulation of the bottle. Chapter Roman 7. The Teatable. While the cups, which cheer but not inebriate, wait on each kelper, it was common at the well for the fair guests, occasionally, to give tea to the company, such, at least as from their rank, and leading in the little society, might be esteemed fit to constitute themselves patronesses of an evening, and the same lady generally carried the authority. She had acquired into the ballroom, where 2 fiddles and a bass at a guinea, a night with a quantum sufficit of tallow candles, against the use of which Lady Penelope often mutinied, enabled the companito use the appropriate frazido close the evening on the light fantastic toe. On the present occasion, the lion of the hour, Mr. Francis Tyrrell, had so little answered the high-wrought expectations of Lady Penelope that she rather regretted having ever given herself any trouble about him, and particularly that of having maneuvered herself into the patronage of the Teatable for the evening to the great expenditure of souchong and Congo. Accordingly, her ladyship had no Sue PG 97 nurse summoned her own woman and her filled de chamber to make tea, with her page footman and postilion to hand it about, in which duty they were assisted by 2 richly laced and thickly powdered footmen of Lady Binks, whose liveries put to shame the more modest garb of Lady Penelope's, and even dimmed the glory of the suppressed coronet upon the buttons. Then she began to vilipend and depreciate what had been so long the object of her curiosity. This Mr. Tyrrell, she said in a tone of authoritative decision, seems, after all, a very ordinary sort of person, quite a commonplace man, who she dared say had considered his condition, in going to the old alehouse, much better than they had done for him. When they asked him to the public rooms, he had known his own place better than they did. There was nothing uncommon in his appearance or conversation, nothing at all frappant, scarce, believed he could even draw that sketch Mr. Winterblossom, indeed made a great deal of it. But then all the world knew that every scrap of engraving or drawing which Mr. Winterblossom contrived to make his own was, the instant it came into his collection, the finest thing that ever was seen. That was the way with collectors. Their geese were all swans. And your ladyship's swan has proved but a goose, my dearest Lady Pen, said Lady Binks. My swan, dearest Lady Binks, I really do not know how I have deserved the appropriation. Do not be angry, my dear Lady Penelope. I only mean that for a fortnight and more you have spoke constantly of this Mr. Tyrrell, and all dinner time you spoke to him. The Fa PG 98 company began to collect around at hearing the word dear, so often repeated in the same brief dialogue, which induced them to expect sport, and, like the vulgar on a similar occasion, to form a ring for the expected combatants. He sat betwixt us, Lady Binks, answered Lady Penelope with dignity. You had your usual headache, you know, and for the credit of the company I spoke for one. For two, if your ladyship pleases, replied Lady Binks, I mean, she added, softening the expression for yourself and me. I am sorry, said Lady Penelope. I should have spoken for one who can speak so smartly for herself, as my dear Lady Binkseye did not by any means desire to engross the conversation. I repeat it, there is a mistake about this man. I think there is, said Lady Binks in a tone which implied something more than mere assent to Lady Penelope's proposition. I doubt if he is an artist at all, said the Lady Penelope, or if he is, he must be doing things for some magazine or encyclopedia or some such matter. I doubt too if he be a professional artist, said Lady Binks. If so, he is of the very highest class, for I have seldom seen a better bred man. There are very well-bred artists, said Lady Penelope. It is the profession of a gentleman. Certainly, answered Lady Binks, but the poorer class have often to struggle with poverty and dependence in general society. They are like commercial people in presence of their customers, and that is a difficult part to sustain, and so you see them of all sorts, and reserved when they are consci PG 99 O's of merit, petulant and whimsical, by way of showing their independence, intrusive in order to appear easy, and sometimes obsequious and fawning, when they chance to be of a mean spirit. But you seldom see them quite at their ease, and therefore I hold this Mr. Tyrrell to be either an artist of the first class, raised completely above the necessity and degradation of patronage, or else to be no professional artist at all. Lady Penelope looked at Lady Binks with much such a regard as Balaam may have cast upon his ass when he discovered the animal's capacity for holding an argument with him. She muttered to herself, Mon ein parle et meme il parle bien. But declining the altercation which Lady Binks seemed disposed to enter into, she replied, with good humor, well, dearest Rachel, we will not pull caps about this man. I think your good opinion of him gives him new value in my eyes. That is always the way with us, my good friend. We may confess it, when there are none of these conceited male wretches among us. We will know what he really is, shall not wear fernseed, and walk among us invisible. Thus what say you, Maria? Indeed I say, dear Lady Penelope, answered Miss Digges, whose ready chatter we have already introduced to the reader, he is a very handsome man, though his nose is too big, and his mouth too wide, but his teeth are like purland. He has such ice, especially when your ladyship spoke to him. I don't think you looked at his eyes, they are quite deep and dark and full of glow, like what you read to us in the letter from that lady, about Robert Burns, PG 100. Upon my word, miss, you come on finely, said Lady Penelope. One had need take care what they read or talk about before you. I see come, Jones, have mercy upon us, but an end to that symphony of tinkling cups and saucers, and let the first act of the Teetable begin, if you please. Does her ladyship mean the grace, said honest Mrs. Blower, for the first time admitted into this worshipful society, and busily employed in arranging an Indian handkerchief that might have made a mainsail for one of her husband's smuggling luggers, which she spread carefully on her knee to prevent damage to a flowered black silk gown from the repast of tea and cake to which she proposed to do due honor. Does her ladyship mean the grace? I see the minister is just coming in. Her ladyship waits till ye say a blessing, and ye please, sir. Mr. Winterblossom, who toddled after the chaplain, his toe having given him an alert hint to quit the dining table, though he saw every feature in the poor woman's face, swollen with desire to procure information concerning the ways and customs of the place, passed on the other side of the way, regardless of her agony of curiosity. A moment after, she was relieved by the entrance of Dr. Quacklebin, whose maxim being that one patient was as well worth attention as another, and who knew by experience that the honoraria of a godly wife of the bowhead were as apt to be forthcoming, if not more so. As my Lady Penelope's, he e'en sat himself quietly down by Mrs. Blower, and proceeded with the utmost kindness to inquire after PG 101 her health, and to hope she had not forgotten taking a tablespoonful of spirits burnt to a residuum, in order to qualify the crudities. Indeed, doctor, said the honest woman, I loot the brandy burn, as lang as I doubt look at the gude creature wasting itsel that gaten. Then, when I was fain to put it out for very thrift, I did take a thimbleful of it, although it is not the thing I am used to, Dr. Quacklebin, and I winna say, but that it did me good. Unquestionably, madam, said the doctor, I am no friend to the use of alcohol in general, but there are particular cases. Mrs. Blower, my venerated instructor, one of the greatest men in our profession that ever lived, took a wineglassful of old rum mixed with sugar every day after his dinner. I dear heart, he would be a comfortable doctor, that, said Mrs. Blower, he wad maybe ken something of my case. Is he leavin', think ye, sir? Dead for many years, madam, said Dr. Quacklebin, and there are but few of his pupils that can fill his place, I assure ye. If I could be thought an exception, it is only because I was a favorite blessings on the old red cloak of him it, covered more of the healing science than the gowns of a whole modern university. There is ane, sir, said Mrs. Blower, that has been muckle recommended about Edinburgh MacGregor. I think they ca him folk come far and near to see him. IP 102, know whom you mean, mamma, clever mano, denying eat a clever man, but there are certain cases, for example, and I think that of many that come to drink this water which, I cannot say, I think he perfectly understands just ivory, hasty and rapid now, I. Give the disease its own way at first, then watch it. Mrs. Blower watched the turn of the tide. I troth that's true, responded the widow John Blower, was I watching turn of tide, pure man. Then he is a starving doctor. Mrs. Blower reduces diseases, as soldiers do towns be famine, not considering that the friendly inhabitants suffer as much as the hostile garrison ahem. Here he gave an important and emphatic cough, and then proceeded. I am no friend either to excess or to violent stimulus. Mrs. Blower, but nature must be supported a generous diet, cordials, judiciously thrown in note, without the advice of a medical man, that is my opinion. Mrs. Blower, to speak as a friend, others may starve their patients if they have a mind. It wadna do for me, the starving Dr. Keekerbin, said the alarmed relictant. Wadna do? For me at agest I can do to wear through the day with the sma supports that nature requires not a soul to look after me, doctor. Since John Blower was teen, oh, thank ye kindly, sir, to the servant who handed the tea, thank ye, my bonny man, to the page who served the cake, now dinna. Ye think, doctor, in a low and confidential voice, that her ladyship's tea is rather of the weaklest waiter, bewitched, I think, and Mrs. Jones, as they ca her, has cut the seed cake very thin, PG 103. It is the fashion, Mrs. Blower, answered Dr. Quacklebin, and her ladyship's tea is excellent, but your taste is a little chilled, which is not uncommon at the first use of the waters. So that you are not sensible of the flavor we must support the system rainforce. The digestive powers, give me leave, you are a stranger, Mrs. Blower. And we must take care of you. I have an elixir, which will put that matter to rights in a moment. So saying, Dr. Quacklebin pulled from his pocket a small portable case of medicines. Catch me, without my toolsh, said, here, I have the real useful pharmacopoeiath, rest is all humbug and hard names. Thy's little case with a fortnight or month spring, and fall at St. Ronan's well, and no one will die till his day come. Thus boasting, the doctor drew from his case a large vial or small flask full of a high-colored liquid, of which he mixed 3 teaspoonfuls in Mrs. Blower's cup, who immediately afterwards allowed that the flavor was improved beyond all belief, and that it was vera comfortable and restorative indeed. Will it not do good to my complaints, doctor? Said Mr. Winterblossom, who had strolled towards them, and held out his cup to the physician. I by no means recommend it, Mr. Winterblossom, said Dr. Quacklebin, shutting up his case with great coolness. Your case is dematis, and you treat it your own way. You are as good a physician as I am, and I never interfere with another practitioner's patient. Well, doctor, said Winterblows, PG 104, Soame, I must wait till Sir Bingo comes in. He has a hunting flask usually about him, which contains as good medicine as yours to the full. You will wait for Sir Bingo some time, said the doctor. He is a gentleman of sedentary habits, has ordered another magnum. Sir Bingo is an unco name for a man o' quality, dinna? Ye think Sae Dr. Cocklahan, said Mrs. Blower. John Blower, when he was a wee bit in the wind's eye, as he cad it pure foul woost to sing a sang about a dog they cad Bingo, that sulled hay belanged to a farmer. Our Bingo is but a puppy, yet madammer if a dog, he is a sad dog, said Mr. Winterblossom, applauding his own wit by one of his own inimitable smiles. Or a mad dog, rather, said Mr. Chatterley, for he drinks no water, and he also smiled gracefully at the thoughts of having trumped as it were the president's pun. Twa pleasant men, doctor, said the widow, and so is Sir Bungie too, for that matter. But oh, is nay it a pity he should bide Sae, lang by the bottle. It was pure John Blower's faut too, that weary tippling, when he wan to the lee side of a bowl of punch, there was nay raising him, but they are taking awa the things. And doctor, is it not an awful thing that the creature comforts should hae been used without grace, or thanks? Diving that Mr. Chitterling, if he really be a minister, has muckle to answer for that he neglects his master's service. Why, madam, said the doctor, Mr. Chatterley is scarce arrived at the rank of a minister plenipotentiary. PG 105. A minister potentiary a doctor I doubt that is some jest of yours, said the widow that's SAE like pure John Blower. When I wad hay, had him jye up the lovely Peggy ship, and cargo. The vessel was named after me Dr. Kittleben to be remembered in the prayers. Oh the congregation he wad say to me, they may pray that stand the risk Peggy Bryce for I've made insurance he was a merry man doctor. But he had the root of the matter in him for his light way of speaking as deep as ony skipper, that ever loosed anchor from Leith roads. I hae been a forsaken creature since his death the weary days, and nights that I have had in the wait on the spirits doctor though, I canna say I hae been easier since I hae been at the wall, than even know if I kenned what I was awing ye for a lickster doctor, for it's done me muckle heart's good forby, the opening of my mind to you. Fie, mom, said the doctor, as the widow pulled out a sealskin pouch, such as sailors carry tobacco in, but apparently well stuffed with banknotes. Fie, madam, I am no apothecary. I have my diploma from Ladina regular physician. Madam the elixir is heartily at your service. And should you want any advice, no man will be prouder to assist you than your humble servant. I am sure I am muckle obliged to your kindness, Dr. Kicklepin, said the widow, folding up her pouch. This was pure John Blower's spluchin, as they ca in wear it for his sake he was a kind man, and left me comfortable in world's gudes. But comforts hay their cumberstow be a lone woman, is a sair weird Dr. Kittlepin. PG 106. Dr. Quackleben drew his chair a little nearer that of the widow, and entered into a closer communication with her, in a tone doubtless of more delicate consolation than was fit for the ears of the company at large. One of the chief delights of a watering place is that everyone's affairs seem to be put under the special surveillance of the whole company, so that in all probability the various flirtations, liaisons, and so forth, which naturally take place in the society, are not only the subject of amusement to the parties engaged, but also to the lookers on, that is to say, generally speaking, to the whole community, of which for the time the said parties are members. Lady Penelope, the presiding goddess of the region watchful over all her circle, was not long of observing that the doctor seemed to be suddenly engaged in close communication with the widow, and that he had even ventured to take hold of her fair plump hand with a manner which partook at once of the gallant suitor and of the medical adviser. For the love of heaven, said her ladyship, who can that comely dame be on whom our excellent and learned doctor looks with such uncommon regard? Fat, fair, and 40, said Mr. Winterblossom, that is all I know of Hera mercantile person. A carrick, Sir President, said the chaplain, richly laden with colonial produce. By name, the lovely Peggy Brycenow Masterth, late John Blower of North Leith, having pushed off his boat for the Stygian Creek, and left the vessel without a hand on board. PG 107. The doctor said, Lady Penelope, turning her glass towards them, seems willing to play the part of pilot. I dare say he will be willing to change her name and register, said Mr. Chatterley. He can be no less in common requital, said Winterblossom. She has changed his name 6 times in the 5 minutes that I stood within hearing of them. What do you think of the matter, my dear Lady Binks, said Lady Penelope. Madam, said Lady Binks, starting from a reverie, and answering as one who either had not heard or did not understand the question. I mean, what think you of what is going on yonder? Lady Binks turned her glass in the direction of Lady Penelope's glance, fixed the widow and the doctor with one bold, fashionable stare, and then dropping her hand, slowly said, with indifference, I really see nothing there worth thinking about. I dare say it is a fine thing to be married, said Lady Penelope. One's thoughts, I suppose, are so much engrossed with one's own perfect happiness, that they have neither time nor inclination to laugh like other folks. Miss Rachel Bonnerig would have laughed till her eyes ran over had she seen what Lady Binks cares so little about. I dare say it must be an all-sufficient happiness to be married. He would be a happy man that could convince your ladyship of that, in good earnest, said Mr. Winterblossom. Oh, who knows, whim may strike me, replied the lady, but non unknown, that is 3 times. PG 108. Say it 16 times more, said the gallant president, and let 19 naysays be a grant. If I should say 1,000 no's, there exists not the alchemy in living man that could extract one yes out of the whole mass, said her ladyship. Blessed be the memory of Queen Beshye, set us all an example to keep power when we have it. What noise is that? Only the usual after-dinner quarrel, said the divine. I hear the captain's voice, else most silent, commanding them to keep peace in the devil's name, and that of the ladies. Upon my word, dearest Lady Binks, this is too bad of that lord and master of yours, and of Mowbray who might have more sense, and of the rest of that claret drinking, set to be quarreling and alarming our nerves every evening, with presenting their pistols perpetually at each other like sportsmen confined to the house. Upon a rainy 12th of August, I am tired of the peacemaker, but skins the business over in one case to have it break out elsewhere. What think you, love, if we were to give out in orders that the next quarrel which may arise shall be bona fide fought to an end? We will all go out and see it, and wear the colors on each side. And if there should a funeral come of it, we will attend it in a body. Weeds are so becoming, are they not, my dear Lady Binks? Look at Widow Blower in her deep black dunt. You envy her, my love. Lady Binks seemed about to make a sharp and hasty answer, but checked herself perhaps under the recollection that she could not prudently come to an open breach with Lady Penelope at the saw PG 109 me moment. The door opened, and a lady dressed in a riding habit, and wearing a black veil over her hat, appeared at the entry of the apartment. Angels and ministers of grace, exclaimed Lady Penelope, with her very best tragic start. Me dearest Clara, why so late? And why thus? Will you step to my dressing-room, Jones? Will get you one of my gowns. We are just of a size, you know. Do pray let me be vain of something of my own for once by seeing you wear it. This was spoken in the tone of the fondest female friendship, and at the same time the fair hostess bestowed on Miss Mowbray one of those tender caresses which ladies, God bless them, sometimes bestow on each other with unnecessary prodigality, to the great discontent and envy of the male spectators. You are fluttered, my dearest Claire, you are feverish, I am sure you are, continued the sweetly anxious Lady Penelope. Let me persuade you to lie down. Indeed, you are mistaken, Lady Penelope, said Miss Mowbray, who seemed to receive much as a matter of course her ladyship's profusion of affectionate politeness. I am heated, and my pony trotted hard. That is the whole mystery. Let me have a cup of tea, Mrs. Jones, and the matter is ended. Fresh tea, Jones, directly, said Lady Penelope, and led her passive friend to her own corner, as she was pleased to call the recess, in which she held her little court ladies and gentlemen, curtsying and bowing, as she passed, to which civilities the new guest made no more return than the most ordinary politeness, rendered unavoidable. Lady BPG 110 Inks did not rise to receive her, but sat upright in her chair, and bent her head very stiffly, a courtesy, which Miss Mowbray returned in the same stately manner, without farther greeting on either side. Now wha can that be, doctor, said the widow Blowermind, ye have promised to tell me all about the grand folkwa. Can that be that Letty Penelope Hodds, such a racket wyand? What for does she come? Why, a habit, and a beaver hat, when we are a glance at her own gown, in our silks and satins. To tell you who she is, my dear Mrs. Blower, is very easy, said the officious doctor. She is Miss Clara Mowbray's sister, to the lord of the manor, the gentleman, who wears the green coat with an arrow on the cape. To tell why she wears that habit, or does anything else, would be rather beyond doctor's skill. Truth is, I have always thought she was a very little touched, call it nervous hypochondriac or what you will. Lord help us, pure thing, said the compassionate widow, and troth it looks like it. But it's a shame to let her go loose, doctor, she might hurt hersel or somebody. See, she has teen the knifeo, it's only to cut a shave of the diet loaf. She winna let the powder monkey of a boy help her, there's judgment in that. Though, doctor, for she can cut thick or thin as she likes, dear me, she has not taken mair than a crumb than ane would pit between the wires of a canary bird's cage. After all, I wish she would lift up that lang veil, or put off that ridding skirt, doctor. She should really be showed the regulations, Dr. Kickleshin. She care PG 111's about no rules we can make, Mrs. Blower, said the doctor, and her brothers will, and pleasure, and Lady Penelope's whim of indulging her, carry her through, in everything they should take advice on her case. I truly, it's time to take advice when young creatures like her caper in amang, dressed leddies, just as if they were come from scampering on Leith sand, such a wark, as my Letty makes. Why, her doctor, ye would think they were baith fools of a feather. They might have flown on one wing for what I know, said Dr. Quacklebin, but there was early and sound advice taken in Lady Penelope's case. My friend, the late Earl of Featherhead, was a man of judgment, did little in his family, but by rule of medicine, that what with the waters, and what with my own care, Lady Penelope, is only freakish fanciful, that's allant her quality bears it, out peccant principle, might have broken out under other treatment. Aish has been weel-friended, said the widow, but this Bairn Mowbray, pure thing, how came she to be sae left to hersel? Her mother was dead, her father thought of nothing, but his sport, said the doctor. Her brother was educated in England, and cared for nobody but himself. If he had been here, what education she got was, at her own hand, what reading she read was in a library full of old Roman cess what friends or company she had was what chance sent her than no family physician, not even a good surgeon within 10 miles, and so you cannot wonder if the poor thing became unsettled. Pure thing PG 112. No doctorner, even a surgeon but doctor, said the widow maybe, the pure thing had the enjoyment of her health ye ken, and then. Ah ha ha he then, madam, she needed a physician far more than if she had been delicate a skillful physician. Mrs. Blower knows how to bring down that robust health which is a very alarming state of the frame. When it is considered secundum artem, most sudden deaths happen, when people are in a robust state of health. Ah, that state of perfect health is what the doctor dreads most on behalf of his patient. I, doctor, I am quite sensible, nae doubt, said the widow of the great advantage of having a skilful person about ane. Hear the doctor's voice in his earnestness, to convince Mrs. Blower of the danger of supposing herself capable of living and breathing, without a medical man's permission, sunk into a soft pleading tone, of which our reporter could not catch the sound he was as great orators, will sometimes be inaudible in the gallery. Meanwhile Lady Penelope overwhelmed Clara Mowbray with her caresses. In what degree her ladyship at her heart loved this young person might be difficult to ascertain, probably in the degree in which a child loves a favorite toy. But Clara was a toy, not always to become by as whimsical in her way as her ladyship in her own, only that poor Clara's singularities were real, and her ladyship's chiefly affected, without adopting the harshness of the doctor's conclusions. Concerning the former, she was certainly unequal in her spirits, and her occasional fits of levity were checkered by very long intervals of sadness. Her levity, Al PG 113, so appeared in the world's eye greater than it really was, for she had never been under the restraint of society, which was really good, and entertained an undue contempt for that which she sometimes mingled with, having unhappily none to teach her the important truth that some forms and restraints are to be observed less in respect to others than to ourselves. Her dress, her manners, and her ideas were therefore very much her own, and though they became her wonderfully, yet like Ophelia's garlands and wild snatches of melody, they were calculated to excite compassion and melancholy, even while they amused the observer. And why came you not to dinner? We expected your throne was prepared. I had scarce come to tea, said Miss Mowbray, of my own free will, but my brother says your ladyship proposes to come to Shaw's Castle, and he insisted it was quite right and necessary to confirm you in so flattering a purpose that I should come and say, pray do, Lady Penelope, and so now here am I to say, pray do come. Is an invitation so flattering limited to me alone? My dear Clara, Lady Binks will be jealous. Bring Lady Binks if she has the condescension to honor USA Beau, was very stiffly exchanged between the latest Spring Mr. Springblossom Winterblossom and all the lions and lionesses. We have room for the whole collection. My brother, I suppose, will bring his own particular regiment of bears, which with the usual assortment of monkeys seen in all caravans, will complete the menagerie. How you are to be entertained at Shaw's Castle is, I thank heaven, not my business but John's. PG 114. We shall want no formal entertainment, my love, said Lady Penelope. A dejeuner et la fortitude? No, Clara, you would die of doing the honors of a formal dinner. Not a bit. I should live long enough to make my will, and bequeath all large parties to old Nick, who invented them. Miss Mowbray, said Lady Binks, who had been thwarted by this free-spoken young lady, both in her former character of a coquette and romp, and in that of a prude which she at present wore. Miss Mowbray declares for champagne and a chicken at last. The chicken without the champagne, if you please, said Miss Mowbray. I have known ladies pay dear to have champagne on the board. By the by, Lady Penelope, you have not your collection in the same order and discipline as Pidcock and Polito. There was much growling and snarling in the lower den when I passed it. It was feeding time, my love, said Lady Penelope, and the lower animals of every class become pugnacious at that hour. You see, all our safer and well-conditioned animals are loose and in good order. Oh yes, in the keeper's presence, you know well, I must venture to cross the hall again. Among all that growling and grumbling, I would I had the fairy prince's quarters of mutton to toss among them, if they should break out. He, I mean, who fetched water from the fountain of lions. However, on second thoughts, I will take the back way, and avoid them. What says honest Bottom? PG 115. For if they should as lions come in strife into such place, twere pity of their life. Shall I go with you, my dear, said Lady Penelope. No, I have too great a soul for that. I think some of them are lions only as far as the hide is concerned. But why would you go so soon, Clara? Because my errand is finished at Have, I not invited you and yours, and would not Lord Chesterfield himself allow? I have done the polite thing. But you have spoke to none of the company how? Can you be so odd, my love, said her ladyship. Why I spoke to them all when I spoke to you, and Lady Binks, but I am a good girl, and will do as I am bid. So saying, she looked round the company, and addressed each of them with an affectation of interest and politeness, which thinly concealed scorn and contempt. Mr. Winterblossom, I hope the gout is better. Mr. Robert Rymer, I have escaped calling him Thomas, for once I hope the public give encouragement to the muses. Mr. Keelavine, I trust your pencil is busy. Mr. Chatterley, I have no doubt your flock improves. Dr. Quacklibin, I am sure your patients recover. These are all the especials of the worthy company. I know for the rest health to the sick and pleasure to the healthy. You are not going in reality, my love, said Lady Penelope. These hasty rides agitate your nervous. They do indeed. You should be cautious. Shall I speak to Quacklibin? To neither quack nor quackle on my account, my dear LPG 116. A die it is not as you would seem to say by your winking at Lady Binksit. Is not indeed I shall be no Lady Clementina, to be the wonder and pity of the spring of St. Ronan's. No Ophelia neither though. I will say with her good night, ladies, good night, sweet Ladysand. No, not my coach, but my horse, my horse. So saying, she tripped out of the room by a side passage, leaving the ladies looking at each other significantly, and shaking their heads with an expression of much import. Something has ruffled the poor unhappy girl, said Lady Penelope. I never saw her so very odd before. Were I to speak my mind, said Lady Binks, I think, as Mrs. Highmore says in the farce, her madness is but a poor excuse for her impertinence. Oh fie, my sweet Lady Binks, said Lady Penelope, spare my poor favourite, you surely of all others should forgive the excesses of an amiable eccentricity of temper. Forgive me, my love. But I must defend an absent friend. My Lady Binks, I am very sure, is too generous and candid to hate for arts which caused herself to rise. Not being conscious of any high elevation, my lady, answered Lady Binks, I do not know any arts I have been under the necessity of practicing to attain it. I suppose a Scotch lady of an ancient family may become the wife of an English baronet, and no very extraordinary great cause to wonder at it. No, surely, but people in this world, will you no wonder at nothing, answered Lady Penelope. PG 117. If you envy me, my poor quiz, Sir Bingo, I'll get you a better Lady Pen. I don't doubt your talents, my dear, but when I want one, I will get one for myself. But here comes the WHPG 118 old party of quizzes. Jolliffe, offer the gentlemen tea, then get the floor ready for the dancers, and set the cartables in the next room. Chapter Roman 8. After dinner. They draw the cork, they broach the barrel. And first they kiss, and then they quarrel. Prior. If the reader has attended much to the manners of the canine race, he may have remarked the very different manner in which the individuals of the different sexes carry on their quarrels among each other. The females are testy, petulant, and very apt to indulge their impatient dislike of each other's presence, or the spirit of rivalry which it produces in a sudden bark and snap, which last is generally made as much at advantage as possible. But these ebullitions of peevishness lead to no very serious or prosecuted conflict. The affair begins and ends in a moment. Not so the ire of the male dogs, which once produced and excited by growls of mutual offense and defiance, leads generally to a fierce and obstinate contest, in which if the parties be dogs of game and well-matched, they grapple, throttle, tear, roll each other in the kennel, and can only be separated by choking them with their own collars, till they lose wind and hold at the same time, or by surprising them out of their wrath, by sousing them with cold water. PG 119. The simile, though a currish one, will hold good in its application to the human race. While the ladies in the terem of the Fox Hotel were engaged in the light snappish velutation, or skirmish, which we have described, the gentlemen who remained in the parlor were more than once like to have quarrelled more seriously. We have mentioned the weighty reasons which induced Mr. Mowbray to look upon the stranger, whom a general invitation had brought into their society, with unfavorable prepossessions, and these were far from being abated by the demeanor of Tyrrell, which, though perfectly well-bred, indicated a sense of equality, which the young Laird of St. Ronan's considered as extremely presumptuous. As for Sir Bingo, he already began to nourish the genuine hatred, always entertained by a mean spirit against an antagonist, before whom it is conscious of having made a dishonorable retreat. He forgot not the manner, look, and tone with which Tyrrell had checked his unauthorized intrusion, and though he had sunk beneath it at the moment, the recollection rankled in his heart, as an affront to be avenged, as he drank his wine courage. The want of which was in his more sober moments a check upon his bad temper, began to inflame his malignity, and he ventured upon several occasions to show his spleen, by contradicting Tyrrell more flatly than good manners permitted upon so short an acquaintance. And without any provocation Tyrrell saw his ill humor, and despised it as that of an overgrown schoolboy, whom it was not worth his while to answer according to his folly. One of the apparent causes of the baronet's rude PG 120-ness was indeed childish enough. The company were talking of shooting, the most animating topic of conversation among Scottish country gentlemen of the younger class, and Tyrrell had mentioned something of a favorite setter, an uncommonly handsome dog, from which he had been for some time separated, but which he expected would rejoin him in the course of next week. A setter, retorted Sir Bingo, with a sneer. A pointer, I suppose you mean. No, sir, said Tyrrell, I am perfectly aware of the difference betwixt a setter and a pointer, and I know the old-fashioned setter is become unfashionable among modern sportsmen. But I love my dog as a companion as well as for his merits in the field, and a setter is more sagacious, more attached, and fitter for his place on the hearthrug than a pointer, not, he added, from any deficiency of intellects on the pointer's part. But he is generally so abused, while in the management of brutal breakers and grooms, that he loses, all excepting his professional accomplishments of finding and standing steady to game. And who the DL desires, he should have more, said Sir Bingo. Many people, Sir Bingo, replied Tyrrell, have been of opinion that both dogs and men may follow sport indifferently well, though they do happen at the same time to be fit for mixing in friendly intercourse in society. That is for licking trenchers and scratching copper, I suppose, said the baronet sotto voce, and added in a louder and more distinct tone, he never before heard that a setter was fit to follow any man's heels but a poacher's. PG 121. You know it now then, Sir Bingo, answered Tyrrell, and I hope you will not fall into so great a mistake again. The peacemaker here seemed to think his interference necessary, and surmounting his taciturnity, made the following pithy speech by Cot. And do you see, as you are looking for my opinion, I think there is no dispute in the matter, because by Cot it occurs to me, Dicey, that ye are both right. By Cot it may do fury well for my excellent friend Sir Bingo, who hath stables and kennels, and what not to maintain the 6 filthy brutes that are yelping and yowling all the day, and all the night too under my window. By Cot, and if they are yelping and yowling there may I never die. But I wish they were yelping and yowling somewhere else. But then there is many a man who may be as coot a gentleman at the bottom as my worthy friend Sir Bingo, though it may be that he is poor, and if he is poor, and as if it might be my own case, or that of this honest gentleman Mr. Teely's, that a reason or a law that he is not to keep a prude of a tog to help him to take his sports and his pleasures, and if he has not a stable or a kennel to put the cratcher into, must he not keep it in his pit of bedroom, or upon his parlor hearth, seeing that lucky Dodds would make the kitchen too hot for the paste stand. So, if Mr. Tyrrell finds a setter more fitter for his purpose than a pointer, by Cot, I know no law against it, else may I never die the black death. If this oration appear rather long for the occasion, the reader must recollect that Captain MacTurk had in all probability the trouble of translating it from the paraphrastic language of Ossian, in which it was originally conceived in his own mind. PG 122. The man of law replied to the man of peace, Ye are mistaken for ants in your life, captain, for there is a law against setters, and I will undertake to prove them to be the lying dogs which are mentioned in the Auld Scots statute, and which all and sundry are discharged to keep under a penalty of. Here the captain broke in with a very solemn mien and dignified manner. By Cot, Master Macluam, and I shall be asking what you mean by talking to me of being mistaken, and about lying togs, sir, because I would have you to know, and to believe, and to very well consider that I never was mistaken in my life, sir, unless it was when I took you for a gentleman. No offense, captain, said Mr. Macluam, dinna break the wand of peace, man, you that should be the first to keep it. He is, as cankered, continued the man of law apart to his patron, as an old Hieland terrier that snaps at whatever comes near it. But I tell you, I think St. Ronan's, and that is on soul and conscience, that I believe this is the very lad Tyrrell that I raised a summons against before the Justiciam, and another hempy in your father's time for shooting on the Springwell-head muirs. The devil you did, Mick, replied the lord of the manor, also aside. Well, I am obliged to you for giving me some reason for the ill thoughts I had of him. I knew he was some trumpery scamp. Blow him by Wishstafish hod your tongue St. Ronan skeep a calm so at sea? I intended the process by your worthy father's desire, before the quar PG 123 sessions, but I ken na the auld sheriff clerk, stood the lad's friend and some of the justices thought it was but a mistake of the marches, and SAE we couldn't get a judgment and your father was very ill of the gout, and I was feared to vex him. And so I was fain to let the process sleep for fear they had been a soilseed SAE. Ye had better gang cautiously to Wark St. Ronan's, for though they were summoned, they were not convict. Could you not take up the action again, said Mr. Mowbray. Hewit's been prescribed sacks or seven your sign. It is a great shame, St. Ronan's, that the game laws wilk are the very best protection that is left to country gentlemen against the encroachment of their inferiors. Rin SAE short, a course of prescription a poacher may just jinky back and forward like a flea in a blanket. Why pardon hap ye out of I county and into another at their pleasure like piet sand. Unless ye get your thumbnail on them in the very nick o' time, ye may dine on a dish of prescription and sup upon an absolvator. It is a shame, indeed, said Mowbray, turning from his confidant and agent, and addressing himself to the company in general, yet not without a peculiar look directed to Tyrrell. What is a shame, sir, said Tyrrell, conceiving that the observation was particularly addressed to him. That we should have so many poachers upon our muirs, sir, answered St. Ronan's. I sometimes regret having countenanced the well here, when I think how many guns it has brought on my property every season. PG 124. Hout fi hout awa St. Ronan, said his man of law, no countenance the vol, what would the countryside be without it? I would be glad to ken it's the greatest improvement that has been made on this country since the year 45. It's no the vol that's to blame for the poaching and delinquencies on the game. We maun to the Alltown for the half of that kind of cattle. Our rules at the vol are clear and express against trespassers on the game. I can't think, said the squire, what made my father sell the property of the old change house yonder to the hag that keeps it open out of spite, I think, and to harbor poachers and vagabonds. I cannot conceive what made him do so foolish a thing. Probably because your father wanted money, sir, said Tyrrell dryly, and my worthy landlady, Mrs. Dodds, had got some. I presume, sir, that I lodge there. Oh, sir, replied Mowbray in a tone betwixt scorn and civility, you cannot suppose the present company is alluded to. I only presume to mention, as a fact, that we have been annoyed with unqualified people, shooting on our grounds without either liberty or license, and I hope to have her sign taken down for it. That is all. There was the same plague in my father's days, I think, Mick. But Mr. Makluam, who did not like Tyrrell's look so well as to induce him to become approver on the occasion, replied with an inarticulate grunt, addressed to the company, and a private admonition to his patron's own ear to let sleeping dogs lie. PG 125. I can scarce forbear the fellow, said St. Ronan's, and yet I cannot well tell where my dislike to him, least but it would be DD folly to turn out with him for nothing, and so, honest Mick, I will be as quiet as I can. And that you may be so, said Makluam, I think you had best take no more wine. I think so too, said the squire, for each glass I drink in his company gives me the heartburn. Yet the man is not different from other rafts, either, but there is a something about him intolerable to me. So saying, he pushed back his chair from the table. Andrigas ad exemplar after the pattern of the laird, all the company arose. Sir Bingo got up with reluctance, which he testified by 2 or 3 deep growls, as he followed the rest of the company into the outer apartment, which served as an entrance hall, and divided the dinning parlor from the terrum, as it was called here, while the party were assuming their hats for the purpose of joining the ladies' society, which old-fashioned folk used only to take up for that of going into the open-air. Tyrrell asked a smart footman, who stood near, to hand him the hat which lay on the table beyond. Call your own servant, sir, answered the fellow, with the true insolence of a pampered menial. Your master, answered Tyrrell, ought to have taught you good manners, my friend, before bringing you here. Sir Bingo Binks is my master, said the fellow in the same insolent tone as before. Now for it, Bingy, said Mowbray, who was aware that the baronet's pot courage had arrived at fighting pitch. PG 126. Yes, said Sir Bingo aloud, and more articulately than usual, the fellow is my servant. What has anyone to say to it? I at least have my mouth stopped, answered Tyrrell, with perfect composure. I should have been surprised to have found Sir Bingo's servant better bred than himself. What do I mean by that, sir, said Sir Bingo, coming up in an offensive attitude, for he was no mean pupil of the Fives Court. What do I mean by that, DN? you Sir ill serve you out before you can say dumpling. And I Sir Bingo, unless you presently lay aside that look and manner, will knock you down before you can cry help. The visitor held in his hand a slip of oak, with which he gave a flourish that, however slight, intimated some acquaintance with the noble art of single-stick. From this demonstration, Sir Bingo thought it prudent somewhat to recoil, though backed by a party of friends, who in their zeal for his honor would rather have seen his bones broken in conflict, bold than his honor injured by a discreditable retreat. And Tyrrell seemed to have some inclination to indulge them, but at the very instant when his hand was raised with a motion of no doubtful import, a whispering voice close to his ear pronounced the emphatic words, "Are you a man?" Not the thrilling tone with which our inimitable Siddons used to electrify the scene, when she uttered the same whisper, ever had a more powerful effect upon an auditor than had these unexpected sounds on him. PG 127, to whom they were now addressed, Tyrrell, forgot everything his quarreled circumstances in which he was placed the company. The crowd was to him at once annihilated, and life seemed to have no other object than to follow the person who had spoken. But suddenly, as he turned, the disappearance of the monitor was at least equally so, for amid the group of commonplace countenances by which he was surrounded, there was none which assorted to the tone and words which possessed such a power over him. "Make way," he said to those who surrounded him, and it was in the tone of one who was prepared, if necessary, to make way for himself. Mr. Mowbray of St. Ronan's stepped forward. "Come, sir," said he, "this will not do. You have come here a stranger among us to assume airs and dignities, which by GD would become a duke, or a prince. We must know who or what you are before we permit you to carry your high tone any farther." This address seemed at once to arrest Tyrrell's anger, and his impatience to leave the company. He turned to Mowbray, collected his thoughts for an instant, and then answered him thus: "Mr. Mowbray, I seek no quarrel with any one here. With you in particular, I am most unwilling to have any disagreement. I came here by invitation, not certainly expecting much pleasure, but at the same time supposing myself secure from incivility. In the last point, I find myself mistaken, and therefore wish the company good night. I must also make my adieus to the ladies." So saying, he walked several steps, yet as it seemed, rather irresolutely towards the door of the cardroom in PG 128 D. Then, to the increased surprise of the company, stopped suddenly, and muttering something about the unfitness of the time, turned on his heel, and bowing haughtily as there was way made for him, walked in the opposite direction, towards the door which led to the outer hall. "DME, Sir Bingo, will you let him off?" said Mowbray, who seemed to delight in pushing his friend into new scrapes. "To him, Manto him shows the white feather." Sir Bingo, thus encouraged, planted himself with a look of defiance exactly between Tyrrell and the door, upon which the retreating guest, bestowing on him, most emphatically, the epithet fool, seized him by the collar, and flung him out of his way with some violence. "I am to be found at the old town of St. Ronan's, by whomsoever has any concern with me." Without waiting the issue of this aggression, farther than to utter these words, Tyrrell left the hotel. He stopped in the courtyard, however, with the air of one uncertain whither he intended to go, and who was desirous to ask some question, which seemed to die upon his tongue. At length his eye fell upon a groom, who stood not far from the door of the inn, holding in his hand a handsome pony with a side saddle. "Who's," said Tyrrell, but the rest of the question he seemed unable to utter. The man, however, replied, as if he had heard the whole interrogation: "Miss Mowbray, sir, of St. Ronan's, leaves directly, and so I am walking the pony. A clever thing, sir, for a lady. She returns to Shaw's Castle by the Buckstane Road." "I sue PG 129 Pose, so, sir," said the groom, "it is the nighest, and Miss Clara cares little for rough road zounds. She can spank it over wet and dry." Tyrrell turned away from the man, and hastily left the hotel, not, however, by the road which led to the Alltown, but by a footpath among the natural copsewood, which, following the course of the brook, intersected the usual horse road, to Shaw's Castle, the seat of Mr. Mowbray, at a romantic spot called the Buckstane. In a small peninsula formed by a winding of the brook, was situated on a rising hillock a large rough-hewn pillar of stone, said by tradition to commemorate the fall of a stag of unusual speed, size, and strength, whose flight, after having lasted through a whole summer's day, had there terminated in death, to the honor and glory of some ancient baron of St. Ronan's, and of his staunch hounds. During the periodical cuttings of the copse, which the necessities of the family of St. Ronan's brought round more frequently than Ponty would have recommended, some oaks had been spared in the neighborhood of this massive obelisk, old enough perhaps to have heard the whoop and halloo which followed the fall of the stag, and to have witnessed the raising of the rude monument by which that great event was commemorated. These trees, with their broad spreading boughs, made a twilight even of noonday, and now that the sun was approaching its setting point, their shade already anticipated night. This was especially the case where 3 or 4 of them stretched their arms over a deep gully through which winded the horse path to Shaw's castle, at a point about a pistol shot distant from the Buckstane as the principal exceed PG 130 SS to Mr. Mowbray's mansion, was by a carriageway which passed in a different direction. The present path was left almost in a state of nature full of large stones, and broken by gullies delightful from the varied character of its banks to the picturesque traveller, and most inconvenient nay dangerous to him who had a stumbling horse. The footpath to the Buckstane, which here joined the bridle road, had been constructed at the expense of a subscription under the direction of Mr. Winterblossom, who had taste enough to see the beauties of this secluded spot, which was exactly such as in earlier times might have harbored the ambush of some marauding chief. This recollection had not escaped Tyrrell, to whom the whole scenery was familiar, who now hastened to the spot as one which peculiarly suited his present purpose. He sat down by one of the larger projecting trees, and screened by its enormous branches from observation, was enabled to watch the road from the hotel for a great part of its extent, while he was himself invisible to any who might travel upon it. Meanwhile, his sudden departure excited a considerable sensation among the party whom he had just left, and who were induced to form conclusions not very favorable to his character. Sir Bingo, in particular, blustered loudly, and more loudly, in proportion to the increasing distance betwixt himself and his antagonist, declaring his resolution to be revenged on the scoundrel for his insolency to drive him from the neighborhood. And I know not what other menaces of formidable import. The devil, in the old stories of diablerie, was always sure to start up at the elbow of anyone who nursed diabolical purposes, and only wanted a little backing. PG 131 from the foul fiend to carry his imaginations into action. The noble Captain MacTurk had so far this property of his infernal majesty, that the least hint of an approaching quarrel drew him always to the vicinity of the party concerned. He was now at Sir Bingo's side, and was taking his own view of the matter in his character of peacemaker. By cot, and it's very exceedingly true, my goot friend Sir Bincond, as you say, it concerns your honor, and the honor of the place and credit and character of the whole company. By cot, that this matter be properly looked after for, as I think he laid hands on your body, my excellent goot friend. Hands, Captain MacTurk, exclaimed Sir Bingo in some confusion. No, blast him, not so bad as that neither. If he had, I should have handed him over the window, but by the fellow had the impudence to offer to collar me. I had just stepped back to square at him, when curse me, the blackguard ran away. Right, Vara, right, Sir Bingo, said the man of law, a Vara perfect. Blackguard, a poaching sorning sort of fallow, that I will have scoured out of the country, before he be 3 days older. Fash your beard. Nay, farther about the matter, Sir Bingo. By cot, but I can tell you, Mr. Makeluam, said the man of peace with great solemnity of visage, that you are scalding your lips in other folks' kale, and that it is necessary for the credit and honor and respect of this company, at the well of St. Ronan's, that Sir Bingo goes by more competent advice than yours upon the prise PG 132 and occasion, Mr. Makeluam, for though your counsel may do very well in a small debt court here, you see, Mr. Makeluam, is a question of honor which is not a thing in your line as I take it. No, before George, it is not, answered Makeluam. E'en take it all to yoursel, captain, and Makel ye are likely to make on't. Then said the captain, Sir Binko, I will beg the favor of your company to the smoking room, where we may have a cigar and a glass of gintwist, and we will consider how the honor of the company must be supported and upholden upon the present conjuncture. The baronet complied with this invitation, as much perhaps in consequence of the medium through which the captain intended to convey his warlike counsels, as for the pleasure with which he anticipated the result of these counsels themselves. He followed the military step of his leader, whose stride was more stiff and his form more perpendicular, when exalted by the consciousness of an approaching quarrel, to the smoking room, where, sighing as he lighted his cigar, Sir Bingo prepared to listen to the words of wisdom and valor, as they should flow in mingled stream from the lips of Captain MacTurk. Meanwhile, the rest of the company joined the ladies. Here has been Clara, said Lady Penelope to Mr. Mowbray. Here has been Miss Mowbray among us, like the ray of a sun which does but dazzle and die. Ah, poor Clara, said Mowbray, I thought I saw her thread her way through the crowd a little while since, but I was not sure. Well said Lady Penelope, she HPG 133, as asked us all up to Shaw's Castle on Thursday, to a dejeuner à la fourchette I trust, you confirm your sister's invitation, Mr. Mowbray. Certainly, Lady Penelope, replied Mowbray, and I am truly glad Clara has had the grace to think of it. How we shall acquit ourselves is a different question, for neither she nor I are much accustomed to play host or hostess. Oh, it will be delightful, I am sure, said Lady Penelope. Clara has a grace in everything she does, and you, Mr. Mowbray, can be a perfectly well-bred gentleman when you please. That qualification is severe. Well, good manners be my speed. I will certainly please to do my best when I see your ladyship at Shaw's Castle, which has received no company this many a day, Clara, and I have lived a wild life of it, each in their own way. Indeed, Mr. Mowbray, said Lady Binks, if I might presume to speak, I think you do suffer your sister to ride about a little too much. Without an attendant, I know Miss Mowbray rides, as woman never rode before, but still, an accident may happen. An accident, replied Mowbray. Ah, Lady Binks, accidents happen as frequently when ladies have attendants as when they are without them. Lady Binks, who in her maiden state had cantered a good deal about these woods under Sir Bingo's escort, colored, looked spiteful, and was silent. Besides, said John Mowbray more lightly, where is the risk? After all, there are no wolves in our woods to eat up our pretty Red Riding Hoods, and no lions either except those of Lady Penelope's train. Who draw the car of Sibylle, said Mr. Chat PG 134 early. Lady Penelope, luckily, did not understand the allusion, which was indeed better intended than imagined. Apropos, she said, what have you done with the great lion of the day? I see Mr. Tyrrell nowhere is he finishing an additional bottle with Sir Bingo. Mr. Tyrrell, madam, said Mowbray, has acted successively, the lion rampant, and the lion passant. He has been quarrelsome, and he has run awayfuled from the ire of your doughty knight, Lady Binks. I am sure I hope not, said Lady Binks, my chevalier's unsuccessful campaigns have been unable to overcome his taste for quarrelsome victory, would make a fighting man of him for life. That inconvenience might bring its own consolations, said Winterblossom, apart to Mowbray. Quarrellers do not usually live long. No, no, replied Mowbray, the lady's despair, which broke out just now, even in her own despite, is quite natural, absolutely legitimate. Sir Bingo will give her no chance that way. Mowbray then made his bow to Lady Penelope, and in answer to her request that he would join the ball or the cartable, observed that he had no time to lose, that the heads of the old domestics at Shaw's Castle would be by this time absolutely turned by the apprehensions of what Thursday was to bring forth, and that as Clara would certainly give no directions for the proper arrangements, it was necessary that he should take that trouble himself. If you are PG 135'd smartly, said Lady Penelope, you may save even a temporary alarm by overtaking Clara, dear creature. Ere she gets home, she sometimes suffers her pony to go at will along the lane as slow as Betty Foy's. Ah, but then, said little Miss Digges, Miss Mowbray sometimes gallops, as if the lark was a snail to her pony, and it quite frights one to see her. The doctor touched Mrs. Blower, who had approached so as to be on the verge of the genteel circle, though she did not venture within it. The exchanged sagacious looks, and a most pitiful shake of the head. Mowbray's eye happened at that moment to glance on them, and doubtless notwithstanding their hasting to compose their countenances to a different expression, he comprehended what was passing through their minds, and perhaps it awoke a corresponding note in his own. He took his hat, and with a cast of thought upon his countenance, which it seldom wore, left the apartment. A moment afterwards, his horse's feet were heard spurning the pavement as he started off at a sharp pace. There is something singular about these Mowbrays tonight, said Lady Penelope. Clara, poor dear angel, is always particular. But I should have thought Mowbray had too much worldly wisdom to be fanciful. What are you consulting your souvenir for with such attention, my dear Lady Binks? Only for the age of the moon, said her ladyship, putting the little tortoise-shell-bound calendar into her reticule, and having done so, she proceeded to a PG 136 assist Lady Penelope in the arrangements for the evening. Chapter Roman 9. The meeting. We meet as shadows in the land of dreams, which speak not but in signs. Anonymous, behind one of the old oaks which we have described in the preceding chapter, shrouding himself from observation like a hunter watching for his game, or an Indian for his enemy, but with very different purpose. Tyrrell lay on his breast, near the buckstane, his eye on the horse road, which winded down the valley, and his ear alertly awake to every sound which mingled with the passing breeze, or with the ripple of the brook. To have met her in yonder congregated assembly of brutes and foolsuch was a part of his internal reflection she had been little less than an act of madness, almost equal in its degree to that cowardice, which has hitherto prevented my approaching her, when our eventful meeting might have taken place unobserved but nonomi resolution, is as fixed as the place is itself favorable. I will not wait till some chance again shall throw us together with an hundred malignant eyes to watch and wonder and stare, and try in vain to PG 137, account for the expression of feelings which I might find it impossible to suppress. Harkark, I hear the tread of a horse noit was the changeful sound of the water rushing over the pebbles. Surely she cannot have taken the other road to Shaw's castle. Not sounds become distinct. Their figure is visible on the path coming swiftly forward. Have I the courage to show myself? I have hour is come, and what must be shall be. Yet this resolution was scarcely formed, ere it began to fluctuate, when he reflected upon the fittest manner of carrying it into execution. To show himself at a distance might give the lady an opportunity of turning back, and avoiding the interview which he had determined upon to hide himself, till the moment when her horse in rapid motion should pass his lurking place, might be attended with danger to the rider. And while he hesitated which course to pursue, there was some chance of his missing the opportunity of presenting himself to Miss Mowbray. At all, he was himself sensible of this, formed a hasty and desperate resolution, not to suffer the present moment to escape. And just as the ascent induced the pony to slacken its pace, Tyrrell stood in the middle of the defile, about 6 yards distant from the young lady. She pulled up the reins and stopped as if arrested by a thunderbolt. Clara, Tyrrell. These were the only words which were exchanged between them, until Tyrrell, moving his feet as slowly as if they had been of lead, began gradually to diminish the distance which lay betwixt them. It was then that, observing his closer approach, Miss Mowbray called out with PG 138 great eagerness, "No nearer, no nearer. So long have I endured your presence. But if you approach me more closely, I shall be mad indeed." "What do you fear?" said Tyrrell in a hollow voice. "What can you fear?" And he continued to draw nearer until they were within a pace of each other. Clara, meanwhile, dropping her bridle, clasped her hands together and held them up towards heaven, muttering, in a voice scarcely audible, "Great God, if this apparition be formed by my heated fancy, let it pass away. If it be real, enable me to bear its presence. Tell me, I conjure you, are you Francis Tyrrell in blood and body? Or is this but one of those wandering visions that have crossed my path and glared on me, but without daring to abide my steadfast glance?" "I am Francis Tyrrell," answered he, "in blood and body, as much as she to whom I speak is Clara Mowbray." "Then God have mercy on us both," said Clara, in a tone of deep feeling. "Amen," said Tyrrell, "but what avails this excess of agitation? You saw me. But now, Miss Mowbray, your voice still rings in my ears. You saw me, but no, you spoke to me that when I was among strangers. Why not preserve your composure, when we are where no human eye can see, no human ear can hear?" "Is it so?" said Clara, "and was it indeed yourself, whom I saw? Even now I thought so. And something I said at the time, but my brain has been but ill settled since we last met. But I am well, no, quite well. I have invited all the people yonder to come to Shaw's castle. Me brother desired MPG 139 to do it. I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing Mr. Tyrrell there, though I think there is some old grudge between my brother and you." "Alas, Clara, you mistake your brother. I have scarcely seen," replied Tyrrell, much distressed, and apparently uncertain in what tone to address her which might soothe and not irritate her mental malady, of which he could now entertain no doubt. "True, true," she said, after a moment's reflection. "My brother was then at college. It was my father, my poor father, whom you had some quarrel with. But you will come to Shaw's castle on Thursday at 2 o'clock. John will be glad to see you, can be kind when he please, and then we will talk of old times. I must get on to have things ready. Good evening." She would have passed him, but he took gently hold of the rein of her bridle. "I will walk with you, Clara," he said. "The road is rough and dangerous. You ought not to ride fast. I will walk along with you, and we will talk of former times now more conveniently than in company." "True, true, very true, Mr. Tyrrell. It shall be as you say. My brother obliges me sometimes to go into company at that hateful place down yonder, and I do so because he likes it, and because the folks let me have my own way and come and go as I list. Do you know, Tyrrell, that very often when I am there, and John has his eye on me, I can carry it on as gaily as if you and I had never met." "I would to God we never had," said Tyrrell in a trembling voice, "since this is to be the end of all. And wherefore should not sorrow be the end of sin and of folly? And when did happiness come of PG 140 disobedience? And when did sound sleep visit a bloody pillow? That is what I say to myself, Tyrrell. And that is what you must learn to say too. and then you will bear your burden as cheerfully as I endure mine. If we have no more than our deserts, why should we complain you? Our shedding tears, I think, is not that childish they say. It is a relief if so weep on, and I will look another way. Tyrrell walked on by the pony's side in vain, endeavoring to compose himself so as to reply. Poor Tyrrell, said Clara, after she had remained silent for some time. Poor Frank Tyrrell, perhaps, you will say in your turn, poor Clara, but I am not so poor in spirit as youth blast may bend, but it shall never break me. There was another long pause, for Tyrrell was unable to determine with himself in what strain he could address the unfortunate young lady, without awakening recollections equally painful to her feelings, and dangerous when her precarious state of health was considered. At length, she herself proceeded. What needs all this, Tyrrelland, indeed? Why came you here? Why did I find you? But now brawling and quarreling, among the loudest of the brawlers and quarrelers of yonder idle and dissipated debauchees. You were used to have more temper, more sense, another personae, another, that you and I once knew, might have committed such a folly, and he would have acted perhaps in character. But you who pretend to wisdom, for shame, and, indeed, when we talk of that, what wisdom was there, in coming hither at PG 141 Aller? What good purpose can your remaining here serve? Surely, you need not come either to renew your own unhappiness, or to augment mine. To augment yours, God forbid, answered Tyrrell. No, I came hither only because, after so many years of wandering, I longed to revisit the spot where all my hopes lay buried. I buried is the word, she replied, crushed down and buried when they budded fairest. I often think of it, Tyrrell, and there are times when, heaven help me, I can think of little else. Look at Mayu. Remember what I wassy, what grief and solitude have made me. She flung back the veil which surrounded her riding hat, and which had hitherto hid her face. It was the same countenance which he had formerly known in all the bloom of early beauty. But though the beauty remained, the bloom was fled, for ever. Not the agitation of exercise, not that which arose from the pain and confusion of this unexpected interview, had called to poor Clara's cheek. Even the momentary semblance of color, her complexion was marble white like that of the finest piece of statuary. Is it possible, said Tyrrell, can grief have made such ravages? Grief, replied Clara, is the sickness of the mind, and its sister is the sickness of the body. They are twin sisters, Tyrrell, and are seldom long separate. Sometimes the body's disease comes first, and dims our eyes and palsies our hands before the fire of our mind, and of our intellect is quenched. But mark me, soon after comes her cruel sister with her urn, and sprinkles cold dew on our hopes, and on our loves, our memory, our recollections, and our feelings, and shows us that they cannot survive the decay of our bodily pow. PG 142 ers. Alas, said Tyrrell, is it come to this? To this, she replied, speaking from the rapid and irregular train of her own ideas, rather than comprehending the purport of his sorrowful exclamation. To this it must ever come, while immortal souls are wedded to the perishable substance, of which our bodies are composed. There is another state, Tyrrell, in which it will be otherwise. God grant our time of enjoying it were come. She fell into a melancholy pause, which Tyrrell was afraid to disturb. The quickness with which she spoke marked, but too plainly, the irregular succession of thought, and he was obliged to restrain the agony of his own feelings, rendered more acute by 1,000 painful recollections, lest by giving way to his expressions of grief, he should throw her into a still more disturbed state of mind. I did not think, she proceeded, that, after so horrible a separation, and so many years, I could have met you thus calmly and reasonably. But although what we were formerly to each other can never be forgotten, it is now all over, and we are only friends. Is it not so? Tyrrell was unable to reply. But I must not remain here, she said, till the evening grows darker on me. We shall meet again, Tyrrell, meet as friends. Nothing more. You will come up to Shaw's castle, and see men. No need of secrecy. Know me, poor father is in his grave, and his prejudices sleep with him. Me brother John is kind, though he is stern and severe sometimes. Indeed, Tyrrell, I believe he loves me, though he has taught me to tremble at his frown. WPG 143. Hen, I am in spirits, and talk too much, but he loves me, at least I think so, for I am sure I love him, and I try to go down amongst them yonder, and to endure their folly. And all things considered, I do carry on the farce of life wonderfully well. We are but actors, you know, and the world but a stage. And ours has been a sad and tragic scene, said Tyrrell, in the bitterness of his heart, unable any longer to refrain from speech. It has indeed, but Tyrrell, when was it otherwise? With engagements formed in youth, and in folly, you and I would, you know, become men and women. While we were yet scarcely more than children, we have run, while yet in our nonage, through the passions and adventures of youth, and therefore we are now old before our day, and the winter of our life has come on ere its summer was well begun. O Tyrrell, often, and often have I thought of this, thought of it, often, alas, when will the time come that I shall be able to think of anything else? The poor young woman sobbed bitterly, and her tears began to flow with a freedom which they had not probably enjoyed for a length of time. Tyrrell walked on by the side of her horse, which now prosecuted its road homewards, unable to devise a proper mode of addressing the unfortunate young lady, and fearing alike to awaken her passions, and his own, whatever he might have proposed to say, was disconcerted by the plain indications that her mind was clouded more or less slightly, with a shade of insanity, which, deranged though it had not destroyed her powers of judgment. At length he asked her with as much calmness as he pg 144 could assume if she was contented, if aught could be done to render her situation more easy, if there was aught of which she could complain which he might be able to remedy. She answered gently that she was calm and resigned when her brother would permit her to stay at home, but that when she was brought into society, she experienced such a change as that which the water of the brook that slumbers in a crystalline pool of the rock may be supposed to feel when gliding from its quiet bed, it becomes involved in the hurry of the cataract. But my brother Mowbray, she said, thinks he is right, and perhaps he is so. There are things on which we may ponder too long, and were he mistaken, why should I not constrain myself in order to please him? There are so few left to whom I can now give either pleasure or pain. I am a gay girl too, in conversation. Tyrrell, still as gay for a moment, as when you used to chide me for my folly, so now I have told you all. I have one question to ask on my part, and question if I had but breath to ask it, is he still alive? He lives, answered Tyrrell, but in a tone so low that naught but the eager attention which Miss Mowbray paid could possibly have caught such feeble sounds. Lives, she exclaimed. Lavesh lives, and the blood on your hand is not then indelibly imprinted? O Tyrrell, did you but know the joy which this assurance gives to me? Joy, replied Tyrrell, joy that the wretch lives who has poisoned our happiness for ever, lives perhaps to claim you for his own. Never, never shall Hedder he do so, replied Clara wildly. While water can drown, while cords can strangle, steel pierce you, Hyle. There is a precipice on the hill, a pool in the river. pg 145. Never, never. Be not thus agitated, my dearest, Clara, said Tyrrell. I spoke I know not what lives indeed, but far distant, and I trust never again to revisit Scotland. He would have said more, but that, agitated with fear or passion, she struck her horse impatiently with her riding whip. The spirited animal, thus stimulated, and at the same time restrained, became intractable and reared so much that Tyrrell, fearful of the consequences, and trusting to Clara's skill, as a horsewoman, thought he best consulted her safety. In letting go the rein, the animal instantly sprung forward on the broken and hilly path at a very rapid pace, and was soon lost to Tyrrell's anxious eyes. As he stood pondering whether he ought not to follow Miss Mowbray towards Shaw's Castle, in order to be satisfied that no accident had befallen her on the road, he heard the tread of a horse's feet, advancing hastily in the same direction, leading from the hotel. Unwilling to be observed at this moment, he stepped aside under shelter of the underwood, and presently afterwards saw Mr. Mowbray of St. Ronan's, followed by a groom, ride hastily past his lurking place, and pursue the same road which had been just taken by his sister. The presence of her brother seemed to assure Miss Mowbray's safety, and so removed Tyrrell's chief reason for following her, involved in deep and melancholy reflection upon what had passed, nearly satisfied that his longer residence in Clara's vicinity could only add to her unhappiness, and his own, yet unable to tear himself from that neighborhood, or to relinquish fee pg 146 ellings, which had become entwined with his heartstrings. He returned to his lodgings in the Alltown in a state of mind very little to be envied. Tyrrell, on entering his apartment, found that it was not lighted, nor were the Abigails of Mrs. Dodds quite so alert as a waiter at Long's might have been to supply him with candles, unapt at any time to exact much personal attendance, and desirous to shun at that moment the necessity of speaking to any person, whatever, even on the most trifling subject. He walked down into the kitchen to supply himself with what he wanted. He did not at first observe that Mrs. Dodds herself was present in this, the very center of her empire, far less that a lofty air of indignation was seated on the worthy matron's brow. At first it only vented itself in broken soliloquy and interjections, as for example, Vera bonny work this for a creditable work, indeed a decent house, to be disturbed at these hours keep, a publica's we'll keep a bedlam. Finding these murmurs attracted no attention, the dame placed herself betwixt her guest and the door, to which he was now retiring with his lighted candle, and demanded of him what was the meaning of such behavior. Of what behavior, madam, said her guest, repeating her question, in a tone of sternness and impatience, so unusual with him, that perhaps she was sorry at the moment that she had provoked him out of his usual patient indifference. Nay, she might even feel intimidated at the altercation she had provoked, for the resentment of a quiet and patient person has always in it something formidable to the professed and habitual grumbler. But her pride WPG 147 as too great to think of a retreat after having sounded the signal for contest. And so she continued, though in a tone somewhat lowered. Maester Turl, I wad, but just ask you that are a man of sense, whether I hae ony right to take your behaviour weel here. Have you been these 10 days, and mere eating the best, and drinking the best, and taking up the best room in my house, and now to think of your gone down, and taking up with yon idle harebrained cattle, at the val I maun e'en be plain why ye I like nane of the fair fashioned folk that can say my Joe, and think it no, and therefore. Mrs. Dodd said Tyrrell, interrupting her, I have no time at present for trifles. I am obliged to you for your attention, while I have been in your house. But the disposal of my time here or elsewhere must be according to my own ideas of pleasure or business. If you are tired of me as a guest, send in your bill tomorrow. My bill, said Mrs. Dodd's, my bill tomorrow, and what for no wait till Saturday, when it may be cleared atween us Plack and Bobby, as it was on Saturday last. Well, we will talk of it tomorrow, Mrs. Dodd's, good night, and he withdrew accordingly. Lucky Dodd stood ruminating for a moment. The deal's in him, she said, for he winna bide being thrawn, and I think the deal's in me too for throwing him sic a canny lad. And sae gude a customrand. I am judging he has something on his mind, want of siller. It canna be, I am sure, if I thought that I wadna care about my small thing but want o' siller. It canna be he pays o'er the shillings as if they were sklate stands, and that's no PG 148 the way that folk part with their siller, when there's but little on't I ken weel enug, how a customer looks that's near the grund of the purse wheel. I hope he winna mind onything of this nonsense. The morn and ill try to guide PG 149. Why tongue something better, Hegsers. But as the minister says, it's an unruly member troth. I am whiles ashamed ought mysel. Chapter Roman 10 Resources. Come, let me have thy counsel, for I need it. Thou art of those who better help their friends with sage advice than usurers with gold, or brawlers with their swords ill trust to thee. For I ask only from thee words, not deeds. The devil hath met his match. The day of which we last gave the events chance to be Monday, and 2 days therefore intervened betwixt it, and that for which the entertainment was fixed, that was to assemble in the halls of the lord of the manor, the flower of the company now at St. Ronan's Well. The interval was but brief for the preparations necessary on an occasion so unusual, since the house, though delightfully situated, was in very indifferent repair, and for years had never received any visitors, except when some blithe bachelor or fox hunter shared the hospitality of Mr. Mowbray, an event which became daily more and more uncommon, for, as he himself almost lived at the well, he generally contrived to receive his companions, where it could be done without expense to himself. Besides, the health of his sister afforded an irresistible apology to any of those old-fashioned Scottish gentlemen who might be too apt, in the PG 150 rudeness of more primitive days, to consider a friend's house as their own. Mr. Mowbray was now, however, to the great delight of all his companions, nailed down, by invitation given and accepted, and they looked forward to the accomplishment of his promise with the eagerness which the prospect of some entertaining novelty never fails to produce among idlers. A good deal of trouble devolved on Mr. Mowbray and his trusty agent Mr. Macluam before anything like decent preparation could be made for the ensuing entertainment, and they were left to their unassisted endeavors by Clara, who during both the Tuesday and Wednesday obstinately kept herself secluded, nor could her brother either by threats or flattery extort from her any light concerning her purpose on the approaching and important Thursday. To do John Mowbray justice, he loved his sister as much as he was capable of loving anything but himself, and when in several arguments he had the mortification to find that she was not to be prevailed on to afford her assistance, he without complaint quietly set himself to do the best he could by his own unassisted judgment or opinion with regard to the necessary preparations. This was not at present so easy a task as might be supposed, for Mowbray was ambitious of that character of ton and elegance which masculine faculties alone are seldom capable of attaining on such momentous occasions. The more solid materials of a collation were indeed to be obtained for money from the next market town, and were purchased accordingly, but he felt it was likely to present the vulgar plenty of a farmer's feast, instead of the Elig PG 151 ant entertainment, which might be announced in a corner of the county paper, as given by John Mowbray Esk of St. Ronan's, to the gay and fashionable company assembled at that celebrated spring, there was likely to be all sorts of error and irregularity in dishing, and in sending up for Shaw's Castle, boasted neither an accomplished housekeeper, nor a kitchen maid with 100 pair of hands to execute her mandates. All the domestic arrangements were on the minutest system of economy, consistent with ordinary decency, except in the stables, which were excellent and well kept. But can a groom of the stables perform the labors of a groom of the chambers? Or can the gamekeeper arrange in tempting order the carcasses of the birds he has shot, strew them with flowers, and garnish them with piquant sauces? It would be as reasonable to expect a gallant soldier to act as undertaker, and conduct the funeral of the enemy he has slain. In a word, Mowbray talked and consulted and advised and squabbled with the deaf cook and a little old man whom he called the butler, until he at length perceived so little chance of bringing order out of confusion, or making the least advantageous impression on such obdurate understandings as he had to deal with, that he fairly committed the whole matter of the collation, with 2 or 3 hearty curses, to the charge of the officials principally concerned, and proceeded to take the state of the furniture and apartments under his consideration. Here he found himself almost equally helpless, for what male wit is adequate to the 1,000 little coquetries practiced in such arrangements? How can masculine eyes judge of the degree of demagogue, which is PG 152, to be admitted into a decorated apartment, or discriminate where the broad light should be suffered to fall on a tolerable picture, where it should be excluded, lest the stiff daub of a periwigged grandsire should become too rigidly prominent? And if men are unfit for weaving such a fairy web of light and darkness, as may best suit furniture, ornaments, and complexions, how shall they be adequate to the yet more mysterious office of arranging, while they disarrange the various movables in the apartment, so that while all has the air of negligence, and chance the seats are placed, as if they had been transported by a wish to the spot, most suitable for accommodation, stiffness, and confusion, are at once avoided. The company are neither limited to a formal circle of chairs, nor exposed to break their noses over wandering stools, but the arrangements seem to correspond to what ought to be the tone of the conversation, easy, without being confused, and regulated, without being constrained or stiffened. Then how can a clumsy male wit attempt the arrangement of all the chiffonnery, by which old snuff-boxes, heads of canes, pomander boxes, lamer beads, and all the trash usually found in the pigeonholes of the bureaus of old-fashioned ladies, may be now brought into play, by throwing them carelessly grouped with other unconsidered trifles, such as are to be seen in the windows of a pawnbroker's shop upon a marble incognure or a mosaic worktable, thereby turning to advantage the trash and trinketry, which all the old maids or magpies who have inhabited the mansion, for a century, have contrived to accumulate. With what admiration of the ingenuity of the fair artist have I sometimes pried into the PG 153C miscellaneous groups of pseudo-bajoutery, and seen the great-grandsires thumbring couchant with the choral and bells of the firstborn, and the boatswain's whistle of some old naval uncle, or his silver tobacco-box redolent of Orinoco, happily grouped with the mother's ivory cum case still odorous of musk, and with some virgin aunt's tortoise-shell spectacle-case, and the eagle's talon of ebony with which in the days of long and stiff stays our grandmothers were wont to alleviate any little irritation in their back or shoulders. Then there was the silver strainer on which in more economical times than ours the lady of the house placed the tea leaves, after the very last drop had been exhausted, that they might afterwards be hospitably divided among the company to be eaten with sugar, and with bread and butter, blessings upon a fashion which has rescued from the claws of Abigail's, and the melting pot of the silversmith, those neglected simelia, for the benefit of antiquaries and the decoration of side eatables. But who shall presume to place them there, unless under the direction of female taste? And of that Mr. Mowbray, though possessed of a large stock of such treasures, was for the present entirely deprived. This digression upon his difficulties is already too long, or I might mention the laird's inexperience in the art of making the worse appear the better, garnishment of hiding a darned carpet with a new floor cloth, and flinging an Indian shawl over a faded and threadbare sofa. But I have said enough and more than enough to explain his dilemma to an unassisted bachelor, who without mother, sister, or cousin, without skillful housekeeper, or experienced clerk of the PG 154 kitchen, or valet of parts and figure adventures, to give an entertainment and aspires to make it elegant, and commet ill faut. The sense of his insufficiency was the more vexatious to Mowbray, as he was aware he would find sharp critics in the ladies, and particularly in his constant rival Lady Penelope Penfeather. He was therefore incessant in his exertions, and for 2 whole days ordered and disordered, demanded, commanded, countermanded, and reprimanded without pause or cessation the companion, for he could not be termed an assistant. Of his labors was his trusty agent, who trotted from room to room after him, affording him exactly the same degree of sympathy which a dog doth to his master, when distressed in mind, by looking in his face from time to time, with a piteous gaze, as if to assure him that he partakes of his trouble, though he neither comprehends the cause or the extent of it, nor has in the slightest degree the power to remove it. At length, when Mowbray had got some matters arranged to his mind, and abandoned a great many which he would willingly have put in better order, he sat down to dinner upon the Wednesday, preceding the appointed day, with his worthy aide-de-camp Mr. Macluam, and after bestowing a few muttered curses upon the whole concern, and the fantastic old maid who had brought him into the scrape, by begging an invitation, declared that all things might now go to the devil their own way, for so sure as his name was John Mowbray, he would trouble himself no more about them. Keeping this doughty resolution, he sat down to dinner with his counsel, learned in the law, and speedily they dispatched the dish of chops which was set before them, and the better part of the bottle of old port, which served for its menstruum PG 155. "We are well enough now," said Mowbray, "though we have had none of their DD kickshaws." "A wamefoo is a wamefoo," said the writer, swabbing his greasy chops, "whether it be of the barley-meal or the bran." "A cart-horse thinks so," said Mowbray, "but we must do as others do, and gentlemen and ladies are of a different opinion. The war for themselves, and the country baith St. Ronan sits the jinketing, and the gerbling YT, and why trumpery that brings our nobles to ninepence, and money a het-ha house to a hired lodging in the abbey." The young gentleman paused for a few minutes, filled a bumper, and pushed the bottle to the senior, then said abruptly, "Do you believe in luck, Mick?" "In luck," answered the attorney. "What do you mean by the question?" "Why, because I believe in luck myself, in a good or bad run of luck at cards." "You would have mair luck the day, if you had never touched them," replied his confidant. "That is not the question now," said Mowbray, "but what I wonder at is the wretched chance that has attended us miserable lairds of St. Ronan's, for more than 100 years, that we have always been getting worse in the world, and never better, never has there been such a backsliding generation, as the parson would say half the country once belonged to my ancestors, and now the last furrows of it seem to be flying." "Flee PG 156 eing," said the writer, "they are barking, and fleeing baith this Shaw's castle here east, warn it flee up the chimney after the rest, were it not wheel fastened down with your grandfather's tailsy." "Damn the tailsy," said Mowbray, "if they had meant to keep up their estate, they should have entailed it when it was worth keeping to tie a man down to such an insignificant thing, as St. Ronan's is like tethering a horse on 6 roods of a Highland moor. Ye have broke wheel in on the mailing by your fuse down at the well said Macluam, and raxed o'er the tether, maybe, a wee bit farther than ye had ony right to do." "It was by your advice, was it not?" said the laird. "I say near deny it, St. Ronan's," answered the writer, "but I am such a good-natured goose that I just set about pleasing you, as an auld wife pleases a bairn. I," said the man of pleasure, "when she reaches it a knife, to cut its own fingers with these acres, would have been safe enough if it had not been for your DD advice." "And yet you were grumbling enow," said the man of business, "that you have not the power to gar the whole estate flee like a wild duck across a bog trough. You need care little about it, for if you have incurred an irritancy and SAE thinks Mr. Weiss behind the advocate upon an AB memorial that I laid before him, your sister, or your sister's goodman, if she should take the fancy to marry, might bring a declarator, and evict St. Ronan's frae ye in the course of 2 or 3 sessions." "My sister will never marry," said John Mowbray PG 157. "That's easily said," replied the writer. "But as broken as ships come to land, if onybody kenned o' the chance, she has o' the estate there's money, a weel-doing man would think little of the bee in her bonnet." "Hark I, Mr. Macluam," said the laird, "I will be obliged to you, if you will speak of Miss Mowbray with the respect due to her father's daughter and my sister." "Nae offence, St. Ronan's, nae offence," answered the man of law, "but ilka man maun speak SAE, as to be understood that is when he speaks about business ye ken yoursel, that Miss Clara is no just like other folk. And were I you, it's my duty to speak plain. I wad e'en jai, in a bit scroll of a petition to the Lords, to be appointed curator bonus, in respect of her incapacity to manage her own affairs." "Macluam," said Mowbray, "you are on'd," then stopped short. "What am I, Mr. Mowbray?" said Macluam, somewhat sternly. "What am I wad be glad to ken what I am." "A very good lawyer, I dare say," replied St. Ronan's, who was too much in the power of his agent to give way to his first impulse. But I must tell you that rather than take such a measure against poor Clara, as you recommend I would give her up the estate, and become an ostler or a postillion for the rest of my life. Ah, St. Ronan, said the man of law, if you had wished to keep up the old house, you should have taken another trade, than to become an ostler PG 158, or a postillion what ailed you man, but to have been a lawyer as weel as other folk. My auld maester had a wee bit Latin about rerum dominos gentem tagatem wilk, signified he said that all lairds should be lawyers. All lawyers are likely to become lairds, I think, replied Mowbray. They purchase our acres by the thousand, and pay us according to the old story, with a multiplepending, as your learned friends call it, Mr. Makeluam. Wieland mightna, you have purchased as weel as other folk. Not I, replied the laird, I have no turn for that service, I should only have wasted bombazine on my shoulders and flour upon my three-gilled wigshould, but have lounged away my mornings in the outer house and my evenings at the playhouse, and acquired no more law than what would have made me a wise justice at a small debt court. If you gained little, you would have lost as little, said Makeluam. And albeit you were nae great gun at the bar, ye might I have gotten a sheriffdom, or a commissaryship, among the lave to keep the banes green and sae, ye might have saved your estate from deteriorating, if ye didn't amend it muckle. Yes, but I could not have had the chance of doubling it, as I might have done, answered Mowbray, had that inconstant jade fortune, but stood a moment faithful to me. I tell you, Mick, that I have been within this 12-month worth 100,000, worth 50,000, worth nothing, but the remnant of this wretched estate, which is too little to do one good while it is mine, though were it sold I could start again, and mend my hand a little. PG 159. I just fling the helve after the hatchet, said his legal adviser. That's you think of what signifies winning 100,000 pounds, if you win them to lose them or again. What signifies it, replied Mowbray, why it signifies as much to a man of spirit, as having won a battle, signifies to a general no matter, that he is beaten afterwards in his turn, he knows there is luck for him as well as others. And so he has spirit to try it again. Here is the young Earl of Etherington, will be amongst us in a day or two, they say. He is up to everything. If I had but 500 to begin with, I should be soon up to him. Mr. Mowbray, said Makeluam, I am sorry for ye. I have been your house's man of business. I may say, in some measure, your house's servant hand. Now, I am to see an end of it all, and just by the lad that I thought mayest likely to set it up again. Better than ever, for to do ye justice, you have I had an e to your ain interest sae, far as your lights geed. It brings tears into my auld een. Never weep for the matter, Mick answered. Mowbray, some of it will stick, my old boy, in your pockets. If not in mine, your service will not be altogether gratuitous. My old friend the labourer is worthy of his hire. Weel I wot, is he, said the writer, but double fees would hardly carry folk through some work. But if ye will have siller, ye maun have siller, but I warrant it goes just where the rest geed. No, by 20 devils, exclaimed Mowbray to FPG 160. Ale this time is impossible. Jack Wolverine was too strong for Etherington at anything he could name. And I can beat Wolverine from the Land's End to Johnny Groatsbutt. There must be something to go up on. The blunt must be had, Mick. Very likely, nee doubt that, is always provided, it can be had, answered the legal adviser. That's your business, my old cock, said Mowbray. This youngster will be here perhaps tomorrow with money in both pockets, takes up his rents, as he comes down. Mick, think of that, my old friend. Weel for them that have rents to take up, said Makeluam. Ours are lying rather o'er low to be lifted at present, but are you sure this Earl is a man to mell with? Are you sure ye can win of him? And that if you do, he can pay his losings, Mr. Mowbray, because I have kenned money are come for wool and gang hame shorn, and though ye are a clever young gentleman, and I am bound to suppose ye ken as much about life as most folk, and all that, yet some gate or other ye have I come off at the losing hand, as ye have o'er much reason to ken this day howbeit. Oh, the devil take your gossip, my dear Mick, if you can give no help, spare drowning me with your potherwhy man. I was a fresh hand, had my apprentice to pay, and these are no trifles, Mick, but what of that? I am free of the company now, and can trade on my own bottom. Awil, I wish it may be sae, said Makeluam. It will be so, and it shall be so, my trusty friend, replied Mowbray cheerily, so you will but help me to the stock to trade with. PG 161. The stock what die, ca the stock I ken, nae stock that ye have left. But you have plenty, my old book, come sell, out a few of your 3%, I will pay, differencing to rest exchange everything. I everything or neathing, answered Makeluam. But as you are SAE very pressing I hae been thinking, when is the siller wanted? This instant this day tomorrow at farthest, exclaimed the proposed borrower. Hugh whistled the lawyer with a long prolongation of the note, the thing is impossible. It must be Mick for all that answered Mr. Mowbray, who knew by experience that impossible when uttered by his accommodating friend in this tone, meant only when interpreted extremely difficult and very expensive. Then it must be by Miss Clara selling her stock now, that ye speak of stock, said Makeluem. I wonder ye didna think of this before. I wish you had been dumb, rather than that you had mentioned it now, said Mowbray, starting, as if stung by an adderwhat Clara's pittance trifle. My aunt left her for her own fanciful expenditure, own little private store, that she puts to so many good purposes. Poor Clara, that has so little, and why not rather your own master Makeluem, who call yourself the friend and servant of our family? I St. Ronan's answered Makeluem, that is a very true, but service is nae inheritance, and as for friendship it begins at hame, as wise folk have said lang before our time. And for that matter, IPG 162, think they that our nearest sib should take mayest risk you are nearer and dearer to your sister St. Ronan's, than you are to poor Saunders Makeluem that hasna sae muckle gentle blood, as would supper up an hungry flea. I will not do this, said St. Ronan's, walking up and down, with much agitation, for selfish. As he was, he loved his sister, and loved her the more on account of those peculiarities, which rendered his protection indispensable to her comfortable existence. I will not, he said, pillage her. Come on, what will I will rather go a volunteer to the continent, and die like a gentleman. He continued to pace the room in a moody silence which began to disturb his companion, who had not been hitherto accustomed to see his patron take matters so deeply at length. He made an attempt to attract the attention of the silent and sullen ponderer. Mr. Mowbray, no answer, I was saying, St. Ronan, still no reply. I have been thinking about this matter, and what, sir, said St. Ronan, stopping short and speaking in a stern tone of voice. And to speak truth, I see little feasibility in the matter any way, for if ye had the siller in your pocket today, it would be in the Earl of Etherington's the morn. Pshaw, you are a fool, answered Mowbray. That is not unlikely, said Makeluem, but so is Sir Bingo Binks, and yet he's had the better of you St. Ronan's this 2 or 3 times. It is false, has not, answered St. Ronan's fiercely. Weel I wot, resumed Makeluem, he took you in about the salmon fish and some other wager ye lost to him this very day. PG 163. I tell you once more, Makeluem, you are a fool, and no more up to my trim than you are to the longitude. Bingo is got shy. I must give him a little line, that is, all then I shall strike him to purpose. I am as sure of him as I am of the other. I know the fly, they will both rise. Tothai's cursed want of 500 will do me out of 10,000. If you are so certain of being the bankster, so very certain, I mean of sweeping stakes, what harm will Miss Clara come to by your having the use of her siller? You can make it up to her for the risk, 10 times told. And so I can, by heaven, said St. Ronan's. Mick, you are right, and I am a scrupulous chicken-hearted fool. Clara shall have 1,000 for her poor 500, shall buy, and I will carry her to Edinburgh for a season, or perhaps to London, and we will have the best advice for her case, and the best company to divert her, and if they think her a little odd, we dee me, I am her brother, and will bear her through it. Yes, you're right. There can be no hurt in borrowing 500 of her for a few days, when such profit may be made on't both for her and me here. Fill the glasses, my old boy, and drink success to it, for you are right. Here is success to it with all my heart, answered Makeluem, heartily glad to see his patron's sanguine temper arrive at this desirable conclusion, and yet willing to hedge in his own credit. But it is you are right, and not me, for I advise nothing, except on your assurances, that you can make your ain of this English ear. PG 164L, and of this Sir Bingond if you can, but do that I am sure it would be unwise and unkind in ony ain of your friends to stand in your light. True, Mick, true, answered Mowbray, and yet dice and cards are but bones and pasteboard, and the best horse ever started may slip a shoulder before he get to the winning post stand. So I wish Clara's venture had not been in such a bottom, but hang it care. Killed a cat I can hedge as well as anyone if the odds turn up against me. Let us have the cash, Mick. Aha, but there go 2 words to that bargain. Stock stands in my name, and Tam Turnpenny, the bankers as trustees for Miss Clara, now get you her letter to us desiring us to sell out, and to pay you the proceeds, and Tam Turnpenny will let you have £500 instanter on the faith of the transaction, for I fancy you would desire the stock to be sold out. and it will produce more than 600 or 700 pounds etherand, I reckon you will be selling out the whole. It's needless making twa bites of a cherry. True, answered Mowbray, since we must be rogues, or something like it, let us make it worth our while at least, so give me a form of the letter. And Clara shall copy it, that is, if she consents, for you know, she can keep her own opinion, as well as any other woman in the world. And that said make Luam is as the wind will keep its way, preach to it as ye like. But if I might advise about Miss Clara, I wad, say, neathing mair than that I was stressed for the penny money, for I mistake her muckle. If she would PG 165 like to see you gang into pitch, and toss why this lord and tither baronet for her aunt's 3% I ken, she has some queer notions jies away the feck of the dividends on that very stock in downright charity. And I am in hazard to rob the poor as well as my sister, said Mowbray, filling once more his own glass. And his friends come mick no skylature. Is Clara's health is an Angeland, I am what I will not call myself, and suffer no other man to call me, but I shall win this time, I am sure I shall, since Clara's fortune depends upon it. Now I think, on the other hand, said Makeluam, that if anything should chance rang and heaven kens that the beslaid schemes will gang agi, it will be a great comfort to think that the ultimate losers will only be the poor folk that have the parish between them and absolute starvation. If your sister spent her ain siller, it would be a very different story. Hush, Mick, for God's sake, hush, mine honest friend, said Mowbray. It is quite true thou art a rare counsellor in time of need, and hast as happy a manner of reconciling a man's conscience with his necessities as might set up a score of casuists. But beware, my most zealous counsellor and confessor, how you drive the nail too far, I promise. You, some of the chaffing you are at just now rather abates my pluck. Well, give me your scroll eye. Will to CPG 166 Lara with it, though? I would rather meet the best shot in Britain with 10 paces of green sod. Betwixt us, so saying, he left the apartment. Chapter Roman 11. Fraternal love. Nearest of blood should still be next in love. And when I see these happy children playing, while William gathers flowers for Ellen's ringlets, and Ellen dresses flies for William's angle, I scarce can think that in advancing life, coldness, unkindness, interest, or suspicion will e'er divide that unity so sacred, which nature bound at birth. Anonymous. When Mowbray had left his dangerous adviser, in order to steer the course which his agent had indicated without offering to recommend it, he went to the little parlor which his sister was wont to term her own, and in which she spent great part of her time. It was fitted up with a sort of fanciful neatness, and in its perfect arrangement and good order formed a strong contrast to the other apartments of the old and neglected mansion house. A number of little articles lay on the worktable indicating the elegant, and at the same time, the unsettled turn of the inhabitant's mind. There were unfinished drawings, blotted music, needlework of various kinds, and many other little PG 167 female tasks, all undertaken with zeal, and so far prosecuted with art and elegance, but all flung aside before any one of them was completed. Clara herself sat upon a little low couch by the window reading, or at least turning over the leaves of a book in which she seemed to read, but instantly starting up. When she saw her brother, she ran towards him with the most cordial cheerfulness. Welcome, welcome, my dear John. This is very kind of you to come to visit your recluse sister. I have been trying to nail my eyes and my understanding to a stupid book here, because they say too much thought is not quite good for me, but either the man's dullness or my want of the power of attending makes my eyes pass over the page just as one seems to read in a dream, without being able to comprehend one word of the matter. You shall talk to me, and that will do better. What can I give you to show that you are welcome? I am afraid tea is all I have to offer, and that you set too little store by. I shall be glad of a cup at present, said Mowbray, for I wish to speak with you. Then Jessie shall make it ready instantly, said Miss Mowbray, ringing and giving orders to her waiting maid. But you must not be ungrateful, John, and plague me with any of the ceremonial, for your fete is sufficient for the day. Is the evil thereof I will attend and play my part as prettily as you can desire. But to think of it beforehand would make both my head and my heart ache, and so I beg you will spare me on the subject. Why, you wild kitten, said Mowbray, you turn every day more shy of human communication. We shall PG 168L have you take the woods one day, and become as savage as the Princess Caribou. But I will plague you about nothing if I can help it. If matters go not smooth on the great day, they must e'en blame the dull thick head that had no fair lady to help him in his need. But Clara, I had something more material to say to you, something, indeed, of the last importance. What is it? Said Clara in a tone of voice approaching to a screamin' The name of God, what is it? You know not how you terrify me. Nay, you start at a shadow, Clara answered her brother. It is no such uncommon matter, neither good faith. It is the most common distress in the world. So far as I know the world, I am sorely pinched for money. Is that all? Replied Clara in a tone which seemed to her brother as much to underrate the difficulty, when it was explained, as her fears had exaggerated it before she heard its nature. Is that all? Indeed it is all, and comprehends a great deal of vexation. I shall be hard run, unless I can get a certain sum of money, and I must e'en ask you if you can help me. Help you? Replied Clara. Yes, with all my heart, but, you know, my purse is a light one. More than half of my last dividend is in it, however. And I am sure, John, I shall be happy if it can serve you especially, as that will at least show that your wants are but small ones. Alas, Clara, if you would help me, said her brother, half repentant of his purpose, you must draw the neck of the goose, which lays the golden eggs. You must lend me the whole stock. And why not, John, said the simply here PG 169 Ted girl. If it will do you a kindness, are you not my natural guardian, are you not a kind one? And is not my little fortune entirely at your disposal? You will, I am sure, do all for the best. I fear I may not, said Mowbray, starting from her, and more distressed by her sudden and unsuspicious compliance than he would have been by difficulties or remonstrance. In the latter case, he would have stifled the pangs of conscience amid the maneuvers which he must have resorted to for obtaining her acquiescence. As matters stood, there was all the difference that there is between slaughtering a tame and unresisting animal and pursuing wild game, until the animation of the sportsman's exertions overcomes the internal sense of his own cruelty. The same idea occurred to Mowbray himself. By G, he said, this is like shooting the bird sitting, Clara. He added, I fear this money will scarce be employed as you would wish. Employ it as you yourself please, my dearest brother, she replied, and I will believe it is all for the best. Nay, I am doing for the best, he replied. At least I am doing what must be done, for I see no other way through it. So all you have to do is to copy this paper and bid adieu to bank dividends for a little while, at least. I trust soon to double this little matter for you, if fortune will but stand my friend. Do not trust to fortune, John, said Clara, smiling, though with an expression of deep melancholy. Alas, she has never been a friend to our family, not at least for many a day. She favors PG 170, the bold say my old grammatical exercises, answered her brother, and I must trust her were she as changeable as a weathercock. And yet if she should jilt me, what will you do at, will you say, Clara, if I am unable, contrary to my hope, trust, and expectation, to repay you this money within a short time? Do, replied Clara, I must do without it, you know, and for saying I will not say a word. True, replied Mowbray, but your little expensisier charitisier halt, and blindier round of paupers. Well, I can manage all that too. Look you here, John, how many half-worked trifles there are. The needle, or the pencil, is the resource of all distressed heroines, you know. And I promise you, though I have been a little idle and unsettled of late, yet, when I do set about it, no Emmeline or Ethelind of them all ever sent such loads of trumpery to market as I shall, or made such wealth as I will do. I dare say Lady Penelope and all the gentry at the Well will purchase, and will raffle, and do all sort of things to encourage the pensive performer. I will send them such lots of landscapes with sap-green trees, and mazarine blue rivers and portraits, that will terrify the originals themselves, and handkerchiefs and turbans with needlework scalloped, exactly like the walks on the Belvedere. Why, I shall become a little fortune in the first season. No, Clara, said John gravely, for a virtuous resolution had gained the upper hand in his bosom, while his sister ran on in this manner. We will do something better than all this. If this kind help of yours does not fetch me through, I am determined I will cut PG 171. The whole concern it is but standing a laugh or two, and hearing a gay fellow say, Demi Jack, are you turned clodhopper at last? That is the worst. Dogs, horses, and all shall go to the hammer. We will keep nothing but your pony, and I will trust to a pair of excellent legs. There is enough left of the old acres to keep us in the way you like best, and that I will learn to like. I will work in the garden, and work in the forest, mark my own trees, and cut them myself, keep my own accounts, and send Saunders Macluam to the devil. That last is the best resolution of all, John, said Clara, and if such a day should come round, I should be the happiest of living creatures. I should not have a grief left in the world if I had you should never see or hear of it. It should lie here, she said, pressing her hand on her bosom, buried as deep as a funereal urn in a cold sepulchre. Oh, could we not begin such a life tomorrow? If it is absolutely necessary that this trifle of money should be got rid of first, throw it into the river, and think you have lost it amongst gamblers and horse jockeys. Clara's eyes, which she fondly fixed on her brother's face, glowed through the tears which her enthusiasm called into them, while she thus addressed him. Mowbray, on his part, kept his looks fixed on the ground, with a flush on his cheek that expressed at once false pride and real shame. At length he looked up. "My dear girl," he said, "how foolishly you talk, and how foolishly I that have 20 things to do stand here listening to you. All will go smooth on my plan if it should not we have yours in reserve. And I swear to you I will PG 172 adopt it. The trifle which this letter of yours enables me to command may have luck in it, and we must not throw up the cards while we have a chance of the game. Were I to cut from this moment, these few hundreds would make us little better or little worse cease. You see we have two strings to our bow. Luck is sometimes against me, that is true, but upon true principle, and playing on the square, I can manage the best of them, or my name is not Mowbray. Adieu, my dearest Clara." So saying, he kissed her cheek with a more than usual degree of affection. Ere he could raise himself from his stooping posture, she threw her arm kindly over his neck, and said with a tone of the deepest interest, "My dearest brother, your slightest wish has been, and ever shall be a law to me. Oh, if you would but grant me one request in return." "What is it, you silly girl?" said Mowbray, gently disengaging himself from her hold. "What is it you can have to ask that needs such a solemn preface? Remember, I hate prefaces, and when I happen to open a book always skip them." "Without preface, then, my dearest brother, will you for my sake avoid those quarrels, in which the people yonder are eternally engaged? I never go down there, but I hear of some new brawl, and I never lay my head down to sleep, but I dream that you are the victim of it even last night." "Nay, Clara, if you begin to tell your dreams, we shall never have done sleeping. To be sure, is the most serious employment of your life, for, as to eating, you hardly match a sparrow. But I entreat you to sleep without dreaming, or to keep your visions to yourself. Why do you keep such fast hold? OPG 173F, me, what on earth can you be afraid of? Surely you do not think the blockhead Binks, or any other of the good folks below yonder, dared to turn on me? Egad, I wish they would pluck up a little metal that I might have an excuse for drilling them. Gad, I would soon teach them to follow at heel." "No, John," replied his sister, "it is not of such men as these that I have any fear, and yet cowards are sometimes driven to desperation, and become more dangerous than better men. But it is not such as these that I fear. But there are men in the world whose qualities are beyond their seeming, whose spirit and courage lie hidden like metals in the mine under an unmarked or a plain exterior. You may meet with such. You are rash and headlong, and apt to exercise your wit without always weighing consequences, and thus—" "On my word," Clara answered Mowbray, "you are in a most sermonizing humor this morning. The parson himself could not have been more logical or profound. You have only to divide your discourse into heads, and garnish it with conclusions for use and conclusions for doctrine, and it might be preached before a whole presbytery with every chance of instruction and edification. But I am a man of the world, my little Clara, and though I wish to go in death's way as little as possible, I must not fear the rawhead and bloody bones neither. And who the devil is to put the question to me? I must know that, Clara, for you have some especial person in your eye when you bid me take care of quarreling." Clara could not become paler than was her usual complexion, but her voice faltered, as she eagerly assured her brother that she had no particular person in her thoughts. PG 174. Clara said, "Her brother, do you remember, when there was a report of a bogle in the upper orchard? When we were both children, do you remember how you were perpetually telling me to take care of the bogle, and keep away from its haunts? And do you remember my going on purpose to detect the bogle, finding the cowboy with a shirt about him, busied in pulling pears, and treating him to a handsome drubbing? I am the same Jack Mowbray still, as ready to face danger and unmask imposition, and your fears, Clara, will only make me watch more closely, till I find out the real object of them. If you warn me of quarreling with someone, it must be because you know someone who is not unlikely to quarrel with me. You are a flighty and fanciful girl, but you have sense enough not to trouble either yourself or me on a point of honor, save when there is some good reason for it." Clara once more protested, and it was with the deepest anxiety to be believed that what she had said arose only out of the general consequences, which she apprehended from the line of conduct her brother had adopted, and which in her apprehension was so likely to engage him in the broils that divided the good company at the spring. Mowbray listened to her explanation with an air of doubt, or rather incredulity, sipped a cup of tea which had for some time been placed before him, and at length replied, "Well, Clara, whether I am right or wrong in my guess, it would be cruel to torment you any more remembering what you have just done for me, but do justice to your brother, and believe THPG 175, At when you have anything to ask of him, an explicit declaration of your wishes will answer your purpose much better than any ingenious oblique attempts to influence me. Give up all thoughts of such, my dear Claire. You are but a poor manoeuvre. But were you the very Machiavel of your sex, you should not turn the flank of John Mowbray. He left the room as he spoke, and did not return though his sister twice called upon him. It is true that she uttered the word brother so faintly that perhaps the sound did not reach his ears. He is gone, she said, and I have had no power to speak out. I am like the wretched creatures who, it is said, lie under a potent charm that prevents them alike from shedding pg 176 ng tears, and from confessing their crimes. Yes, there is a spell on this unhappy heart, and either that must be dissolved, or this must break. Chapter Roman 12. The Challenge. A slight note I have about me, for the delivery of which you must excuse me. It is an office which friendship calls upon me to do, and no way offensive to you, as I desire nothing but right on both sides. King and no king. The intelligent reader may recollect that Tyrrell departed from the Fox Hotel on terms not altogether so friendly towards the company as those under which he entered it. Indeed, it occurred to him that he might probably have heard something farther on the subject, though amidst matters of deeper and more anxious consideration, the idea only passed hastily through his mind, and 2 days having gone over without any message from Sir Bingo Binks, the whole affair glided entirely out of his memory. The truth was that, although never old woman took more trouble to collect and blow up with her bellows the embers of her decayed fire than Captain MacTurk kindly underwent for the purpose of puffing into a flame the dying sparkles of the baronet's courage. Yet 2 days were spent in fruitless conferences before he could attain the desired point. He found Sir Bingo on these different occasions, PG 177s, in all sorts of different moods of mind, and disposed to view the thing in all shades of light, except what the captain thought was the true one. He was in a drunken humorin, a sullen humorin, a thoughtless and vilipending humorin, every humor but a fighting one. And when Captain MacTurk talked of the reputation of the company at the well, Sir Bingo pretended to take offense, said the company might go to the devil, and hinted that he did them sufficient honor by gracing them with his countenance, but did not mean to constitute them any judges of his affairs. The fellow was a raff, and he would have nothing to do with him. Captain MacTurk would willingly have taken measures against the baronet himself, as in a state of contumacy, but was opposed by Winterblossom and other members of the committee, who considered Sir Bingo as too important and illustrious a member of their society to be rashly expelled from a place not honored by the residence of many persons of rank, and finally insisted that nothing should be done in the matter without the advice of Mowbray, whose preparations for his solemn festival on the following Thursday had so much occupied him that he had not lately appeared at the well. In the meanwhile, the gallant captain seemed to experience as much distress of mind as if some stain had lain on his own most unblemished of reputations. He went up and down upon the points of his toes, rising up on his instep with a jerk which at once expressed vexation and defiance. He carried his nose turned up in the air like that of a pig when he snuffs the approaching storm. He spoke in PG 178 monosyllables, when he spoke at all, and what perhaps illustrated in the strongest manner the depth of his feelings, refused in face of the whole company to pledge Sir Bingo in a glass of the baronet's peculiar cognac. At length the whole well was alarmed by the report brought by a smart outrider that the young Earl of Etherington reported to be rising on the horizon of fashion as a star of the first magnitude, intended to pass an hour or a day or a week, as it might happen, for his lordship could not be supposed to know his own mind at St. Ronan's Well. This suddenly put all in motion. Almanacs were opened to ascertain his lordship's age, enquiries were made concerning the extent of his fortune, his habits were quoted, his tastes were guessed at, and all that the ingenuity of the managing committee could devise was resorted to in order to recommend their spa to this favorite of fortune. An express was dispatched to Shaw's Castle with the agreeable intelligence which fired the train of hope that led to Mowbray's appropriation of his sister's capital. He did not, however, think proper to obey the summons to the spring, for not being aware in what light the Earl might regard the worthies there assembled. He did not desire to be found by his lordship in any strict connection with them. Sir Bingo Binks was in a different situation. The bravery with which he had endured the censure of the place began to give way when he considered that a person of such distinction as that which public opinion attached to Lord Etherington should find him bodily indeed at St. Ronan's, but so far as society was concerned on the road towards the ancient cit PG 179Y of Coventry, and his banishment thither incurred by that most unpardonable offense in modern morality. Solecism in the code of honor, though sluggish and inert when called to action, the baronet was by no means an absolute coward, or if so he was of that class which fights when reduced to extremity. He manfully sent for Captain MacTurk, who waited upon him with a grave solemnity of aspect, which instantly was exchanged for a radiant joy when Sir Bingo in a few words empowered him to carry a message to that strolling artist by whom he had been insulted 3 days since. By Cot, said the captain, my exceedingly goot and excellent friend, and I am happy to do such a favor for you, and it's well you have thought of it yourself, because if it had not been for some of our very goot and excellent friends that would be putting their spoon into other folks' dish, I should have been asking you a civil question myself, how you came to dine with us with all that mud and mire, which Mr. Tyrrell's grasp has left upon the collar of your coat, you understand, me, but it is much better as it is, and I will go to the man with all the speed of light, and though to be sure it should have been sooner thought of, yet let me alone to make an excuse for that just in my own civil way better late thrive, than never do well, you know Sir Bingo. And if you have made him wait a little while for his morning, you must give him the better measure, my darling. So saying, he awaited no reply, lest peradventure the commission with which he was so hastily and unexpectedly charged should have been clogged with some condition of compromise. No such proposal, ho PG 180 Wever, was made on the part of the doughty Sir Bingo, who eyed his friend, as he hastily snatched up his rattan to depart with a dogged look of obstinacy expressive, to use his own phrase, of a determined resolution to come up to the scratch. And when he heard the captain's parting footsteps, and saw the door shut behind him, he valiantly whistled a few bars of Jenny Sutton in token. He cared not a farthing how the matter was to end. With a swifter pace than his half-pay leisure usually encouraged, or than his habitual dignity permitted, Captain MacTurk cleared the ground betwixt the spring and its gay vicinity, and the ruins of the Altown where reigned our friend Meg Dodds, the sole asserter of its ancient dignities, to the door of the Clacomb. In the captain addressed himself as one too much accustomed to war to fear a rough reception, although at the very first aspect of Meg, who presented her person at the half-opened door, his military experience taught him that his entrance into the place would in all probability be disputed. Is Mr. Tyrrell at home, was the question, and the answer was conveyed by the counter-interrogation, wha may ye be that speers? As the most polite reply to this question, and an indulgence at the same time of his own taciturn disposition, the captain presented to Lucky Dodds the fifth part of an ordinary playing card, much grimed with snuff, which bore on its blank side his name and quality, but Lucky Dodds rejected the information, thus tendered with contemptuous scorn. Nane of your deals playbooks for me, said she, it's an ill world, since sick PRPG 181 Eichmedanty doings, came in fashion it's a poor tongue, that canna tell its ain name, and ill hay nane of your scarts upon pasteboard. I am Captain MacTurk of the regiment, said the captain, disdaining further answer. MacTurk repeated Meg with an emphasis which induced the owner of the name to reply, yes, honest woman MacTurk Hector Mac. Turk, have you any objections to my name, good wife? Nay, objections have I, answered Meg. It's e'en an excellent name for a heathen, but Captain MacTurk, since sae it be that ye are a captain, ye may e'en face about, and march your ways hame again to the tune of Dumbarton drums, for ye are ganging to have nae speech of Maester Tyrrell, or ony lodger of mine. And wherefore not, demanded the veteran, and is this of your own foolish head, honest woman, or has your lodger left such orders? Maybe he has and maybe no, answered Meg sturdily, and I ken nae mair right that ye suld ca me honest woman than I have to ca you honest man. Wilk is as far frae my thoughts as it wad be from heaven's truth. The woman is delirate, said Captain MacTurk, but cum a gentleman is not to be misused in this way when he comes on a gentleman's business. So make you a bit room on the doorstane that I may pass by you, or I will make room for myself by cot to your small pleasure. And so saying, he assumed the air of a man who was about to make good his passage, but Meg, without deigning farther reply, flourished around her head the hearth-broom, which she had been employing to its more legitimate purpose, when disturbed in her housewifery by Captain MacTurk PG 182. I ken your errand weel enug, captain, and I ken yoursel. Ye are ane of the folk that gang about yonder, setting folk by the lugs, as callants set their collies to fight. But ye saul come to nae lodger o' mine. Let Abe Maester Tyrrell why ony sick ungodly errand, for I am ane that will keep God's peace and the king's within my dwelling. So saying, and an explicit token of her peaceable intentions, she again flourished her broom. The veteran instinctively threw himself under St. George's guard, and drew 2 paces back, exclaiming that the woman was either mad or as drunk as whiskey, could make her an alternative, which afforded Meg so little satisfaction that she fairly rushed on her retiring adversary, and began to use her weapon to fell purpose. Me drunk ye scandalous, blackguard a blow, with the broom interposed as parenthesis me, that am fasting from all but sin, and bohe another whack. The captain swearing, exclaiming, and parrying, caught the blows as they fell, showing much dexterity in single stick. The people began to gather, and how long his gallantry might have maintained itself against the spirit of self-defense and revenge must be left uncertain, for the arrival of Tyrrell, returned from a short walk, put a period to the contest. Meg, who had a great respect for her guest, began to feel ashamed of her own violence, and slunk into the house, observing, however, that she trued she had made her hearth broom, and the auld heathens pow right, weel acquainted the Tran PG 183 quillity, which ensued upon her departure, gave Tyrrell an opportunity to ask the captain, whom he at length recognized, the meaning of this singular affray, and whether the visit was intended for him, to which the veteran replied very discomposedly, that he should have known that long enough ago, if he had had decent people to open his door, and answer a civil question, instead of a flighting madwoman, who was worse than an eagle, he said, or a mastiff bitch, or a shebear, or any other female beast in the creation. Half suspecting his errand and desirous to avoid unnecessary notoriety, Tyrrell, as he showed the captain to the parlor, which he called his own, entreated him to excuse the rudeness of his landlady, and to pass from the topic to that which had procured him the honor of this visit. "And you are right, my good Master Tyrrell," said the captain, pulling down the sleeves of his coat, adjusting his handkerchief and breast ruffle, and endeavoring to recover the composure of manner becoming his mission, but still adverting indignantly to the usage he had received by Cot, if she had but been a man, if it were the king himself. However, Mr. Tyrrell, I am come on a civil errand, and very civilly I have been treated. The auld bitch should be set in the stocks, and be tammed, my friend Sir Bingo by Cot. I shall never forget that woman's insolency, if there be a constable or a cat ninetales within 10 miles. "I perceive, captain," said Tyrrell, "that you are too much disturbed at this moment to enter upon the business which has brought you here. If you will step into my bedroom, and make use of some cold water and a towel, it will give you the time to compose your PG 184 self a little." "I shall do no such thing, Mr. Tyrrell," answered the captain snappishly. "I do not want to be composed at all, and I do not want to stay in this house a minute longer than to do my errand to you on my friend's behalf. And as for this tammed woman Dodds, you will in that case forgive my interrupting you, Captain MacTurk, as I presume your errand to me can have no reference to this strange quarrel with my landlady, with which I have nothing to." "And if I thought that it had, sir," said the captain, interrupting Tyrrell in his turn, "you should have given me satisfaction. Before you was a quarter of an hour oldero, I would give £5 to the pretty fellow that would say Captain MacTurk the woman did right." "I certainly will not be that person you wish for, captain," replied Tyrrell, "because I really do not know who was in the right or wrong, but I am certainly sorry that you should have met with ill usage when your purpose was to visit me." "Well, sir, if you are concerned," said the man of peace snappishly, "so am I, and there is an end of it. And touching my errand to you, cannot have forgotten that you treated my friend Sir Bingo Binks with singular incivility." "I recollect nothing of the kind, captain," replied Tyrrell. "I remember that the gentleman so called took some uncivil liberties in laying foolish bets concerning me, and that I treated him from respect to the rest of the company, and the ladies in particular, with a great degree of moderation and forbearance." PG 185. "And you must have very fine ideas of forbearance," replied the captain, "when you took my good friend by the collar of the coat, and lifted him out of your way, as if he had been a puppy dog, my good Mr. Tyrrell. I can assure you he does not think that you have forborne him at all, and he has no purpose to forbear you, and I must either carry back a sufficient apology, or you must meet in a quiet way with a good friend on each side. And this was the errand I came on, when this tammed woman with the hearth broom, who is an enemy to all quiet and peaceable proceedings." "We will forget Mrs. Dodds for the present, if you please, Captain MacTurk," said Tyrrell, "to speak to the present subject. You will permit me to say that I think this summons comes a little of the latest. You know best as a military man, but I have always understood that such differences are usually settled immediately after they occur, not that I intend to balk Sir Bingo's inclinations upon the score of delay or any other account. I dare say you will not, I dare say you will not, Mr. Tyrrell, answered the captain. I am free to think that you know better what belongs to a gentleman, and, as to time, look you, my good sir, there are different sorts of people in this world as there are different sorts of firearms. There are your hair-triggered rifles that go off just at the right moment, and in the twinkling of an eye, and that Mr. Tyrrell is your true man of honor, and there is a sort of person that takes a thing up too soon and sometimes backs out of it, like your rubbishy Birmingham pieces that will at one time go off at half-cock, and at another time burn primy PG 186 and G, without going off at all. Then again, pieces that hang firer, I should rather say, that are like the matchlocks which the black fellows use in the East Indies. There must be some blowing of the match, and so forth, which occasions delay, but the piece carries true enough after all. And your friend Sir Bingo's valor is of this last kind, captain, I presume. That is the inference. I should have thought it more like a boy's cannon, which is fired by means of a train, and is but a pop-gun after all. I cannot allow of such comparisons, sir, said the captain. You will understand that I come here as Sir Bingo's friend, and a reflection on him will be an affront to me. I disclaim all intended offense to you, captain. I have no wish to extend the number of my adversaries, or to add to them the name of a gallant officer like yourself, replied Tyrrell. You are too obliging, sir, said the captain, drawing himself up with dignity by cot. And that was said very handsomely well, sir. And shall I not have the pleasure of carrying back any explanation from you to Sir Bingo? I assure you, it would give me pleasure to make this matter handsomely up. To Sir Bingo, Captain MacTurk, I have no apology to offer. I think I treated him more gently than his impertinence deserved. Och, och, sighed the captain with a strong Highland intonation. Then there is no more to be said, but just to settle time and place for pistols, I suppose, must be the weapons. All these matters are quite the same to me, said Tyrrell Onell, PG 187Y. In respect of time, I should wish it to be as speedy as possible. What say you to one afternoon? This very day you may name the place. At one afternoon, replied the captain, deliberately. Sir Bingo will attend you. The place may be the Buckstane, for, as the whole company go to the waterside today to eat a kettle of fish, there will be no risk of interruption. And who shall I speak to, my good friend, on your side of the quarrel? Really, captain, replied Tyrrell, that is a puzzling question. I have no friend here. I suppose you could hardly act for both. It would be totally, absolutely, and altogether out of the question, my good friend, replied MacTurk. But if you will trust to me, I will bring up a friend on your part from the well, who, though you have hardly seen him before, will settle matters for you, as well as if you had been intimate for 20 years. And I will bring up the doctor too, if I can get him unloosed from the petticoat of that fat widow blower that he has strung himself upon. I have no doubt why PG 188O will do everything with perfect accuracy, captain, at 1 o'clock. Then we meet at the Buxton Stay. Permit me to see you to the door. By cot, and it is not altogether so unnecessary, said the captain, for the tammed woman with the besom might have some advantage in that long dark passage. Knowing the ground better than I am her, I will have amends on her, if there be whipping post or ducking stool, or a pair of stocks in the parish. And so saying, the captain trudged off, his spirits, ever and anon, agitated by recollection of the causeless aggression of Meg Dodds, and again composed to a state of happy serenity by the recollection of the agreeable arrangement which he had made between Mr. Tyrrell and his friend Sir Bingo Binks. We have heard of men of undoubted benevolence of character and disposition, whose principal delight was to see a miserable criminal degraded alike by his previous crimes, and the sentence which he had incurred conclude a vicious and wretched life, by an ignominious and painful death. It was some such inconsistency of character which induced honest Captain MacTurk, who had really been a meritorious officer, and was a good-natured, honorable, and well-intentioned man, to place his chief delight in setting his friends by the ears, and then acting as umpire in the dangerous rencontres, which, according to his code of honor, were absolutely necessary to restore peace and cordiality. PG 189. We leave the explanation of such anomalies to the labors of craniologists, for they seem to defy all the researches of the ethic philosopher. Chapter Roman Disappointment. Evans, I pray you now, good Master Slender's servingman and friend, simple by your name, which way have you looked for Master Caius? Slender, marry sir, the cityward, the parkward, every way, old Windsor way, and every way. Merry wives of Windsor. Sir Bingo Binks received the captain's communication with the same dogged sullenness he had displayed at sending the challenge, a most ungracious humph ascending as it were from the very bottom of his stomach, through the folds of a belcher handkerchief, intimating his acquiescence in a tone nearly as gracious as that with which the drowsy traveler acknowledges the intimation of the slipshod ostler, that it is on the stroke of 5, and the horn will sound in a minute. Captain Macturk by no means considered this ejaculation as expressing a proper estimate of his own trouble and services. Humph, he replied. And what does that mean, Sir Bingo? Have not I here had the trouble to put you just into the neat road? And would you have been able to make a handsome affair out of it at all after you had let it hang so long in the wind, if I had not PG 190 taken on myself to make it agreeable to the gentleman, and cooked as neat a mess out of it as I have seen a Frenchman do out of a stale sprat? Sir Bingo saw it was necessary to mutter some intimation of acquiescence and acknowledgment, which, however inarticulate, was sufficient to satisfy the veteran, to whom the adjustment of a personal affair of this kind was a labor of love, and who now, kindly mindful of his promise to Tyrrell, hurried away, as if he had been about the most charitable action upon earth to secure the attendance of someone as a witness on the stranger's part. Mr. Winterblossom was the person whom Macturk had in his own mind pitched upon as the fittest person to perform this act of benevolence, and he lost no time in communicating his wish to that worthy gentleman. But Mr. Winterblossom, though a man of the world and well enough acquainted with such matters, was by no means so passionately addicted to them as was the man of peace, Captain Hector Macturk. As a bon vivant, he hated trouble of any kind, and the shrewd selfishness of his disposition enabled him to foresee that a good deal might accrue to all concerned in the course of this business. He therefore coolly replied that he knew nothing of Mr. Tyrrell, not even whether he was a gentleman or not, and besides he had received no regular application in his behalf, did not therefore feel himself at all inclined to go to the field. As his second, this refusal drove the poor captain to despair. He conjured his friend to be more public-spirited, and entreated him to consider the reputation of the well, which was to them as a common country, and the honor of PG 191, the company to which they both belonged, and of which Mr. Winterblossom was in a manner the proper representative, as being with consent of all the perpetual president. He reminded him how many quarrels had been nightly undertaken, and departed from on the ensuing morning, without any suitable consequences. Said that people began to talk of the place oddly, and that for his own part, he found his own honor so nearly touched that he had begun to think he himself would be obliged to bring somebody or other to account for the general credit of the well. And now, just when the most beautiful occasion had arisen to put everything on a handsome footing, it was hard, it was cruel, it was most unjustifiable in Mr. Winterblossom to decline so simple a matter as was requested of him. Dry and taciturn as the captain was on all ordinary occasions, he proved on the present eloquent and almost pathetic, for the tears came into his eyes when he recounted the various quarrels which had become addled, notwithstanding his best endeavors to hatch them into an honorable meeting. And here was one at length just chipping the shell, like to be smothered for want of the most ordinary concession on the part of Winterblossom. In short, that gentleman could not hold out any longer. It was, he said, a very foolish business, he thought, but to oblige Sir Bingo and Captain Macturk, he had no objection to walk with them about noon as far as the Buckstane, although he must observe the day was hazy, and he had felt a prophetic twinge or two, which looked like a visit of his old acquaintance Pedagra. Never mind that, my excellent friend, said the Capt. PG 192, in a sup out of Sir Bingo's flask, is like enough to put that to rights, and by my soul, it is not the thing he is like to leave behind him on this sort of occasion, unless I be far mistaken in my man. But, said Winterblossom, although I comply with your wishes, thus far, Captain Macturk, I by no means undertake for certain to back this same Master Tyrrell, of whom I know nothing at all, but only agree to go to the place in hopes of preventing mischief. Never fash your beard about that, Mr. Winterblossom, replied the captain, for a little mischief, as you call it, is become a thing absolutely necessary to the credit of the place. And I am sure whatever be the consequences, they cannot in the present instance be very fatal to any body, for here is a young fellow, that if he should have a misfortune nobody will miss, for nobody knows him. Then there is Sir Bingo, whom every body knows so well that they will miss him all the less. And there will be Lady Bingo, a wealthy and handsome young widow, said Winterblossom, throwing his hat upon his head with the grace and pretension of former days, and sighing to see as he looked in the mirror how much time that had whitened his hair, rounded his stomach, wrinkled his brow, and bent down his shoulders had disqualified him, as he expressed it, for entering for such a plate. Secure of Winterblossom, the captain's next anxiety was to obtain the presence of Dr. Quacklebin, who, although he wrote himself Roman 1000 Roman 500, did not by any means decline practice as a surgeon when any job offered for which he was likely to be well pa PG 193 id, as was warranted in the present instance, the wealthy baronet being a party. Principally concerned the doctor, therefore, like the eagle scenting the carnage, seized at the first word the huge volume of morocco leather, which formed his case of portable instruments, and uncoiled before the captain with ostentatious display its formidable and glittering contents, upon which he began to lecture, as upon a copious and interesting text, until the man of war thought it necessary to give him a word of caution. "Och," says he, "I do pray you, doctor, to carry that packet of yours under the breast of your coat, or in your pocket, or somewhere out of sight, and by no means to produce or open it before the parties, for although scalpels and tourniquets and pincers, and the like are very ingenious implements, and pretty to behold, and are also useful when time and occasion call for them, yet I have known the sight of them take away a man's fighting stomach, and so lose their owner a job." Dr. Quacklebin. "By my faith, Captain MacTurk," said the doctor, "you speak as if you were graduated. I have known these treacherous articles play their master many a cursed trick. The very sight of my forceps, without the least effort on my part, once cured an inveterate toothache of 3 days' duration, prevented the extraction of a carious molendinar which it was the very end of their formation to achieve, and sent me home, minus a guinea butt. Hand me that greatcoat, captain, and we will place the instruments in ambuscade. Until they are called into action in due time, I should think something will happen. Sir Bingo is a sure shot at a moorcock." PG 194. "Cannot say," replied MacTurk. "I have known the pistol shake many a hand that held the fowling piece. Fast enough yonder Tyrrell looks like a Tivolish cool customer. I watched him the whole time I was delivering my errand, and I can promise you he is metal to the backbone." "Well, I will have my bandages ready secundum artem," replied the man of medicine. "We must guard against Morhage. Sir Bingo is a plethoric subject. When o'clock, you say it, the Buckstane eye will be punctual." "Will you not walk with us?" said Captain MacTurk, who seemed willing to keep his whole convoy together on this occasion, lest peradventure any of them had fled from under his patronage. "No," replied the doctor, "I must first make an apology to worthy Mrs. Blower, for I had promised her my arm down to the riverside, where they are all to eat a kettle of fish. By cot, and I hope we shall make them a prettier kettle of fish than was ever seen at St. Ronan's," said the captain, rubbing his hands. "Don't say we, captain," replied the cautious doctor. "I for one have nothing to do with the meeting. Wash my hands of it. No, no, I cannot afford to be clapped up as accessory. You ask me to meet you at the Buxtonino purpose assigned. I am willing to oblige my worthy friend Captain Mac Turkwalk. That way, thinking of nothing particular. Here the report of pistol chasten to the spot, fortunately just in time to prevent the most fatal consequences. Chance most opportunely to have my case of instruments with Maindy generally walk with them. PG 195 about menunquam non peritus. Then give my professional definition of the wound and state of the patient. That is the way to give evidence, captain, before sheriffs, coroners, and such sort of folk. Never commit one's self. It is a rule of our profession." "Well, well, doctor," answered the captain, "you know your own ways best, and so you are but there to give a chance of help in case of accident. All the laws of honor will be fully complied with, but it would be a foul reflection upon me, as a man of honor, if I did not take care that there should be somebody to come in thirdsman between death and my principal." At the awful hour of one afternoon, there arrived upon the appointed spot Captain MacTurk, leading to the field the valorous Sir Bingo, not exactly straining like a greyhound in the slips, but rather looking moody like a butcher's bulldog, which knows he must fight since his master bids him. Yet the baronet showed no outward flinching or abatement of courage, excepting that the tune of Jenny Sutton, which he had whistled without intermission since he left the hotel, had, during the last half-mile of their walk, sunk into silence, although to look at the muscles of the mouth, projection of the lip, and vacancy of the eye, it seemed as if the notes were still passing through his mind, and that he whistled Jenny Sutton in his imagination. Mr. Winterblossom came 2 minutes after this happy pair, and the doctor was equally punctual. "Upon my soul," said the former, "this is a mighty silly affair, Sir Bingo, and might, I think, be easily taken up at less risk, to all parties. PG 196, than a meeting of this kind. You should recollect, Sir Bingo, that you have much depending upon your life. You are a married man, Sir Bingo." Sir Bingo turned the quid in his mouth, and squirted out the juice in a most coachman-like manner. "Mr. Winterblossom," said the captain, "Sir Bingo has in this matter put himself in my hands, and unless you think yourself more able to direct his course than I am, I must frankly tell you that I will be disobliged by your interference. You may speak to your own friend as much as you please. And if you find yourself authorized to make any proposal, I shall be desirous to lend an ear to it on the part of my worthy principal Sir Bingo. But I will be plain with you that I do not greatly approve of settlements upon the field, though I hope I am a quiet and peaceable man. But here is our honor to be looked after in the first place, and moreover, I must insist that every proposal for accommodation shall originate with your party or yourself. My party answered Winterblossom, why really though I came hither at your request Captain MacTurk, yet I must see more of the matter ere I can fairly pronounce myself second to a man I never saw but once. And perhaps may never see again, said the doctor looking at his watch, for it is 10 minutes past the hour and here is no Mr. Tyrrell. Hey, what's that you say, doctor, said the baronet, awakened from his apathy. He speaks damned nonsense, said the captain, pulling out a huge, old-fashioned turnip-shaped implement with a blackened silver dial plate. It is not a bow PG 197 v 3 minutes after 1 by the true time, and I will uphold Mr. Tyrrell to be a man of his word. Never saw a man take a thing more coolly. Not more coolly than he takes his walk. This way, said the doctor, for the hour is, as I tell your member, I am professional have pulses to count by the second, and half-second me timepiece must go as true as the sun. And I have mounted guard 1,000 times by my watch, said the captain, and I defy the devil to say that Hector MacTurk did not always discharge his duty to the 20th part of the fraction of a second. It was my great-grandmother Lady Kilberclin's, and I will maintain its reputation against any timepiece that ever went upon wheels. Well then, look at your own watch, captain, said Winterblossom, for time stands still with no man, and while we speak the hour advances. On my word, I think this Mr. Tyrrell intends to humbug us. Hey, what's that you say, said Sir Bingo, once more starting from his sullen reverie. I shall not look at my watch upon no such matter, said the captain, nor will I any way be disposed to doubt your friend's honor, Mr. Winterblossom. My friend, said Mr. Winterblossom, I must tell you once more, captain, that this Mr. Tyrrell is no friend of mine, none in the world. He is your friend, Captain MacTurk. And I own, if he keeps us waiting much longer on this occasion, I will be apt to consider his friendship as of very little value. And how dare you then say that the man is my friend? Said the captain, knitting his brows in a most form PG 198 idle manner. Pooh, pooh, captain, answered Winterblossom coolly. If not contemptuous like hep all that for silly boys I have lived in the world too long either to provoke quarrels or to care about them. So reserve your fire, it is all thrown away on such an old cock as I am. But I really wish we knew whether this fellow means to commit 20 minutes past the hour. I think it is odds that you are bilked, Sir Bingo. Bilked, hey, cried Sir Bingo, by gad, I always thought so. I wagered with Mowbray. He was a raff, I am, had by gad, ill wait no longer than the half hour. By gad, were he a field marshal. You will be directed in that matter by your friend, if you please, Sir Bingo, said the captain. D me if I will return the baronet, friend, a pretty friend, to bring me out here on such a fool's errand. I knew the fellow was a raff, but I never thought you with all your chaff about honor such a D.D. spoon, as to bring a message from a fellow who has fled the pit. If you regret so much having come here to no purpose, said the captain in a very lofty tone, and if you think I have used you like a spoon, as you say, I will have no objection in life to take Mr. Tyrrell's place, and serve your occasion, my boy. By, and if you like it, you may fire away, and welcome, said Sir Bingo, and ill, spin a crown for first shot, for I do not understand being brought here for nothing, d me. And there was never man alive so ready as I am to give you something to stay your stomach, said the irritable Highlander. PG 199. Oh, fie, gentlemen, fie, exclaimed the pacific Mr. Winterblossom, for shame, captain, out upon you, Sir Bingo. Are you mad? What principle and second like was never heard of, never. The parties were in some degree recalled to their more cool recollections by this expostulation, yet continued a short quarterdeck walk to and fro upon parallel lines, looking at each other sullenly, as they passed, and bristling like two dogs who have a mind to quarrel yet hesitate to commence hostilities during this promenade. Also the perpendicular and erect carriage of the veteran, rising on his toes at every step, formed a whimsical contrast with the heavy loutish shuffle of the bulky baronet, who had by dint of practice very nearly attained that most enviable of all carriages, the gait of a shambling Yorkshire ostler. His coarse spirit was now thoroughly kindled, and like iron or any other base or metal, which is slow in receiving heat, it retained long the smoldering and angry spirit of resentment that had originally brought him to the place, and now rendered him willing to wreak his uncomfortable feelings upon the nearest object, which occurred since the first purpose of his coming thither was frustrated in his own phrase, his pluck was up, and finding himself in a fighting humor, he thought it a pity like Bob Acres that so much good courage should be thrown away, as however that courage after all consisted chiefly in ill humor. And as in the demeanor of the captain, he read nothing deferential or deprecatory of his wrath, he began to listen with more attention to the arguments of Mr. Wint P.G. 200 Blossom, who entreated them not to sully by private quarrel the honor they had that day so happily acquired without either blood or risk. It was now, he said, 3/4 of an hour, past the time appointed for this person, who calls himself Tyrrell to meet Sir Bingo Binks now, instead of standing squabbling here, which serves no purpose I propose, we should reduce to writing the circumstances which attend this affair for the satisfaction of the company at the well, and that the memorandum shall be regularly attested by our subscriptions, after which I shall farther humbly propose that it be subjected to the revision of the Committee of Management. I object to any revision of a statement to which my name shall be appended, said the captain. Right very true, captain, said the complacent Mr. Winterblossom, undoubtedly. You know best, and your signature is completely sufficient to authenticate this transaction, however. As it is the most important which has occurred since the spring was established, I propose, we shall all sign the proce-verbal, as I may term it. Leave me out, if you please, said the doctor, not much satisfied that both the original quarrel and the by-battle had passed over without any occasion for the offices of a match-on. Leave me out, if you please, for it does not become me to be ostensibly concerned in any proceedings which have had for their object a breach of the peace, and for the importance of waiting here for an hour in a fine afternoon, it is my opinion there was a more important service done to the well of St. Ronan's, when I Quentin Quackleben Roman 1000 Roman 500 cured Lady Penelope Penfeather of her 7th attack upon the nerves, attended with febrile symptoms. PG 201. No disparagement to your skill at all, doctor, said Mr. Winterblossom, but I conceive the lesson which this fellow has received will be a great means to prevent improper persons from appearing at the spring hereafter. And for my part, I shall move that no one be invited to dine at the table in future till his name is regularly entered as a member of the company in the lists at the public room, and I hope both Sir Bingo and the captain will receive the thanks of the company for their spirited conduct. In expelling the intruder, Sir Bingo, will you allow me to apply to your flask a little twinge? I feel owing to the dampness of the grass. Sir Bingo, soothed by the consequence he had acquired, readily imparted to the invalid a thimbleful of his cordial, which we believe had been prepared by some cunning chemist in the wilds of Glenlivet. He then filled a bumper, and extended it towards the veteran, as an unequivocal symptom of reconciliation. The real turbinaceous flavor no sooner reached the nose of the captain than the beverage was turned down his throat, with symptoms of most unequivocal applause. I shall have some hope of the young fellows of this day, he said, now that they begin to give up their Dutch and French distilled waters and stick to genuine Highland, whereby coddet is the only liquor fit for a gentleman to drink in a morning, if he can have the good fortune to come by it, you see. Or after dinner, either, captain, said the doctor, to whom the glass had passed in rotation. It is worth all the wines in France for flavor, and more cordial to the system besides. PG 202. And now, said the captain, that we may not go off the ground with anything on our stomachs worse than the whiskey, I can afford to say, as Captain Hector Macturk's character is tolerably well established, that I am sorry for the little difference that has occurred betwixt me and my worthy friend Sir Bingo here. And since you are so civil, captain, said Sir Bingo, why I am sorry too only. It would put the devil out of temper to lose so fine a fishing day-wind south fine air on the pool water, settled from the floodjust in Trimend. I dare say 3 pairs of hooks have passed over my cast before this time. He closed this elaborate lamentation with a libation of the same cordial which he had imparted to his companions, and they returned in a body to the hotel, where the transactions of the morning were soon afterwards announced to the company by the following programme. A statement. Sir Bingo Binks, Baronet, having found himself aggrieved by the uncivil behaviour of an individual calling himself Francis Tyrrell, now, or lately, a resident at the Clacombe in Alltown of St. Ronan's, and having empowered Captain Hector MacTurk to wait upon the said Mr. Tyrrell to demand an apology under the alternative of personal satisfaction, according to the laws of honor and the practice of gentlemen, the said Tyrrell voluntarily engaged to meet the said Sir Bingo Binks, Baronet at the Buckstane, near St. Ronan's Burn upon this present day being Wednesday August, in consequence of which appointment we, the undersigned, did attend at the place named from 1 o'clock till 2 without seeing or hearing anything whatever of the PG 203, said Francis Tyrrell, or any one in his behalf, which fact we make thus publicly known, that all men, and particularly the distinguished company assembled at the Fox Hotel, may be duly apprised of the character and behavior of the said Francis Tyrrell, in case of his again presuming to intrude himself into the society of persons of honor. The Fox Inn and Hotel St. Ronan's, well, August 18. Signed, Bingo Binks, Hector MacTurk, Philip Winterblossom. A little lower followed this separate attestation. I Quentin Quackleben Roman 1000 Roman 500, FRS Roman 500, EB Roman 50 Roman 10, Z Roman 100 Roman 100. Being called upon to attest what I know in the said matter, do hereby verify, that being by accident at the Buckstane, near St. Ronan's Burn on this present day, at the hour of 1 afternoon, and chancing to remain there for the space of nearly an hour conversing with Sir Bingo Binks, Captain MacTurk, and Mr. Winterblossom, we did not during that time see or hear anything of or from the person calling himself Francis Tyrrell, whose presence at that place seemed to be expected by the gentleman I have just named. This affiche was dated like the former, and certified under the august hand of Quentin Quackleben Roman 1000 Roman 500 Roman 100 Roman 100 Roman 100 again, and prefaced by the averment that an improper person had been lately introduced into the company of St. Ronan's. Well, there came forth a legislative enactment on the part of the committee declaring that no one shall in future be invited to the dinners or balls or other entertainments, PG 204 of the Well, until their names shall be regularly entered in the books kept for the purpose at the rooms. Lastly, there was a vote of thanks to Sir Bingo Binks and Captain MacTurk for their spirited conduct, and the pains which they had taken to exclude an improper person from the company at St. Ronan's Well. These enunciations speedily became the magnet of the day. All idlers crowded to peruse them, and it would be endless to notice the God bless mest Lord have a care of us. Saw you ever the likes of gossips, any more than the dear me's, and laws of the tit-upping misses, and the oaths of the pantalooned or buckskinned beau? The character of Sir Bingo rose like the stocks at the news of a dispatch from the Duke of Wellington, and what was extraordinary attained some consequence, even in the estimation of his lady. All shook their heads at the recollection of the unlucky Tyrrell, and found out much in his manner and address which convinced them that he was but an adventurer and swindler, a few, however, less partial to the committee of management, for whenever there is an administration, there will soon arise an opposition, whispered among themselves, that to give the fellow his do the man be he what he would had only come among them like the devil, when he was called for. An honest Dame Blower blessed herself when she heard OPG 205 F such bloodthirsty doings as had been intended, and thanked God that honest Dr. Kickerben had come to nae harm among their nonsense. Chapter Roman 14, the Consultation. Clown, I hope here be proofs. Measure for measure. The Borough of lies, as all the world knows, about 14 miles distant from St. Ronan's, being the county town of that shire, which, as described in the tourist's guide, numbers among its objects of interest that gay and popular watering place, whose fame no doubt will be greatly enhanced by the present annals of its earlier history, as it is at present. Unnecessary to be more particular concerning the scene of our story, we will fill up the blank left in the first name with the fictitious appellation of Marchthorne, having often found ourselves embarrassed in the course of a story by the occurrence of an ugly hiatus, which we cannot always at first sight fill up with the proper reference to the rest of the narrative. Marchthorne then was an old-fashioned Scottish town, the street of which on market day showed a reasonable number of stout great-coated yeomen bartering, or dealing for the various commodities of their farms, and on other days of the week, only a few foreler PG 206 and burghers crawling about like half-awakened flies, and watching the town steeple, till the happy sound of 12 strokes from time's oracle should tell them it was time to take their meridian dram. The narrow windows of the shops intimated very imperfectly the miscellaneous contents of the interior, where every merchant, as the shopkeepers of Marchthorne were termed more Scotico, sold everything that could be thought of as for manufactures. There were none, except that of the careful town council, who were mightily busied in preparing the warp and woof which, at the end of every 5 or 6 years, the town of Marchthorne contributed for the purpose of weaving the fourth or fifth part of a member of Parliament. In such a town, it usually happens that the sheriff clerk, especially supposing him agent for several lairds of the higher order, is possessed of one of the best-looking houses, and such was that of Mr. Bindloose. None of the smartness of the brick-built and brass-hammered mansion of a southern attorney appeared indeed in this mansion, which was a tall, thin, grim-looking building in the center of the town, with narrow windows, and projecting gables notched into that sort of descent called crow-steps, and having the lower casements defended by stanchions of iron, for Mr. Bindloose, as frequently happens, kept a branch of one of the two national banks which had been lately established in the town of Marchthorne. Towards the door of this tenement there advanced slowly up the ancient but empty streets of this famous borough, a vehicle which, had it appeared in Piccadilly, would have furnished unremitted laughter for a week and conversation for a TWE 207 LV month. It was a two-wheeled vehicle, which claimed none of the modern appellations of Tilbury Tandem Dennet or the like, but aspired only to the humble name of that almost forgotten accommodation, a whiskey, or according to some authorities a Timwhiskey green was, or had been its original color, and it was placed sturdily and safely low upon its little old-fashioned wheels, which bore much less than the usual proportion to the size of the carriage, which they sustained. It had a calash head, which had been pulled up in consideration, either to the dampness of the morning air, or to the retiring delicacy of the fair form, which, shrouded by leathern curtains, tenanted this venerable specimen of antediluvian coach-building. But as this fair and modest dame no way aspired to the skill of a charioteer, the management of a horse, which seemed as old as the carriage he drew, was in the exclusive charge of an old fellow, in a postilion's jacket, whose grey hairs escaped on each side of an old-fashioned velvet jockey-cap, and whose left shoulder was so considerably elevated above his head, that it seemed as if with little effort his neck might have been tucked under his arm like that of a roasted grouse-cock. This gallant equerry was mounted on a steed as old as that which twirled betwixt the shafts of the carriage, and which he guided by a leading rein, goading one animal with his single spur, and stimulating the other with his whip. He effected a reasonable trot upon the causeway, which only terminated when the whiskey stopped at Mr. Bindloose's door, an event of importance enough to excite the curiosity of the inhabitants of that, and the neighboring house's wheels were PG 208 laid aside, needles left sticking in the half-finished seams, and many a nose spectacled and unspectacled was popped out of the adjoining windows, which had the good fortune to command a view of Mr. Bindloose's front, though the faces of 2 or 3 giggling clerks were visible at the barred casements of which we have spoken, much amused at the descent of an old lady from this respectable carriage, whose dress and appearance might possibly have been fashionable at the time, when her equipage was new, a satin cardinal lined with grey squirrel's skin, and a black silk bonnet trimmed with crape, were garments which did not now excite the respect which in their fresher days they had doubtless commanded, but there was that in the features of the wearer which would have commanded Mr. Bindloose's best regard, though it had appeared in far worse attire, for he beheld the face of an ancient customer who had always paid her law expenses with the ready penny, and whose accompt with the bank was balanced by a very respectable sum at her credit. It was indeed no other than our respected friend Mrs. Dodds of the Clacombe, in St. Ronan's Alltown. Now her arrival intimated matter of deep import. Meg was a person of all others most averse to leave her home, where, in her own opinion, at least nothing went on well, without her immediate superintendence. Limited, therefore, as was her sphere, she remained fixed in the center thereof, and few, as were her satellites, they were under the necessity of performing their revolutions around her, while she herself continued stationary. Saturn, in fact, would be scarce more surprised at a passing call from the sun than Mr. Bindloose at this unexpected PG 209 visit of his old client. In one breath, he rebuked the inquisitive impertinence of his clerks; in another, stimulated his housekeeper, old Hanover. Mr. Bindloose was a bluff bachelor to get tea ready in the green parlor, and while yet speaking was at the side of the whiskey, unclasping the curtains, rolling down the apron, and assisting his old friend to dismount. The Japan Tikati Hanath best bohibid tib kindle, a spark of fire the morning's damp draw in the giggling faces of ye, dd idle scoundrels, or laugh at your ain tomb pouches it, will be lang, or your wheel doing fill them. This was spoken as the honest lawyer himself might have said in transitu the rest by the side of the carriage, my stars, Mrs. Dodds. And is this really your ain cell in propria persona, while look it for you at such a time of day? Anthony, how's a why ye Anthonisso ye hae teen the road again? Anthony, help us down. Why? The apron, Anthony, that will do lean on me, Mrs. Dodshelp. Your mistress, Anthony, put the horses in my stable, lads. We'll give you the key come away Mrs. Dodds I am blithe, to see you straight your legs on the causeway of our auld borough, agging come in by, and well see to get you some breakfast for ye hae been a steer early this morning. I am a sair trouble to you, Mr. Bindloose, said the old lady, accepting the offer of his arm, and accompanying him into the house. I am e'en a sair trouble to you, but I could not rest till I had your advice on something of moment. Happy will I be to serve you, my gude auld acquaintance, said the clerk. But sit you PG 210, down sit you down, Mrs. Dodsmeat, and mess never hindered work, ye are something overcome, why your travel spirit canna I bear through the flesh, Mrs. Dodds, ye should remember that your life is a precious one, and ye should take care of your health, Mrs. Dodds. My life precious, exclaimed Meg Dodds Nain, oh your wullywain Mr. Bindloose Dale, ain wad miss the auld gurning alewife Mr. Bindloose, unless it were here, and there a pure body, and maybe the auld housedyke that wadna be sae weel, guided pure fallow. Fie, Mrs. Dodds, said the clerk in a tone of friendly rebuke, it vexes an auld friend to hear ye speak of yourself in that respectless sort of a way. And as for quitting us, I bless God I have not seen you look better this half score of years, but maybe you will be thinking of setting your house in order, which is the act of a careful, and of a Christian woman. Oh, it's an awful thing to die intestate, if we had grace to consider it. I will I dore say ill consider that some day soon, Mr. Bindloose, but that's no my present errand. Be it what it like, Mrs. Dodds, ye are right heartily welcome here, and we have a the day to speak of the business in hand festina lent, that is the true law language ehuli, and fairly as one may sail treating of business, with an empty stomach hand here comes your tea, and I hope Hannah has made it to your taste. Meg sipped her tea, confessed Hannah's skill in the mysteries of the Chinese herb, sipped again, then tried to eat a bit of bread and butter, with very indifferent success, and notwithstanding the lawyer's compliments to her good looks, seemed in reality on the point of becoming Roman 99, PG 211. In the deal's name, what is the matter, said the lawyer, too well read, in a profession where sharp observation is peculiarly necessary, to suffer these symptoms of agitation, to escape him. I dame, ye are taking this business of yours deeper to heart than ever I kenned you take onything ony o your banded debtors failed, or like, to fail, what then cheer ye up you can afford a little loss, and it canna be ony great matter, or I would doubtless have heard of it. In troth, but it is a loss, Mr. Bindloose, and what say ye to the loss of a friend? This was a possibility which had never entered the lawyer's long list of calamities, and he was at some loss to conceive what the old lady could possibly mean by so sentimental a prolusion. But just as he began to come out with his I, we are all mortal vita incerta more certissima, and two or three more pithy reflections, which he was in the habit of uttering after funerals, when the will of the deceased was about to be open-edged. Then Mrs. Dodds was pleased to become the expounder of her own oracle. I see how it is, Mr. Bindloose, she said. I maun tell my ain ailment, for you are no likely to guess it. And so, if you will shut the door, and see that nane of your giggling callants are listening in the passage, I will e'en tell you how things stand with me. Mr. Bindloose hastily arose to obey her commands, gave a cautionary glance into the bank office, and saw that his idle apprentices were fast at their desks, turned the key upon them, as if it were in PG 212 a fit of absence, and then returned not a little curious to know what could be the matter with his old friend, and leaving off all further attempts to put cases, quietly drew his chair near hers, and awaited her own time to make her communication. Mr. Bindloose, said she, I am no sure that you may mind about 6 or 7 years ago, that there were twa daft English callants lodgers of mine, that had some trouble from auld St. Ronan's, about shooting on the Springwell Head muirs. I mind it as weel as yesterday, mistress, said the clerk. By the same token you gave me a note for my trouble, which wasna worth speaking about, and bade me no bring in a bill against the pure bairnsay, had I a kind heart, Mrs. Dodds. Maybe and maybe, no, Mr. Bindloose, at that is just as I find folk, but concerning these lads they baith left the country, and as I think in some ill blued why ain't another. And now the aldest and the dousest of the twa came back again about a fortnight sin sign, and has been my guest ever since. Awil, and I trust he is not at his auld tricks again. Good wife, answered the clerk, I havena sae muckle to say either why the new sheriff, or the bench of justices. As I used to hae Mrs. Dodson, the procurator fiscal, is very severe on poaching, being borne out by the new association. Few of our auld friends of the Kilnakelty are able to come to the sessions, now Mrs. Dodds. The war for the country, Mr. Bindloose, replied the old ladithy, were decent considerate men, that didna plague a pure herd callant muckle about a moorfowl or a mawkin, unless PG 213 he turned common fowler Sir Robert Ringhorse, Used to say the herd lads shot as money gleds and pyats, as they did game but new lords knew lost anything. But fine and imprisonment and the game. No a feather the plentier if I wad hae a brace or 12 birds in the house, as every body looks for them, after the 12th I ken, what they are like to cost. Me and what for Norrisk maun be paid for there is John Perner himsel, that has keepit the muirside 30 year, in spite of the lairds and the country shoots. He tells me nowadays as if he felt a rape about his neck. It wasna about ony game business, then, that you wanted advice, said Bindloose, who, though somewhat of a digressor himself, made little allowance for the excursions of others from the subject in hand. Indeed is it no, Mr. Bindloose, said Meg, but it is e'en about this unhappy callant that I spoke to you about Emon Ken. I have claked a particular fancy, to this lad Francis Turla fancy, that while surprises my very sell Mr. Bindloose, only that there is nae sin in it. Non anon in the world, Mrs. Dodds, said the lawyer, thinking at the same time within his own mind, oh, the mist begins to clear up, the young poacher has hit the mark. I see-winged the old Baron Grey henne I a marriage contract. No doubt but I maun jai her line ye are a wise woman, Mrs. Dodds, he continued aloud, and can doubtless consider the chances and the changes of human affairs. But I could never have considered what has befallen this pure lad, Mr. Bindloose, said Mrs. Dodds. Through the malice of wicked men he lived, then PG 214 at the Clacomb, as I tell you for mair than a fortnight as quiet as a lamb on a lyriga decenter. Lad never came within my doorate and drank enug for the gude of the house, and nae mair than was for his ain gude whether of body or soul cleared his bills ilka Saturday at e'en, as regularly as Saturday came round. An admirable customer, no doubt, Mrs. Dodds, said the lawyer. Never was the like of him for that matter, answered the honest dame. But to see the malice of mensome of the landloopers and gilflirts down at the filthy puddle yonder, that they ca the Val had heard of this pure lad, and the bits of pictures that he made fashion of drawing, and they maun cudel him, awad down to the bottle, where money a bonny story they had clecked Mr. Bindloose, baith of Mr. Turl and of mysel. A commissary court business, said the writer, going off again upon a false scent. I shall trim their jackets for them, Mrs. Dodds. If you can but bring tight evidence of the facts, I will soon bring them to fine and palinodi, will make them repent meddling with your good name. My gude name, what the sorrow is the matter? Why my name, Mr. Bindloose, said the irritable client. I think ye hae been at the wee cappy this morning, for as early as it is my gude name, if onybody touched my gude name, I would neither fash counsel nor commissary. I wad be down amming them like a gerfalcon amming a ween wilgies, and the best amming them that dared to say ony thing of Meg Dodds by what was honest. And civil I wad soon see, if her cockernony was made of her ain hair, or other folks my gude name indeed. PG 215. Weel, Mrs. Dodds, I was mistine, that's a, said the writer, I was mistine, and I dare to say, you would hod your ain why your neighbours as weel as ony woman in the land, but let us hear now what the grief is in one word. In one word, then, Clerk Bindloose, it is little short off murder, said Meg in a low tone, as if the very utterance of the word startled her. Murder, Mrs. Dodds, it cannot bether is not a word of it in the sheriff office, procurator fiscal kens, nothing of ither, could not be murder in the country, and me not hear of it for God's sake, take heed, what you say, woman, and dinna get yourself into trouble. Mr. Bindloose, I can but speak according to my lights, said Mrs. Dodds. You are in a sense a judge in Israel, at least. You are one of the scribes having authority, and I tell you with a wee and bitter heart, that this pure callant of mine that was lodging in my house has been murdered or kidnapped owa amming the bandity folk down at the New Val, and ill have the law put in force against them if it should cost me £100. The clerk stood much astonished at the nature of Meg's accusation, and the pertinacity with which she seemed disposed to insist upon it. I have this comfort, she continued, that whatever has happened it has been by no fault of mine, Mr. Bindloose, for weel I wot before that bloodthirsty, auld half-pay Philistine Mac Turk got to speech of him, I clawed his cantle to some purpose with my hearth besom, but the poor simple bairn himsel that had nae mair knowledge of the wickedness of human nature than a calf has of a flea. PG 216 shures, gully he threepit to see the auld hardened bloodshedder, and tristed why him to meet why some of the gang at an hour certain that same day, and awa, he gied to keep tryst. But since that hour nobody ever has set een on him, and the man-sworn villains now want to put a disgrace on him, and say that he fled the country rather than face Thema, likely storyful the country for Theme and leave his bill unsettled him, that was SAE regular and his portmantle, and his fishing rod, and the pencils and pictures he held sic a work, about it's my faithful belief, Mr. Bind Lucind, ye may trust. Me or no as ye like that he had some foul play between the Clacomb and the Buckstain I have thought it, and I have dreamed it, and I will be at the bottom of it, or my name is not Meg Dodds. And that I wad have them a to reckon on I, that's right, Mr. Bindloose, tack out your pen and inkhorn, and let us set about it to purpose. With considerable difficulty, and at the expense of much cross-examination, Mr. Bindloose extracted from his client a detailed account of the proceedings of the company at the well towards Tyrrell, so far as they were known to or suspected by Meg, making notes, as the examination proceeded of what appeared to be matter of consequence. After a moment's consideration, he asked the dame the very natural question, how she came to be acquainted with the material fact that a hostile appointment was made between Captain MacTurk and her lodger, when according to her own account, it was made intra parietes and remotis testibus. Aye, but we victuallers ken weel enug, what goes on in our ain houses, said Megand. What for know if ye maun ken about it? I e'en listened through the keyhole of the door PG 217. And do you say you heard them settle an appointment for a duel, said the clerk. And did you no take ony measures to hinder mischief, Mrs. Dodds, having such a respect for this lad, as you say you have, Mrs. Dodds? I really wadna have looked for the like o' this at your hands. In truth, Mr. Bindloose, said Meg, putting her apron to her eyes, and that's what vexes me mair than o' the rest. And ye needna say muckle to ane whose heart is e'en the sarer that she has been a thought to blame. But there has been mony a challenge as they ca' it past in my house, when the daft lads of the Wildfire Club and the Helter Skelter were upon their rambles, and they had I sense enug to make it up without fighting sae, that I really did not apprehend ony thing like mischief. And ye maun think moreover, Mr. Bindloose, that it would have been an unco thing if a guest in a decent and creditable public like mine was to have cried coward before ony of the landlooping blackguards that live down at the hoddle yonder. That is to say, Mrs. Dodds, you were desirous your guest should fight for the honor of your house, said Bindloose. What for no, Mr. Bindloose, isna that kind of fray I about honor? And what for should the honor of a substantial fornooked sclated house of 3 stories no be foughten for as weel as the credit of ony of these feckless callants, that make such a fray about their reputation? I promise you my house, the Clacomb, stood in the auld town of St. Ronan's before they were born, and it will stand there after they are hanged, as I trust some of them are like PG 218 to be. Well, but perhaps your lodger had less zeal for the honor of the house, and has quietly taken himself out of harm's way, said Mr. Bindloose, for if I understand your story, this meeting never took place. Have less zeal, said Meg, determined to be pleased with no supposition of her lawyer, Mr. Bindloose. Ye little ken him, I wish ye had seen him, when he was angry I dared hardly face him mysel. And there are no money folk that I am feared for meeting there, was nae meeting, I trothee, never dared to meet him fairly, but I am sure war came of it than ever would have come of a meeting. For Anthony heard twa shots gang off as he was watering the auld naig down at the burn, and that is not far frae the footpath that leads to the Buckstain. I was angry at him, for no making on, to see what the matter was, but he thought it was auld Perner out why the double barrel, and he wasna keen of making himself a witness in case he suld have been caught on in the poaching court. Well, said the sheriff clerk, and I dare say he did hear a poacher fire a couple of shots, nothing. More likely, believe me, Mrs. Dodds, your guest had no fancy for the party Captain MacTurk invited him, tone being a quiet sort of man, he has just walked away to his own home. If he has one, I am really sorry you have given yourself the trouble of this long journey about so simple a matter. Mrs. Dodds remained with her eyes fixed on the ground in a very sullen and discontented posture, and when she spoke it was in a tone of corresponding displeasure. PG 219 Iloiliv, and learned they say I thought I had a friend in you, Mr. Bindloose. I am sure I took your part when folk miscawed ye, and said you were this, that, and the other thing, and little better than an auld sneck-drawing loon, Mr. Bindloose. And ye have I keep it my penny of money, though nae doubt Tam Turnpenny lives nearer me, and they say he allows 0.5% mair than ye do if the siller lies, and mine is but seldom steered. But ye have not the bank's security, madam, said Mr. Bindloose, reddening. I say harm of nae man's creditil. Would it beseem me, but there is a difference between Tam Turnpenny and the bank, I trow. Wheel bank here, bank there. I thought I had a friend in you, Mr. Bindloose, and here am I come from my ain house all the way to yours for sma comfort, I think. My stars, madam, said the perplexed scribe, what would you have me to do in such a blind story as yours, Mrs. Dodsby? A thought reasonable consider that there is no corpus delicti. Corpus delicti, "And what's that?" said Meg. "Something to be paid for, nae doubt, for your hard words, a end in that and. What for suld I no have a corpus delicti, or a habeas corpus, or ony other corpus that I like sae lang, as I am willing to lick and lay down the ready siller." "Lord help and pardon us, Mrs. Dodds," said the distressed agent, "ye mistake the matter altogether. When I say there is no corpus delicti, I mean to say there is no proof that a crime PG 220 has been committed." "And does the man say that murder is not a crime?" then answered Meg, who had taken her own view of the subject far too strongly to be converted to any other wheel. "I wot it's a crime, baith by the law of God and man and money. A pretty man has been strapped for it." "I ken all that very weel," answered the writer, "but my stars, Mrs. Dodds, there is nae evidence of murder in this case, nae proof that a man has been slainy production of his dead body, and that is what we call the corpus delicti." "Weel then the deal lick it out of ye," said Meg, rising in wrath, "for I will awa hame again. And as for the pure lad's body, I'll hae it fund, if it cost me turning the earth for 3 miles round, why pick and shool if it were, but to give the pure bairn Christian burial, and to bring punishment on Mac Turk and the murdering crew at the Val, and to shame an all doited fool like yoursel John bind loose." She rose in wrath to call her vehicle, but it was neither the interest nor the intention of the writer that his customer and he should part on such indifferent terms. He implored her patience, and reminded her that the horses, poor things, had just come off their Stygian argument, which sounded irresistible in the ears of the old shepablican, in whose early education due care of the post kettle mingled with the most sacred duties. She therefore resumed her seat again in a sullen mood, and Mr. Bindlew's PG 221 was cudgeling his brains for some argument which might bring the old lady to reason, when his attention was drawn by a noise in the passage. Chapter Roman 15, A Praiser of Past Times. "Now your traveller. He and his toothpick at my worship's mess. King John." The noise stated at the conclusion of last chapter to have disturbed Mr. Bindloose was the rapping of one as in haste and impatience at the bank office door, which office was an apartment of the banker's house, on the left hand of his passage, as the parlor, in which he had received Mrs. Dodds, was upon the right. In general, this office was pat to all having business there, but at present, whatever might be the hurry of the party who knocked the clerks within the office, could not admit him, being themselves made prisoners by the prudent jealousy of Mr. Bindloose to prevent them from listening to his consultation with Mrs. Dodds. They therefore answered the angry and impatient knocking of the stranger only with stifled giggling, from within, finding it no doubt an excellent joke that their master's precaution was thus interfering with their own discharge of duty. With one or two hearty curses upon them, as the regular PG 222 plagues of his life, Mr. Bindloose darted into the passage, and admitted the stranger into his official apartment, the doors both of the parlor and office remaining open. The ears of Lucky Dodds, experienced, as the reader knows in collecting intelligence, could partly overhear what passed. The conversation seemed to regard a cash transaction of some importance, as Meg became aware when the stranger raised a voice, which was naturally sharp and high as he did, when uttering the following words towards the close of a conversation which had lasted about 5 minutes: "Premium not a pice, sir, not a curry, not a farthing premium, for a Bank of England bill. I take me for a fool, sirdo, not I know that you call 40 days par, when you give remittances to London." Mr. Bindloose was here heard to mutter something indistinctly about the custom of the trade. "Custom," retorted the stranger, "no such thing, demmed bad custom. If it is one, don't tell me of customs, bodikins, man. I know the rate of exchange all over the world, and have drawn bills from Timbuktu, my friends in the Strand, filed it along with Bruce's from Gondar talk. To me of premium, on a Bank of England post bill, what die look at the bill for die, think it doubtful I can change it." "By no means necessary," answered Bindloose. "The bill is quite right, but it is usual to endorse, sir." "Certainly, reach me a pen. I think I can write with my rattan. What sort of ink? Is this yellow, as curry sauce? Never mind there. Is my name Peregrine Touchwood? I got it from the Willoughbys, my Christian name. Have I my full change here? PG 223. "Your full change, sir," answered Bindloose. "Why, you should give me a premium, friend, instead of me giving you one." "It is out of our way, I assure you, sir," said the banker, "quite out of our way, but if you would step into the parlor and take a cup of tea." "Why, I," said the stranger, his voice sounding more distinctly, as talking all the while and ushered along by Mr. Bindloose. He left the office and moved towards the parlor. A cup of tea were no such bad thing, if one could come by it genuine, but, as for your premium so saying, he entered the parlor and made his bow to Mrs. Dodds, who seeing what she called a decent purpose-like body, and aware that his pocket was replenished with English and Scottish paper currency, returned the compliment with her best curtsy. Mr. Touchwood, when surveyed more at leisure, was a short, stout, active man, who though 60 years of age and upwards retained in his sinews, and framed the elasticity of an earlier period, his countenance expressed self-confidence, and something like a contempt for those who had neither seen nor endured so much as he had himself. His short black hair was mingled with gray, but not entirely whitened by it. His eyes were jet-black, deep-set, small, and sparkling, and contributed with a short turned-up nose to express an irritable and choleric habit. His complexion was burnt to a brick color by the vicissitudes of climate to which it had been subjected, and his face, which at the distance of a yard or two seemed hale and smooth, a PG 224 p-paired, when closely examined to be seamed with a million of wrinkles, crossing each other in every direction possible, but as fine as if drawn by the point of a very small needle. His dress was a blue coat and buff waistcoat, half boots remarkably well blacked, and a silk handkerchief tied with military precision. The only antiquated part of his dress was a cocked hat of equilateral dimensions, in the buttonhole of which he wore a very small cockade. Mrs. Dodds, accustomed to judge of persons by their first appearance, said that in the 3 steps which he made from the door to the tea table she recognized, without the possibility of mistake, the gait of a person who was well to pass in the world, and that she added with a wink, is what we victuallers are seldom deceived in. If a gold-laced waistcoat has an empty pouch, the plain swansdown will be the brower of the toit. A drizzling morning, good madam, said Mr. Touchwood, as with a view of sounding what sort of company he had got into. A fine saft morning, for the crap, sir, answered Mrs. Dodds with equal solemnity. Right, my good madam, soft is the very word, though it has been some time since I heard it. I have cast a double hank about the round world, since I last heard of a soft morning. You will be from these parts, then, said the writer, ingeniously putting a case which he hoped would induce the stranger PG 225 to explain himself. And yet, sir, he added after a pause, I was thinking that Touchwood is not a Scottish name, at least that I ken of. Scottish name, no, replied the traveller, but a man may have been in these parts before without being a native. Your being a native, he may have had some reason to change his name. There are many reasons why men change their names. Certainly, and some of them very good ones, said the lawyer, as in the common case of an heir of entail, where deed of provision and tailsy is mayest ordinarily implemented by taking up name and arms. Ay, or in the case of a man having made the country too hot for him under his own proper appellative, said Mr. Touchwood. That is a supposition, sir, replied the lawyer, which it would ill become me to put, but, at any rate, if you knew this country formerly, ye cannot but be marvelously pleased with the change we have been making, since the American war hillsides bearing clover, instead of heatherants doubled, trebled, quadrupled, auld reeky dungeons pulled down, and gentlemen living in as good houses as you will see anywhere in England. Much good may it do them for a pack of fools, replied Mr. Touchwood hastily. You do not seem much delighted with our improvements, sir, said the banker, astonished to hear a dissentient voice, where he conceived all men were unanimous. Pleased, answered the stranger, yes, as much pleased as I am. With the devil, who I believe set many of them a-going, ye have got an idea that everything must be changed unstable. A PG 226 is water. Ye shall not excel, I tell ye. There have been more changes in this poor nook of yours within the last 40 years than in the great empires of the East for the space of 4,000, for what I know. And why not, replied Bindloose, if they be changes for the better? But they are not for the better, replied Mr. Touchwood eagerly. I left your peasantry as poor as rats indeed, but honest and industrious, enduring their lot in this world with firmness, and looking forward to the next with hope. Now they are mere iservants looking at their watches. Forsooth, every 10 minutes less they should work for their master half an instant after loosing time, and then, instead of studying the Bible on the work days, to kittle the clergymen with doubtful points of controversy on the Sabbath, they glean all their theology from Tom Paine and Voltaire. Will I wot the gentleman speaks truth, said Mrs. Dodds. I fand a bundle of their bawbee blasphemies in my ain kitchen, but I trow I made a clean house of the packman loon, that brought them no content, why turning the toppies' heads, why balance, and driving them daft, why ribbons to cheat them out of their precious souls, and gie them the devils where that I sold say sae, in exchange for the siller that sold support their pure father, that's aff work and bedridden. Father, madam, said the stranger, they think no more of their father than Regan or Goneril. In gude troth ye have skill of our sect, sir, replied the dame. They are gomerals, every one of them. I tell them sae, every hour of the day, but catch them profiting by the doctrine. PG 227. And then the brutes are turned mercenary, madam, said Mr. Touchwood. I remember, when a Scottishman would have scorned to touch a shilling that he had not earned, and yet was as ready to help a stranger as an Arab of the desert. And now, I did but drop my cane the other day as I was ridding a fellow who was working at the hedge, made 3 steps to lift it. I thanked him, and my friend threw his hat on his head, and damned my thanks if that were all. St. Giles could not have excelled him. Weel, said the banker, that may be as you say, sir, and nae doubt wealth makes wit waver, but the country's wealthy that cannot be denied, and wealth, sir, ye ken. I know wealth makes itself wings, answered the cynical stranger, but I am not quite sure we have it even now. You make a great show, indeed, with building and cultivation. But stock is not capital, any more than the fat of a corpulent man is health or strength. Surely, Mr. Touchwood, said Bindloose, who felt his own account in the modern improvements, a set of landlords living like lairds in good earnest, and tenants with better housekeeping than the lairds used to have, and facing Whitsunday and Martinmas, as I would face my breakfast if these are not signs of wealth, I do not know where to seek for them. They are signs of folly, sir, replied Touchwood. Folly, that is poor, and renders itself poorer by desiring to be thought rich. And how they come by the means they are so ostentatious of you, who are a banker perhaps can tell me better than I can guess. PG 228. There is maybe an accommodation bill discounted now, and then Mr. Touchwood, but men must have accommodation, or the world would stand still. Accommodation is the grease that makes the wheels go. I makes them go downhill to the devil, answered Touchwood. I left you bothered about one air bank. But the whole country is an air bank. Now I think, and who is to pay the piper? But it's all one. I will see little more of it. It is a perfect Babel, and would turn the head of a man who has spent his life with people who love sitting, better than running, silence better than speaking, who never eat, but when they are hungry never drink, but when thirsty never laugh without a jest, and never speak, but when they have something to say. But here it is all run, ride, and drive, froth, foam, and flippin' sino, steadiness, no character. Ill lay the burden of my life, said Dame Dodds, looking towards her friend Bindloose, that the gentleman has been at the new spa-wall yonder. Spa do you call it, madam, if you mean the new establishment that has been spawned down yonder at St. Ronan's? It is the very fountainhead of folly and coxcombria, Babel for noise, and a vanity fair for nonsensino. Well in your swamps, tenanted by such a conceited colony of clamorous frogs. Sir, exclaimed Dame Dodds, delighted with the unqualified sentence passed upon her fashionable rivals, and eager to testify her respect for the judicious stranger who had pronounced it. Will you let me have the pleasure of pouring you out a dish of tea? And so saying, she took bustling possession of the administration, which had hitherto remained in the hands of Mr. Bindloose himself. PG 229. I hope it is to your taste, sir, she continued, when the traveler had accepted her courtesy, with the grateful acknowledgment, which men addicted to speak a great deal usually show to a willing auditor. It is as good as we have any right to expect, Mom, answered Mr. Touchwood, not quite like what I have drunk at Canton with old Fong Quabbott. The Celestial Empire does not send its best tea to Leadenhall Street, nor does Leadenhall Street send its best to Marchthorne. That may be very true, sir, replied the dame, but I will venture to say that Mr. Bindloose's tea is muckle better than you had at the spa-wall yonder. Tea, madam, I saw nunash leaves and blackthorn leaves were brought in painted canisters, and handed about by powder monkeys in livery, and consumed by those who liked it amidst the chattering of parrots and the squalling of kittens. I longed for the days of the Spectator, when I might have laid my penny on the bar and retired without ceremony, but Nathai's blessed decoction was circulated under the auspices of some half-crazed blue-stocking or other, and we were saddled with all the formality of an entertainment for this miserable allowance of a cockleshell full of catlap per head. Will, sir, answered Dame Dodds, all I can say is that if it had been my luck to have served you at the Clacombe, in which our folk have kept for these 2 generations, I cannot pretend to say ye should have had such tea as ye have been used to in foreign parts where it grows, but the best IPG 230 had I wot of gene it to a gentleman of your appearance, and I never charged mair than 6pence in all my time and my father's before me. I wish I had known the old inn was still standing. Madam, said the traveller, I should certainly have been your guest, and sent down for the water every morning. Doctors insist I must use Cheltenham, or some substitute for the Biletho dn them. I believe it's only to hide their own ignorance, and I thought this spa would have been the least evil of the two. But I have been fairly overreachedone might as well live in the inside of a bell. I think young St. Ronan's must be mad to have established such a vanity fair upon his father's old property. Do you ken this St. Ronan's that now is enquired the dame? By report only said Mr. Touchwood, but I have heard of the family, and I think I have read of them too in Scottish history. I am sorry to understand they are lower in the world than they have been. This young man does not seem to take the best way to mend matters, spending his time among gamblers and blacklegs. I should be sorry if it were so, said honest Meg Dodds, whose hereditary respect for the family always kept her from joining in any scandal affecting the character of the young laird. My forbears, sir, have had kindness frae his, and although maybe he may have forgotten all about it, it wad ill become me to say ony thing of him that should not be said of his father's son. Mr. Bindloose had not the same motive for forbearance he declaimed against Mowbray, as a thoughtless dissipator of his own fortune, and that of others. PG 231. I have some reason to speak, he said, having two of his notes for Roman 50 each, which I discounted out of mere kindness and respect for his ancient family, and which he thinks nae mair of retiring than he does of paying the national debt. And here has he been raking every shop in Marchthorne to fit out an entertainment for all the fine folk at the Well yonder, and tradesfolk are obliged to take his acceptances for their furnishings. But they may cash his bills that will I ken ane, that will never advance a bawbee on ony paper, that has John Mowbray either on the back or front of it. He had mair need to be paying the debts which he has made already than making new anes, that he may feed fules and flatterers. I believe he is likely to lose his preparations, too, said Mr. Touchwood, for the entertainment has been put off, as I heard, in consequence of Miss Mowbray's illness. I, pure thing, said Dame Margaret Dodds, her health has been unsettled for this money a day. Something wrong here, they tell me, said the traveller, pointing to his own forehead significantly. God only kens, replied Mrs. Dodds, but I rather suspect the heart than the head. The pure thing is hurried here and there, and down to the Val and up again, and nae society or quiet at hame, and a thing ganging this unthrifty Gatney wonder she is no that we'll settled. Well, replied Touchwood, she is worse, they say, than she has been, and that has occasioned the party at Shaw's Castle, having been put off. Besides, now this fine young lord has come down to the Well, undoubtedly they will wait her recovery. A lord, ejaculated the astonished Mrs. PG 232 Dodds. A lord come down to the Walthy will be neither to haud nor to bind noance wud, and I wore a lord set them up, and shoot them forwarda. Lord, the Lord have a care, o USA Lord at the Hoddle Maester. Touchwood, it's my mind he will only prove to be a Lord o' Session. Nay, not so, my good lady, replied the traveller, he is an English lord, and as they say, a Lord of Parliament, but some folk pretend to say there is a flaw in the title. Ill warrant is there a dozen of them, said Meg with alacrity. She could by no means endure to think on the accumulation of dignity likely to accrue to the rival establishment from its becoming the residence of an actual nobleman. Ill warrant hell prove a landlooping lord on their hand, and they will be e'en cheap o' the law sand he has come down out of order its like, and nae doubt hell no be lang there before he will recover his health for the credit of the spa. Faith, madam, his present disorder is one which the spa will hardly cure. Is shot in the shoulder with a pistol bullet. A robbery attempted, it seems, that is one of your new accomplishments. No such thing happened in Scotland in my time. Men would have sooner expected to meet with the PH than with a highwayman. And where did this happen, if you please, sir? Asked the man of bills. Somewhere near the old village, replied the stranger, and if I am rightly informed, on Wednesday last. This explains your twa shots, I am thinking, Mrs. Dodd, said Mr. Bindloose. Your groom heard them on the Wednesday. It must have been this attack on the stranger nobleman. Page 233. Maybe it was, and maybe it was not, said Mrs. Dodds, but ill see gude reason before I give up my ain judgment. In that case I wad like to ken, if this gentleman, she added, returning to the subject, from which Mr. Touchwood's interesting conversation had for a few minutes diverted her thoughts, has heard aught of Mr. Turrell. If you mean the person to whom this paper relates, said the stranger, taking a printed handbill from his pocket, I heard of little else. The whole place rang of him, till I was almost as sick of Tyrrell as William Rufus was some idiotical quarrel which he had engaged in, and which he had not fought out as their wisdom thought he should have done, was the principal cause of censure. That is another folly now, which has gained ground among you. Formerly 2 old proud lairds or cadets of good family perhaps quarrelled and had a rencontre or fought a duel after the fashion of their old Gothic ancestors. But men who had no grandfathers never dreamt of such folly, and here the folk denounce a trumpery dauber of canvas. For such I understand to be this hero's occupation, as if he were a field officer, who made valor his profession, and who, if you deprived him of his honor, was like to be deprived of his bread. At the same time, ha ha ha, it reminds one of Don Quixote, who took his neighbor Samson Carrasco for a knight-errant. The perusal of this paper, which contained the notes formerly laid before the reader containing the statement of Sir Bingo, and the censure which the company at the Well had thought fit to pass upon his affair, with Mr. Tyrrell PG 234, induced Mr. Bindloose to say to Mrs. Dodds, with as little exultation on the superiority of his own judgment as human nature would permit. Ye see now that I was right, Mrs. Dodds, and that there was nae earthly use in your fashing yoursel, why this lang journey the lad had just ta'en the bent, rather than face Sir Bingo and troth. I think him the wiser of the twa for sae doing there, ye hae print for it. Meg answered somewhat sullenly, Ye may be misteen for that your ainsel, for as wise as ye are Mr. Bindloose, I shall hae that matter mair strictly inquired into. This led to a renewal of the altercation concerning the probable fate of Tyrrell, in the course of which the stranger was induced to take some interest in the subject. At length Mrs. Dodds, receiving no countenance from the experienced lawyer for the hypothesis she had formed, rose in something like displeasure to order her whiskey to be prepared, but hostess as she was herself, when in her own dominions she reckoned without her host, in the present instance for the humpbacked postilion as absolute in department as Mrs. Dodds herself declared that the cattle would not be fit for the road these 2 hours, yet the good lady was therefore obliged to wait his pleasure, bitterly lamenting all the while the loss which a house of public entertainment was sure to sustain by the absence of the landlord or landlady, and anticipating a long list of broken dishes, miscalculated reckonings, unarranged chambers, and other disasters which she was to expect at her return. Mr. Bindloose, zealous to recover the regard of his good friend and client, which he had in some degree, FPG 235 orphated, by contradicting her on a favorite subject, did not choose to offer the unpleasing though obvious topic of consolation that an unfrequented inn is little exposed to the accidents she apprehended. On the contrary, he condoled with her very cordially, and went so far as to hint that, if Mr. Touchwood had come to Marchthorne with post-horses, as he supposed from his dress, she could have the advantage of them to return with more dispatch to St. Ronan's. I am not sure, said Mr. Touchwood suddenly, but I may return there myself in that case. I will be glad to set this good lady down, and to stay a few days at her house. If she will receive me, I respect a woman like you, Mom, who pursue the occupation of your father. I have been in countries, Mom, where people have followed the same trade from father to son for thousands of years, and I like the fashion. It shows a steadiness and sobriety of character. Mrs. Dodds put on a joyous countenance at this proposal, protesting that all should be done in her power to make things agreeable, and while her good friend Mr. Bindloose expatiated upon the comfort her new guest would experience at the Clacombe, she silently contemplated with delight the prospect of a speedy and dazzling triumph, by carrying off a creditable customer from her showy and successful rival at the Well. I shall be easily accommodated, Mom, said the stranger. I have traveled too much and too far to be troublesome. A Spanish venta, a Persian khan, or a Turkish caravanserai is all the same to me, only as I have no servant, indeed never can be plagued with one of these idle loiterers. I must beg yo PG 236. You will send to the Well for a bottle of the water on such mornings. As I cannot walk there myself, I find it is really of some service to me. Mrs. Dodds readily promised compliance with this reasonable request, graciously conceding that there could be nae ill in the water itself, but maybe some Gudate was only the new inn, and the daft haverals that they called the company that she misliked folk, had a jest that St. Ronan took it the devil in the val which gad it taste I since of brimstone, but she dared to say that was a papist nonsense, for she was telt by him that kenned weel, and that was the minister himsel, that St. Ronan was nane of your idolatrous Roman saunts, but a Chaldee, meaning probably a Culdee Wilk, was doubtless a very different story. Matters being thus arranged to the satisfaction of both parties, the post-chaise was ordered, and speedily appeared at the door of Mr. Bindloose's mansion. It was not without a private feeling of reluctance that honest Meg mounted the step of a vehicle on the door of which was painted Fox Inn and Hotel St. Ronan's Well, but it was too late to start such scruples. I never thought to have entertained o' their hurlyhackets, she said, as she seated herself, and sic a like thing as it is scarce room for twa folkwheel, I wot Mr. Touchwood. When I was in the hiring line, our twa chaises wad hae carried ilk ane o them for grown folk. And as money bairns I trust that doited creature Anthony will come awa back wy my whiskey. And the cattle, as soon as they have had their feedar, ye sure ye hae room enug sir I wad fain hotch myself farther yont. O ma PG 237 AM, answered the Oriental, I am accustomed to all sorts of conveyancessa, duly a litter, a cart, a palanquin, or a postchaise, are all alike to me. I think I could be an inside with Queen Mab in PG 238 a nutshell, rather than not get forward begging you many pardons. If you have no particular objections, I will light my cheroot, Roman 100 Roman 100 Roman 100 chapter, Roman 16, the clergyman. A man he was to all the country dear, and passing rich with £40 a year. Goldsmith's deserted village. Mrs. Dodd's conviction that her friend Tyrrell had been murdered by the sanguinary Captain MacTurk remained firm and unshaken. But some researches for the supposed body having been found fruitless as well as expensive, she began to give up the matter in despair. She had done her dutish, left the matter to them that had a charge anent such things, and Providence would bring the mystery to light in his own fitting time. Such were the moralities with which the good dame consoled herself. And with less obstinacy than Mr. Bindloose had expected, she retained her opinion without changing her banker and man of business. Perhaps Meg's acquiescent inactivity, in a matter which she had threatened to probe so deeply, was partly owing to the place of poor Tyrrell being supplied in her blue chamber, and in her daily thoughts and cares by her new guest Mr. Touchwood, in possessing whom, a deserter as he was from the well she obtained, according to her view of the matter, a PG 239 decided triumph over her rivals, it sometimes required. However, the full force of this reflection to induce Meg, old and crabbed, as she was to submit to the various caprices and exactions of attention, which were displayed by her new lodger. Never any man talked so much as Touchwood of his habitual indifference to food and accommodation in traveling, and probably there never was any traveler who gave more trouble in a house of entertainment. He had his own whims about cookery, and when these were contradicted, especially if he felt at the same time a twinge of incipient gout, one would have thought he had taken his lessons in the pasture shop of Bedredden Hassan, and was ready to renew the scene of the unhappy cream tart, which was compounded without pepper every now and then he started some new doctrine in culinary matters, which Mrs. Dodds deemed a heresy, and then the very house rang with their disputes again. His bed must necessarily be made at a certain angle from the pillow to the footposts, and the slightest deviation from this disturbed, he said, his nocturnal rest, and did certainly ruffle his temper. He was equally whimsical about the brushing of his clothes, the arrangement of the furniture in his apartment, and 1,000 minuti, which in conversation he seemed totally to contemn. It may seem singular, but such is the inconsistency of human nature, that a guest of this fanciful and capricious disposition gave much more satisfaction to Mrs. Dodds than her quiet and indifferent friend Mr. Tyrrell. If her present lodger could blame, he could also applaud, and no artist conscious of such skill as Mrs. Dodds possessed is IPG 240 and different to the praises of such a connoisseur, as Mr. Touchwood. The pride of art comforted her for the additional labor, nor was it a matter unworthy of this most honest publican's consideration, that the guests who give most trouble are usually those who incur the largest bills, and pay them with the best grace. On this point, Touchwood was a jewel of a customer. He never denied himself the gratification of the slightest whim, whatever expense he might himself incur, or whatever trouble he might give to those about him. And all was done under protestation that the matter in question was the most indifferent thing to him in the world. What the devil did he care for Burgess sauces, he that had eat his couscous spiced with nothing but the sand of the desert? Only it was a shame for Mrs. Dodds to be without what every decent house above the rank of an alehouse ought to be largely provided with. In short, he fussed, fretted, commanded, and was obeyed, kept the house in hot water, and yet was so truly good-natured when essential matters were in discussion that it was impossible to bear him the least ill will, so that Mrs. Dodds, though in a moment of spleen, she sometimes wished him at the top of Tintock F, always ended by singing forth his praises. She could not indeed help suspecting that he was a nabob, as well from his conversation about foreign parts, as from his freaks of indulgence to himself and generosity, to other attributes which she understood to be proper to most men of Ind. But although the reader has heard her testify a general dislike to this species of fortunes, favorites, Mrs. Dodds had sense enough to know that a nabob living in the PG 241 neighborhood, who raises the price of eggs and poultry upon the good housewives around, was very different from a nabob residing within her own gates, drawing all his supplies from her own larder, and paying without hesitation or question whatever bills her conscience permitted her to send in short, to come back to the point at which we perhaps might have stopped some time, since landlady and guest were very much pleased with each other. But ennui finds entrance into every scene when the gloss of novelty is over, and the fiend began to seize upon Mr. Touchwood, just when he had got all matters to his mind in the Clacombe, in had instructed Dame Dodds in the mysteries of curry, and Mulligat nidrilled the chambermaid into the habit of making his bed at the angle. Recommended by Sir John Sinclair, and made some progress in instructing the humpbacked postilion in the Arabian mode of grooming pamphlets and newspapers sent from London and from Edinburgh by loads, proved inadequate to rout this invader of Mr. Touchwood's comfort, and at last he bethought himself of company. The natural resource would have been the well, but the traveller had a holy shivering of awe which crossed him at the very recollection of Lady Penelope, who had worked him rather hard during his former brief residence. And although Lady Bink's beauty might have charmed an Asiatic by the plump graces of its contour, our senior was past the thoughts of a sultana and a haram. At length a bright idea crossed his mind, and he suddenly demanded of Mrs. Dodds, who was pouring out his tea for breakfast into a large cup of PG 242, a very particular species of china of which he had presented her, with a service on condition of her rendering him this personal good office spray. Mrs. Dodds, what sort of a man is your minister? He's just a man like other men, Maester Touchwood, replied Meg. What sort of a man should he be? A man like other men, that is to say, he has the usual complement of legs and arms, eyes and ears, but is he a sensible man? No muckle o' that, sir, answered Dame Dodds, for if he was drinking this very tea that ye gat down from London, why, the male he wad mistake it for common bohea. Then he has not all his organs wants a nose, or the use of one at least, said Mr. Touchwood. The tea is right gunpowdera, perfect nosegay. Owill, that may be, said the landlady, but I have gene the minister a dram frae my ain best bottle of real cognac brandy, and may I never stir frae the bit if he didna commend my whiskey, when he set down the glass. There is no ane o' them in the presbytery but himselay, or in the synod either, but wad hae kenned whiskey frae brandy. But what sort of man is he? Has he learning? Demanded Touchwood. Learnin' genug, oh, that, answered Meg, just dung donart, why, learninglets a things about the manse gang wilk gate. They will sae, they dinna plague him upon the score, and awfu thing it is to see sick and ill read up house if I had the twa toppies that sorn upon the honest man I week under my drilling, I think I wad show them how to sort a lodging. Does he preach well? asked the guest. Page 243. O wheel enug sometimes he will fling in a lang word, or a bit of learning that our farmers and bannet lairds canna sae wheel, follow, but what of that, as I telling them that pay stipend, get I the mare for their siller. Does he attend to his parishes, he kind to the poor? Ower muckle o' that Maester Touchwood, I am sure he makes the word gude, and turns not away from those that ask. O him high's very pocket is picked by a ween neardoil blackguards that gie sorning through the country. Sorning through the country? Mrs. Dodds, what would you think if you had seen the fakirs, the dervises, the bonzes, the imams, the monks, and the mendicants that I have seen? But go on, never mind. Does this minister of yours come much into company? Company wa, replied Meg, he keeps nae company at neither in his ain house or ony gate, else he comes down in the morning, in a lang ragged nightgown like a potato bogle, and down he sits among his books. And if they dinna bring him something to eat, the pure demented body has never the heart to cry for aught, and he has been kenned to sit for 10 hours. The gither black fasting wilk is a mere papistry, though he does it just out o' forget. Why, landlady, in that case, your parson is anything but the ordinary kind of man you described him. Forget his dinner. The man must be mad. Shall dine with me tade, shall have such a dinner as ill be bound he won't forget in a hurry. Yelma PG 244 ib find that easier said than dune, said Mrs. Dodds. The honest man hasna, in a sense, the taste of his mouth forby. He never dines out of his ain house, that is when he dines at a drink of milk, and a bit of bread serves his turn, or maybe a called potato. It's a heathenish fashion of him for as good a man as he is, for surely there is nae Christian man but loves his own bowels. Why, that may be, answered Touchwood, but I have known many who took so much care of their own bowels, my good dame, as to have none for anyone else, but come bustle to the work, get us as good a dinner for two, as you can set out, have it ready at 3, to an instanket the old hawk I had sent me from Cockburn, a bottle of the particular Indian sherry, and another of your own old claret-firth bin. You know Megan stay he is a priest, and must have Porthave all ready. But don't bring the wine into the sun as that silly fool Beck did the other day. I can't go down to the larder myself. But let us have no blunders. Nay fear, said Meg with a toss of the head. I need nobody to look into my larder. But mysel I trobut it's an unco order of wine for twa folk, and ane owe them a minister. Why, you foolish person, is there not the woman up the village that has just brought another fool into the world? And will she not need sack and caudle, if we leave some of our wine? A gude a lepicet wad set her better, said Meg. However, if it's your will, it shall be my pleasure, but the like of sick, a gentleman, as yoursel never entered my doors. The traveller was gone before she had completed the sentence, and leaving Meg to bustle and maunder at PG 245 her leisure away, he marched with the haste that characterized all his motions when he had any new project in his head, to form an acquaintance with the minister of St. Ronan's, whom, while he walks down the street to the manse, we will endeavour to introduce to the reader. The Rev. Josiah Cargill was the son of a small farmer in the south of Scotland, and a weak constitution joined to the disposition for study, which frequently accompanies infirm health, induced his parents, though at the expense of some sacrifices, to educate him for the ministry. They were the rather led to submit to the privations which were necessary to support this expense, because they conceived from their family traditions that he had in his veins some portion of the blood of that celebrated Bonerges of the Covenant, Donald Cargill G., who was slain by the persecutors at the town of Queensferry in the melancholy days of Charles Roman II, merely because in the plenitude of his sacerdotal power he had cast out of the church and delivered over to Satan by a formal excommunication the king and royal family, with all the ministers and courtiers thereunto belonging. But if Josiah was really derived from this uncompromising champion, the heat of the family spirit which he might have inherited was qualified by the sweetness of his own disposition, and the quiet temper of the times in which he had the good fortune to live. He was characterized by all who knew him as a mild, gentle, and studious lover of learning, who in the quiet prosecution of his own soul, object the acquisition of knowledge, and especially of that connected with his profession, had the utmost indulgence for all whose pursuits were different from his own. His soul relax, PG 246 Asians, were those of a retiring mild and pensive temper, and were limited to a ramble, almost always solitary, among the woods and hills, in praise of which he was sometimes guilty of a sonnet, but rather because he could not help the attempt than as proposing to himself the fame or the rewards which attend the successful poet. Indeed, far from seeking to insinuate his fugitive pieces into magazines and newspapers, he blushed at his poetical attempts, even while alone, and in fact was rarely so indulgent to his vein as to commit them to paper. From the same maid-like modesty of disposition, our student suppressed a strong natural turn towards drawing, although he was repeatedly complimented upon the few sketches which he made by some, whose judgment was generally admitted. It was, however, this neglected talent which, like the swift feet of the stag in the fable, was fated to render him a service which he might in vain have expected from his worth and learning. My Lord Bidemore, a distinguished connoisseur, chanced to be in search of a private tutor for his son, and heir, the Honourable Augustus Bidemore, and for this purpose had consulted the professor of theology, who passed before him in review several favorite students, any of whom he conceived well suited for the situation. But still his answer to the important and unlooked-for question, did the candidate understand drawing, was answered in the negative. The professor indeed added his opinion that such an accomplishment was neither to be desired nor expected in a student of theology, but pressed hard with this condition as a sign qua non he at length did remember a dreaming lad above PG 247 at the hall, who seldom could be got to speak above his breath, even when delivering his essays, but was said to have a strong turn for drawing. This was enough for my Lord Bidemore, who contrived to obtain a sight of some of young Cargill's sketches, and was satisfied that under such a tutor his son could not fail to maintain that character for hereditary taste, which his father and grandfather had acquired at the expense of a considerable estate, the representative value of which was now the painted canvas in the great gallery at Bidemore House. Upon following up the inquiry concerning the young man's character, he was found to possess all the other necessary qualifications of learning and morals in a greater degree than perhaps Lord Bidemore might have required, and to the astonishment of his fellow students, but more especially to his own Josiah Cargill, was promoted to the desired and desirable situation of private tutor to the Honorable Mr. Bidemore. Mr. Cargill did his duty ably and conscientiously by a spoiled though good-humored lad of weak health and very ordinary parts. He could not indeed inspire into him any portion of the deep and noble enthusiasm which characterizes the youth of genius, but his pupil made such progress in each branch of his studies as his capacity enabled him to attain. He understood the learned languages and could be very profound on the subject of various readings, pursued science, and could class shells, pack mosses, and arrange mineralstrew without taste, but with much accuracy. And although he attained no commanding height in any pursuit, he knew enough of many studi pg 248 e's literary and scientific to fill up his time and divert from temptation a head, which was none of the strongest in point of resistance. Miss Augusta Bidemore, his lordship's only other child, received also the instructions of Cargill in such branches of science as her father chose she should acquire, and her tutor was capable to teach, but her progress was as different from that of her brother as the fire of heaven differs from that grosser element which the peasant piles upon his smoldering hearth. Her acquirements in Italian and Spanish literature, in history, in drawing, and in all elegant learning, were such as to enchant her teacher, while at the same time it kept him on the stretch lest in her successful career the scholar should outstrip the master. Alas, such intercourse, fraught as it is with dangers arising out of the best and kindest, as well as the most natural feelings on either side, proved in the present, as in many other instances, fatal to the peace of the preceptor. Every feeling heart will excuse a weakness which we shall presently find carried with it its own severe punishment. Cadenus, indeed, believe him, who has assured us that, in such a perilous intercourse, he himself preserved the limits which were unhappily transgressed by the unfortunate Vanessa, his more impassioned pupil. The innocent delight he took to see the Virgin mind her book was but the master's secret joy. In school to hear the finest boy. But Josiah Cargill was less fortunate or less cautious. He suffered his fair pupil to become inexpressibly dear to him before he discovered the precip pg 249 ice towards which he was moving under the direction of a blind and misplaced passion. He was, indeed, utterly incapable of availing himself of the opportunities afforded by his situation to involve his pupil in the toils of a mutual passion. Honor and gratitude alike forbade such a line of conduct, even had it been consistent with the natural bashfulness, simplicity, and innocence of his disposition, to sigh and suffer in secret, to form resolutions of separating himself from a situation so fraught with danger, and to postpone from day to day the accomplishment of a resolution so prudent, was all to which the tutor found himself equal. And it is not improbable that the veneration with which he regarded his patron's daughter, with the utter hopelessness of the passion which he nourished, tended to render his love yet more pure and disinterested. At length the line of conduct which reason had long since recommended could no longer be the subject of procrastination. Mr. Bidemore was destined to foreign travel for a 12-month, and Mr. Cargill received from his patron the alternative of accompanying his pupil or retiring upon a suitable provision, the reward of his past instructions, it can hardly be doubted, which he preferred, for while he was with young Bidemore he did not seem entirely separated from his sister. He was sure to hear of Augusta frequently, and to see some part at least of the letters which she was to write to her brother. He might also hope to be remembered in these letters as her good friend and tutor, and to these consolations his quiet, contemplative, and yet enthusiastic disposition clung as to a secret source of pleasure, the only one which life seemed to open to him. But Fa PG 250T had a blow in store which he had not anticipated: the chance of Augusta's changing her maiden condition for that of a wife, probable, as her rank, beauty, and fortune rendered such an event, had never once occurred to him, and although he had imposed upon himself the unwavering belief that she could never be his, he was inexpressibly affected by the intelligence that she had become the property of another. The Honorable Mr. Bidemore's letters to his father soon after announced that poor Mr. Cargill had been seized with a nervous fever, and again, that his reconvalescence was attended with so much debility, it seemed both of mind and body as entirely to destroy his utility as a traveling companion. Shortly after this, the travelers separated, and Cargill returned to his native country alone, indulging upon the road in a melancholy abstraction of mind, which he had suffered to grow upon him since the mental shock which he had sustained, and which in time became the most characteristical feature of his demeanor. His meditations were not even disturbed by any anxiety about his future subsistence, although the cessation of his employment seemed to render that precarious for this. However, Lord Bidemore had made provision for though a coxcomb where the fine arts were concerned, he was in other particulars a just and honorable man who felt a sincere pride in having drawn the talents of Cargill from obscurity, and entertained due gratitude for the manner in which he had achieved the important task entrusted to him in his family. His lordship had privately purchased from the Mowbray family the patronage or advowson of the PG 251, living of St. Ronan's, then held by a very old incumbent who died shortly afterwards, so that upon arriving in England, Cargill found himself named to the vacant living so indifferent however did he feel himself towards this preferment that he might possibly not have taken the trouble to go through the necessary steps previous to his ordination, had it not been on account of his mother now a widow, and unprovided for unless by the support which he afforded her, he visited her in her small retreat in the suburbs of Marchthorne, heard her pour out her gratitude to heaven that she should have been granted life long enough to witness her son's promotion to a charge, which in her eyes was more honorable and desirable than an episcopal, heard her chalk out the life which they were to lead together in the humble independence, which had thus fallen on him who heard all this, and had no power to crush her hopes and her triumph, by the indulgence of his own romantic feelings, he passed almost mechanically through the usual forms, and was inducted into the living of St. Ronan's. Although fanciful and romantic, it was not in Josiah Cargill's nature to yield to unavailing melancholy, yet he sought relief not in society, but in solitary study. His seclusion was the more complete that his mother, whose education had been as much confined as her fortunes, felt awkward under her new dignities, and willingly acquiesced in her son's secession from society, and spent her whole time in superintending the little household, and in her way providing for all emergencies, the occurrence of which might call Josiah out of his favorite bookroom. As old age rendered her inactive, she began to regret the incapacity of he PG 252R son to superintend his own household, and talked something of matrimony and the mysteries of the muckle wheel. To these admonitions, Mr. Cargill returned only slight and evasive answers, and when the old lady slept in the village churchyard at a reverend old age, there was no one to perform the office of superintendent in the minister's family. Neither did Josiah Cargill seek for any, but patiently submitted to all the evils with which a bachelor estate is attended, and which were at least equal to those which beset the renowned Mago Pico during his state of celibacy. His butter was ill churned and declared by all but himself, and the queen who made it altogether uneatable. His milk was burnt in the pan, his fruit and vegetables were stolen, and his black stockings mended with blue and white thread. For all these things the minister cared not, his mind, ever bent upon far different matters. Do not let my fair readers do Josiah more than justice, or suppose that, like Beltenebros in the desert, he remained for years the victim of an unfortunate and misplaced passion. Noto the shame of the male sex. Be it spoken that no degree of hopeless love, however desperate and sincere, can ever continue for years to embitter life. There must be hope, there must be uncertainty, there must be reciprocity to enable the tyrant of the soul to secure a dominion of very long duration over a manly and well-constituted mind, which is itself desirous to will its freedom. The memory of Augusta had long faded from Josiah's thoughts, or was remembered only as a pleasing but melancholy and unsubstantial dream, while he was straining forward in pursuit of a yet nobler and coyer mistress, in a word of knowledge herself. PG 253. Every hour that he could spare from his parochial duties, which he discharged with zeal honorable to his heart and head, was devoted to his studies, and spent among his books. But this chase of wisdom, though in itself interesting and dignified, was indulged to an excess which diminished the respectability, nay the utility of the deceived student, and he forgot amid the luxury of deep and dark investigations that society has its claims, and that the knowledge which is unimparted is necessarily a barren talent, and is lost to society like the miser's concealed hoard. By the death of the proprietor, his studies were also under the additional disadvantage that, being pursued for the gratification of a desultory longing after knowledge, and directed to no determined object, they turned on points rather curious than useful, and while they served for the amusement of the student himself, promised little utility to mankind at large. Bewildered amid abstruse researches, metaphysical and historical, Mr. Cargill, living only for himself, and his books acquired many ludicrous habits, which exposed the secluded student to the ridicule of the world, and which tinged, though they did not altogether obscure the natural civility of an amiable disposition, as well as the acquired habits of politeness, which he had learned in the good society that frequented Lord Bidmore's mansion. He not only indulged in neglect of dress and appearance, and all those ungainly tricks which men are apt to acquire by living very much alone, but besides and especially, he became probably the most abstracted and absent man of a profession, peculiarly lie PG 254 able to cherish such habits. No man fell so regularly into the painful dilemma of mistaking, or in Scottish phrase, miskenning the person he spoke to, or more frequently inquired of an old maid, for her husband of a childless wife, about her young people of the distressed widower, for the spouse at whose funeral he himself had assisted, but a fortnight before, and none was ever more familiar with strangers whom he had never seen, or seemed more estranged from those who had a title to think themselves well known to him. The worthy man perpetually confounded sex, age, and calling, and when a blind beggar extended his hand for charity, he has been known to return the civility by taking off his hat, making a low bow, and hoping his worship was well. Among his brethren, Mr. Cargill alternately commanded respect by the depth of his erudition, and gave occasion to laughter from his odd peculiarities. On the latter occasions, he used abruptly to withdraw from the ridicule he had provoked, for notwithstanding the general mildness of his character, his solitary habits had engendered a testy impatience of contradiction, and a keener sense of pain arising from the satire of others than was natural to his unassuming disposition. As for his parishioners, they enjoyed, as may reasonably be supposed, many a hearty laugh at their pastor's expense, and were sometimes, as Mrs. Dodds hinted, more astonished than edified by his learning, for, in pursuing a point of biblical criticism, he did not altogether remember that he was addressing a popular and unlearned assembly, not delivering a concio ad clarima mistake, not arising from any conceit of his learning or wish to display it, but from PG 255, the same absence of mind which induced an excellent divine, when preaching before a party of criminals condemned to death, to break off by promising the wretches who were to suffer next morning the rest of the discourse at the first proper opportunity. But all the neighborhood acknowledged Mr. Cargill's serious and devout discharge of his ministerial duties, and the poorer parishioners forgave his innocent peculiarities in consideration of his unbounded charity, while the heritors, if they ridiculed the abstractions of Mr. Cargill on some subjects, had the grace to recollect that they had prevented him from suing an augmentation of stipend, according to the fashion of the clergy around him, or from demanding at their hands a new manse, or the repair of the old one. He once, indeed, wished that they would amend the roof of his bookroom, which rained in a very pluvious manner, but receiving no direct answer from our friend Macluam, who neither relished the proposal nor saw means of eluding it, the minister quietly made the necessary repairs at his own expense, and gave the heritors no farther trouble on the subject. Such was the worthy divine whom our bon vivant at the Clacomb Inn hoped to conciliate by a PG 256 good dinner, and Cockburn's particular and excellent menstruum in most cases, but not likely to be very efficacious on the present occasion. Chapter Roman 17, the acquaintance. Twixt us thus the difference trims, using head instead of limbs. You have read what I have seen, using limbs instead of head. I have seen what you have read. Which way does the balance lean? Butler, our traveler, rapid in all his resolutions and motions, strode stoutly down the street, and arrived at the manse, which was, as we have already described it, all but absolutely ruinous. The total desolation and want of order about the door would have argued the place uninhabited, had it not been for 2 or 3 miserable tubs with suds or such like sluttish contents which were left there, that those who broke their shins among them might receive a sensible proof that here the hand of woman had been. The door being half off its hinges, the entrance was for the time protected by a broken harrow, which must necessarily be removed before entry could be obtained. The little garden, which might have given an air of comfort to the old house, had it been kept in any order, was abandoned to a desolation, of which that of the sluggard PG 257 was only a type, and the minister's man and attendant, always proverbial for doing half work, and who seemed in the present instance to do none, was seen among docks and nettles, solacing himself with the few gooseberries which remained on some moss-grown bushes. To him Mr. Touchwood called, loudly inquiring after his master, but the clown, conscious of being taken in flagrant delict, as the law says, fled from him like a guilty thing instead of obeying his summons, and was soon heard hupping and geeing to the cart which he had left on the other side of the broken wall. Disappointed in his application to the manservant Mr. Touchwood knocked with his cane, at first gently, then harder halloed bellowed and shouted in the hope of calling the attention of someone within doors, but received not a word in reply, at length thinking that no trespass could be committed upon so forlorn and deserted an establishment. He removed the obstacles to entrance with such a noise as he thought must necessarily have alarmed someone if there was any live person about the house at all. All was still silent, and entering a passage, where the damp walls and broken flags corresponded to the appearance of things out of doors, he opened a door to the left which, wonderful to say, still had a latch remaining, and found himself in the parlor, and in the presence of the person whom he came to visit. Amid a heap of books and other literary lumber which had accumulated around him, sat in his well-worn leathern elbow chair the learned minister of St. Ronan's, a thin spare man beyond the middle age, of a dark complexion, but with eyes which, though now obscured and vacant, had been once bright, soft, PG 258, and expressive, and whose features seemed interesting the rather that, notwithstanding the carelessness of his dress, he was in the habit of performing his ablutions with Eastern precision, for he had forgot neatness, but not cleanliness. His hair might have appeared much more disorderly, had it not been thinned by time and disposed chiefly around the sides of his countenance, and the back part of his head. Black stockings, ungartered, marked his professional dress, and his feet were thrust into the old slipshod shoes, which served him instead of slippers. The rest of his garments, as far as visible, consisted in a plaid nightgown wrapped in long folds round his stooping and emaciated length of body, and reaching down to the slippers aforesaid. He was so intently engaged in studying the book before him, a folio of no ordinary bulk, that he totally disregarded the noise which Mr. Touchwood made in entering the room, as well as the coughs and hems with which he thought it proper to announce his presence. No notice being taken of these inarticulate signals, Mr. Touchwood, however great an enemy he was to ceremony, saw the necessity of introducing his business, as an apology for his intrusion. Hem, sir, ha, hem, you see before you a person in some distress for want of society, who has taken the liberty to call on you as a good pastor, who may be in Christian charity willing to afford him a little of your company, since he is tired of his own. Of this speech Mr. Cargill only understood the words distress and charity, sounds with which he was well acquainted, and which never failed to produce some effect on him. He looked at his visitor with PG 259 lackluster eye, and without correcting the first opinion which he had formed, although the stranger's plump and sturdy frame, as well as his nicely brushed coat, glancing cane, and above all his upright and self-satisfied manner, resembled in no respect the dress form or bearing of a mendicant. He quietly thrust a shilling into his hand, and relapsed into the studious contemplation, which the entrance of Touchwood had interrupted. "Upon my word, my good sir," said his visitor, surprised at a degree of absence of mind, which he could hardly have conceived possible, "you have entirely mistaken my object." "I am sorry my might is insufficient, my friend," said the clergyman without again raising his eyes. "It is all I have at present to bestow." "If you will have the kindness to look up for a moment, my good sir," said the traveler, "you may possibly perceive that you labor under a considerable mistake." Mr. Cargill raised his head, recalled his attention, and seeing that he had a well-dressed, respectable-looking person before him, he exclaimed in much confusion, "Hasten, my word, I was so immersed in my book I believe I think I have the pleasure to see my worthy friend Mr. Lavender." "No such thing, Mr. Cargill," replied Mr. Touchwood. "I will save you the trouble of trying to recollect. May you never saw me before, but do not let me disturb your studies. I am in no hurry, and my business can wait your leisure." "I am much obliged," said Mr. Cargill. "Have the goodness to take a chair, if you can find one. I have a train of thought to recover, a slight calculation to finish, and then I am at your command." PG 260. The visitor found among the broken furniture, not without difficulty, a seat strong enough to support his weight, and sat down, resting upon his cane, and looking attentively at his host, who very soon became totally insensible of his presence. A long pause of total silence ensued, only disturbed by the rustling leaves of the folio, from which Mr. Cargill seemed to be making extracts, and now and then by a little exclamation of surprise and impatience, when he dipped his pen, as happened once or twice, into his snuff-box, instead of the inkstandish, which stood beside it. At length, just as Mr. Touchwood began to think the scene as tedious as it was singular, the abstracted student raised his head, and spoke as if in soliloquy, "From Aachen a Cor, or St. John d'Acre, to Jerusalem how far?" 23 miles north-northwest, answered his visitor without hesitation. Mr. Cargill expressed no more surprise at a question which he had put to himself being answered by the voice of another than if he had found the distance on the map, and indeed was not probably aware of the medium through which his question had been solved, and it was the tenor of the answer alone which he attended to, in his reply 23 miles, Ingulphus laying his hand on the volume, and Geoffrey Winesoff do not agree in this. They may both be DD, then, for lying blockheads, answered the traveler. You might have contradicted their authority, sir, without using such an expression, said the divine gravely. I cry you mercy, doctor, said Mr. Tauck, PG 261 H. Wood. But would you compare these parchment fellows with me, that have made my legs my compasses over a great part of the inhabited world? You have been in Palestine, then said Mr. Cargill, drawing himself upright in his chair, and speaking with eagerness and with interest. You may swear that, doctor, and at Acre too. Why, I was there the month after Boney had found it too hard a nut to crack. I dined with Sir Sidney's chum old Jezar Pacha, and an excellent dinner we had, but for a dessert of noses and ears brought on after the last remove which spoiled my digestion. Old Jezar thought it so good a joke that you hardly saw a man in Acre whose face was not as flat as the palm of my hand. Gad, I respect my olfactory organ, and set off the next morning, as fast as the most cursed hard-trotting dromedary that ever fell to poor pilgrim's lot could contrive to tramp. If you have really been in the Holy Land, sir, said Mr. Cargill, whom the reckless gaiety of Touchwood's manner rendered somewhat suspicious of a trick, you will be able materially to enlighten me on the subject of the Crusades. They happened before my time, doctor, replied the traveler. You are to understand that my curiosity refers to the geography of the countries where these events took place, answered Mr. Cargill. Oh, as to that matter, you are lighted on your feet, said Mr. Touchwood. For the time present I can fit you Turk, Arab, Copt, and Druze. I know every one of them, and can make you as well acquainted with them as myself, without stirring a step beyond your threshold. PG 262. You shall know Syria as well as I do, but one good turn deserves another. In that case, you must have the goodness to dine with me. I go seldom abroad, sir, said the minister, with a good deal of hesitation, for his habits of solitude and seclusion could not be entirely overcome, even by the expectation raised by the traveller's discourse. Yet I cannot deny myself the pleasure of waiting on a gentleman possessed of so much experience. Well then, said Mr. Touchwood, 3 be the hour, I never dine later, and always to a minute the place, the Clacomb Inn up the way, where Mrs. Dodds is at this moment busy in making ready such a dinner as your learning has seldom seen, doctor, for I brought the receipts from the 4 different quarters of the globe. Upon this treaty they parted, and Mr. Cargill, after musing for a short while upon the singular chance which had sent a living man to answer those doubts, for which he was in vain consulting ancient authorities, at length resumed by degrees the train of reflection and investigation which Mr. Touchwood's visit had interrupted, and in a short time lost all recollection of his episodical visitor, and of the engagement which he had formed. Not so Mr. Touchwood, who, when not occupied with business of real importance, had the art, as the reader may have observed, to make a prodigious fuss about nothing at all upon the present occasion. He bustled in and out of the kitchen, till Mrs. Dodds lost patience, and threatened to pin the dishclout to his tail, a menace which he pardoned in consideration that in all the countries which he had visited, which are sufficiently civilized to boast of cooks, PG 263 essay artists toiling in their fiery element, have a privilege to be testy and impatient. He therefore retreated from the torrid region of Mrs. Dodd's microcosm, and employed his time in the usual devices of loiterers, partly by walking for an appetite, partly by observing the progress of his watch towards 3 o'clock, when he had happily succeeded in getting an employment more serious. His table in the blue parlor was displayed, with 2 covers after the fairest fashion of the Clacomb Inn, yet the landlady, with a look civil but sly, contrived to insinuate a doubt whether the clergyman would come when it was due. Mr. Touchwood scorned to listen to such an insinuation, until the fated hour arrived and brought with it no Mr. Cargill. The impatient entertainer allowed 5 minutes for difference of clocks and variation of time, and other 5 for the procrastination of one who went little into society. But no sooner were the last 5 minutes expended than he darted off for the manse, not indeed much like a greyhound or a deer, but with the momentum of a corpulent and well-appetized elderly gentleman who is in haste to secure his dinner. He bounced without ceremony into the parlor, where he found the worthy divine clothed in the same plaid nightgown, and seated in the very elbow chair in which he had left him 5 hours before his sudden entrance, recalled to Mr. Cargill not an accurate but something of a general recollection of what had passed in the morning, and he hastened to apologize with Handy Dalrydupon, my word, mister. Ah, I mean, my dear friend, I am afraid. I have used you ill. I forgot to order any dinner, but we will do our best epi. Not at the first PG 264 second, nor third call, but ex intervallo as the lawyers express it. Epi, a bare-legged, shock-headed, thick-ankled, redarmed wench entered and announced her presence by an emphatic "What's your wall?" "Have you got anything in the house for dinner, Epi?" "Neething but bread and milk plenty. What should I have?" "You see, sir," said Mr. Cargill, "you are like to have a Pythagorean entertainment, but you are a traveler, and have doubtless been in your time thankful for bread and milk." "But never when there was anything better to be had," said Mr. Touchwood. "Come, doctor, I beg your pardon, but your wits are fairly gone a wool gathering. It was I invited you to dinner up at the inn yonder, and not you me." "On my word, and so it was," said Mr. Cargill. "I knew I was quite right. I knew there was a dinner engagement betwixt us. I was sure of that. And that is the main point. Come, sir, I wait upon you." "Will you not first change your dress?" said the visitor, seeing with astonishment that the divine proposed to attend him in his plaid nightgown. "Why, we shall have all the boys in the village after us. You will look like an owl in sunshine, and they will flock round you like so many hedge sparrows." "I will get my clothes," instantly said the worthy clergyman. "I will get ready directly. I am really ashamed to keep you waiting, my dear Emmerhay. Your name has this instant escaped me." PG 265. "It is Touchwood, sir, at your service. I do not believe you ever heard it before," answered the traveler. "To write no more, I have. Well, my good Mr. Touchstone, will you sit down an instant, until we see what we can do? Strange slaves, we make ourselves to these bodies of ours, Mr. Touchstoneth, clothing, and the sustaining of them costs us much thought and leisure, which might be better employed in catering for the wants of our immortal spirits." Mr. Touchwood thought in his heart that never had Brahmin or gymnosophist less reason to reproach himself with excess in the indulgence of the table or of the toilet than the sage before him, but he assented to the doctrine, as he would have done to any minor heresy, rather than protract matters by farther discussing the point at present. In a short time, the minister was dressed in his Sunday's suit, without any farther mistake than turning one of his black stockings inside out, and Mr. Touchwood happy as was Boswell, when he carried off Dr. Johnson in triumph to dine with Strahan, and John Wilkes had the pleasure of escorting him to the Clacomb Inn. In the course of the afternoon, they became more familiar, and the familiarity led to their forming a considerable estimate of each other's powers and acquirements. It is true, the traveler thought the student too pedantic, too much attached to systems which formed in solitude. He was unwilling to renounce, even when contradicted by the voice and testimony of experience, and moreover, considered his utter inattention to the quality of what he eat and drank as unworthy of a rational, that is, of a cooking CPG 266 reacher, or of a being who, as defined by Johnson, holds his dinner as the most important business of the day. Cargill did not act up to this definition, and was therefore, in the eyes of his new acquaintance, so far ignorant and uncivilized, what then he was still a sensible, intelligent man, however abstemious and bookish. On the other hand, the divine could not help regarding his new friend as something of an epicure or belegod, nor could he observe in him either the perfect education or the polished bearing, which marked the gentleman of rank, and of which, while he mingled with the world, he had become a competent judge. Neither did it escape him that in the catalogue of Mr. Touchwood's defects occurred that of many travelers, a slight disposition to exaggerate his own personal adventures and to prose concerning his own exploits. But then his acquaintance with Eastern manners, existing now in the same state in which they were found during the time of the Crusades, formed a living commentary on the works of William of Tyre, Raymond of St. Giles, the Moslem annals of Abulfaragi, and other historians of the dark period with which his studies were at present occupied. A friendship, a companionship at least, was therefore struck up hastily betwixt these two originals, and to the astonishment of the whole parish of St. Ronan's, the minister thereof was seen once more leagued and united with an individual of his species, generally called among them the Clacomb Nabob. Their intercourse sometimes consisted in long walks which they took in company, traversing, however, as limited a space of ground as if it had been actually roped in for their pedestrian exercise. Their parade PG 267 was, according to circumstances, a low haw at the nether end of the ruinous hamlet, or the esplanade in the front of the old castle. And in either case, the direct longitude of their promenade never exceeded 100 yards sometimes, but rarely, the divine took share of Mr. Touchwood's meal, though less splendidly set forth, than when he was first invited to partake of it, for like the owner of the gold cup in Parnell's Hermit, when cured of his ostentation. Still he welcomed, but with less of cost. On these occasions the conversation was not of the regular and compacted nature, which passes betwixt men, as they are ordinarily termed of this world. On the contrary, the one party was often thinking of Saladin and Coeur de Lion, when the other was haranguing on Hyder Ali and Sir Eyre Coote. Still, however, the one spoke, and the other seemed to listen, and perhaps the lighter intercourse of society, where amusement is the sole object, can scarcely rest on a safer and more secure basis. It was on one of the evenings, when the learned divine had taken his place at Mr. Touchwood's social board, or rather at Mrs. Dodsfor, a cup of excellent tea, the only luxury which Mr. Cargill continued to partake of, with some complacence, was the regale before them that a card was delivered to the nabob. Mr. and Miss Mowbray C. Company at Shaw's Castle, on the 20th current, at 2 o'clock de junior dresses in character, admitted a dramatic picture. C Company, the more fools they PG 268. He continued by way of comment. C Company's phrases are ever commendable, and this piece of pasteboard is to intimate that one may go and meet all the fools of the parish if they have a mind. In my time, they ask the honor or the pleasure of a stranger's company. I suppose by and by we shall have in this country the ceremonial of a Bedouin's tent, where every ragged Hadji with his green turban comes in slap without leave asked, and has his black paw among the rice with no other apology than Salam Aleikum, dresses in character dramatic picturehet, new tomfoolery, can that, but it does not signify. Doctor, I say doctor, but he is in the seventh heaven. I say Mother Dodds, you, who know all the news, is this the feast that was put off, until Miss Mowbray should be better? Troth, is it Maester Touchwood thee? Are no in the way of giving twa entertainments in one season, very wise to jie ain maybe, but they can best. I say doctor bless his 5 wits, he is charging the Moslema with stout King Richard. I say doctor, do you know anything of these Mowbrays? Nothing extremely particular, answered Mr. Cargill. After a pause, it is an ordinary tale of greatness which blazes in one century, and is extinguished in the next. I think Camden says that Thomas Mowbray, who was Grand Marshal of England, succeeded to that high office, as well as to the dukedom of Norfolk, as grandson of Roger Bigot, in 1301. Pshaw, man, you are back into the 14th century. I mean these Mowbrays of St. Row PG 269. Nance, no, don't fall asleep again until you have answered my question, and don't look so like a startled hare. I am speaking no treason. The clergyman floundered a moment, as is usual with an absent man, who is recovering the train of his ideas, or a somnambulist when he is suddenly awakened, and then answered still with hesitation. Mowbray of St. Ronan, she I know that, is I did know the family. Here they are going to give a masquerade, a bal pair, private theatricals, I think, and what not, handing him the card. I saw something of this a fortnight ago, said Mr. Cargill. Indeed, I either had a ticket myself, or I saw such a one as that. Are you sure you did not attend the party, doctor? Said the nabob. Who attend I? You are jesting, Mr. Touchwood. But are you quite positive? Demanded Mr. Touchwood, who had observed to his infinite amusement that the learned and abstracted scholar was so conscious of his own peculiarities as never to be very sure on any such subject. Positive, he repeated with embarrassment. My memory is so wretched that I never like to be positive, but had I done anything so far out of my usual way, I must have remembered it. One would think, and I am positive I was not there. Neither could you, doctor, said the nabob, laughing at the process by which his friend reasoned himself into confidence, for it did not take place. It was adjourned. And this is the Seco PG 270th invitation. There will be one for you, as you had a card to the former. Come, doctor, you must go you, and I will go together. I, as an imam, I can say my bismillah with any Hadji of them all, you as a cardinal, or what you like best. Who it is unbecoming my station, Mr. Touchwood, said the clergyman, a folly altogether inconsistent with my habits. All the better you shall change your habits. You had better gang up and see them, Mr. Cargill, said Mrs. Dodds, for it's maybe the last sight ye may see of Miss Mowbray. Say, she is to be married and off to England, ane of the odd come shortlies. Why some of the gowks about the Val Downby? Married, said the clergyman, it is impossible. But where's the impossibility, Mr. Cargill, when ye see folk marry every day, and buckle them yoursel into the bargain maybe. Ye think the pure lassie has a bee in her bannet, but ye ken yoursel if nobody but wise folk were to marry the world wad be ill-peopled. I think it's the wise folk that keep single like yoursel and me Mr. Cargill guide user. Ye will ye taste a drap o' something. Sniff at my otter of roses, said Mr. Touchwood, the scent would revive the dead we. What in the devil's name is the meaning of this you? We're quite well just now. A sudden qualm, said Mr. Cargill, recovering himself. Oh, Mr. Cargill, said Dame Dodds, this comes of your lang fasts. RPG 271 ite Dame, subjoined Mr. Touchwood, and of breaking them with sour milk and peas bannock, least morsel of Christian food, is rejected by stomach, just as a small gentleman refuses the visit of a creditable neighbor, lest he see the nakedness of the land, ha. And there is really a talk of Miss Mowbray of St. Ronan's being married, said the clergyman. Troth is there, said the dame, it's trotting Nelly's news, and though she likes a drappy, I dinna think she would invent a Lee or Carey, ain't at least to me, that am a gude customer. This must be looked to, said Mr. Cargill, as if speaking to himself. In troth, and so it should, said Dame Dodds, it's a sin, and a shame if they should employ the tinkling cymbal they ca chatterly, and sick a Presbyterian trumpet as yoursel in the land, Mr. Cargill. And if you will take a fool's advice, ye winna let the multure be teen by your ain mill, Mr. Cargill. True, good mother Dodds, said the nabob, gloves and hatbands are things to be looked after, and Mr. Cargill had better go down to this cursed festivity with me in order to see after his own interest. I must speak with the young lady, said the clergyman, still in a brown study. Right, my boy of Blacklitter, said the nabob, with me. You shall go, and well bring them to submission to Mother Church. I warrant you the idea of being cheated in such a way would scare a Santon out of his trance. What dress will you wear? My own, to be sure, said the divine, starting from his reverie. Page 272. True, thou art right, Aganthie, may want to knit the knot on the spot, and who would be married by a parson in masquerade we, go to the entertainment though it is a done thing. The clergyman assented. Page 273, provided he should receive an invitation, and as that was found at the manse, he had no excuse for retracting, even if he had seemed to desire one. Chapter Roman 18 Fortunes Frolics. Count Basset, we gentlemen, whose carriages run on the four aces, are apt to have a wheel out of order. The provoked husband. Our history must now look a little backwards, and although it is rather foreign to our natural style of composition, it must speak more in narrative and less in dialogue, rather telling what happened than its effects upon the actors. Our purpose, however, is only conditional, for we foresee temptations, which may render it difficult for us exactly to keep it. The arrival of the young Earl of Etherington at the salutiferous fountain of St. Ronan's had produced the strongest sensation, especially as it was joined with the singular accident of the attempt upon his lordship's person, as he took a short cut through the woods, on foot at a distance from his equipage, and servants the gallantry with which he beat off the highwayman was only equal to his generosity, for he declined making any researches after the poor devil, although his lordship had received a severe wound in the scuffle. Of PG 274, the three black graces, as they have been termed by one of the most pleasant companions of our time, law and physic, hastened to do homage to Lord Etherington, represented by Mr. Makluam and Dr. Quackleben, while divinity, as favorable though more coy in the person of the Reverend Mr. Simon, Chatterley stood on tiptoe to offer any service in her power. For the honorable reason already assigned, his lordship, after thanking Mr. Makluam, and hinting that he might have different occasion for his services, declined his offer to search out the delinquent, by whom he had been wounded, while to the care of the doctor he subjected the cure of a smart flesh wound in the arm, together with a slight scratch on the temple, and so very genteel was his behavior on the occasion that the doctor, in his anxiety for his safety, enjoined him a month's course of the waters, if he would enjoy the comfort of a complete and perfect recovery. Nothing so frequent, he could assure his lordship, as the opening of cicatrized wounds and the waters of St. Ronan's spring, being, according to Dr. Quackleben, a remedy for all the troubles which flesh is heir to, could not fail to equal those of Berge, in facilitating the discharge of all splinters or extraneous matter, which a bullet may chance to incorporate with the human frame to its great annoyance, for he was wont to say that, although he could not declare the waters which he patronized to be an absolute panpharmacon, yet he would with word and pen maintain that they possessed the principal virtues of the most celebrated medicinal springs in the known world. In short, the love of Alpheus for Arethusa was a mere jest compared to that which the doctor entertained for his favorite fountain. PG 275. The new and noble guest whose arrival so much illustrated these scenes of convalescence, and of gaiety was not at first seen so much at the ordinary and other places of public resort, as had been the hope of the worthy company assembled his health, and his wound proved an excuse for making his visits to the society few and far between. But when he did appear, his manners and person were infinitely captivating, and even the carnation-colored silk handkerchief, which suspended his wounded arm together with the paleness and languor which loss of blood had left on his handsome and open countenance, gave a grace to the whole person which many of the ladies declared irresistible, all contended for his notice, attracted at once by his affability, and piqued by the calm and easy nonchalance with which it seemed to be blended the scheming and selfish Mowbray, the coarse-minded and brutal Sir Bingo, accustomed to consider themselves, and to be considered as the first men of the party sunk into comparative insignificance, but chiefly Lady Penelope threw out the captivations of her wit and her literature, while Lady Binks, trusting to her natural charms, endeavored equally to attract his notice. The other nymphs of the spa held a little back upon the principle of that politeness which at continental hunting parties affords the first shot at a fine piece of game to the person of the highest rank present, but the thought throbbed in many a fair bosom that their ladyships might miss their aim in spite of the advantages thus allowed them, and that there might then be room for less exalted, but perhaps not less skillful markswomen to try their chance. PG 276. But while the Earl thus withdrew from public society, it was necessary, at least natural, that he should choose someone with whom to share the solitude of his own apartment, and Mowbray superior, in rank to the half-pay whiskey-drinking Captain Macturk in dash to Winterblossom, who was broken down and turned twaddler, and in tact and sense to Sir Bingo Binks, easily maneuvered himself into his lordship's more intimate society, and internally thanking the honest footpad, whose bullet had been the indirect means of secluding his intended victim from all society. But his own, he gradually began to feel the way and prove the strength of his antagonist at the various games of skill and hazard which he introduced apparently with the sole purpose of relieving the tedium of a sick chamber. Macluam, who felt or affected the greatest possible interest in his patron's success, and who watched every opportunity to inquire how his schemes advanced, received at first such favorable accounts, as made him grin from ear to ear, rub his hands, and chuckle forth such bursts of glee, as only the success of triumphant roguery could have extorted from him. Mowbray looked grave, however, and checked his mirth. There was something in it, after all he said, that he could not perfectly understand Etherington, and used hand sharp up to everything, and yet he lost his money like a baby. And what the matter how he loses it, so you win it like a man, said his legal friend and adviser. Why, hang it, I cannot tell, replied Mowbray, were it not that I think he has scarce the impudence. PG 277 to propose such a thing to succeed, curse me. But I should think he was coming the old soldier over me, and keeping up his game, but no, can scarce have the impudence to think of that. I find, however, that he has done Wolverine out. Poor Tom, though Tom wrote to me the precise contrary. Yet the truth has since come out well. I shall avenge him, for I see his lordship is to be had as well as other folk. Will, Mr. Mowbray, said the lawyer in a tone of affected sympathy, ye ken your own ways, but the heavens will bless a moderate mind. I would not like to see you ruin this poor lad Funditus. That is to say, out and out to lose some of the ready will do him no great harm, and maybe give him a lesson. He may be the better of as long as he lives, but I wad not, as an honest man, wish you to go deeper. You should spare the lad, Mr. Mowbray. Who spared me, Macluam, said Mowbray with a look and tone of deep emphasis. No, no, must go through the mill money, and money's worth his seat. Is called Oakendale, I think of that, Mick Oakendale. O name of thrice happy augury, speak. Not of mercy, Mick, the squirrels of Oakendale. Must be dismounted, and learn to go afoot. What mercy can the wandering lord of Troy expect among the Greeks? The Greeks I am a very Sulioted, bravest of Greeks. I think not of pity, I think not of fear. He neither must know who would serve the vizier. And necessity, Mick, he concluded with a tone something altered, necessity is as unrelenting a leader as any vizier or pacha whom Skanderbeg ever fought with, or Byron has. PG 278 sung. Macluam echoed his patron's ejaculation with a sound betwixt a whine, a chuckle, and a groan, the first being designed to express his pretended pity for the destined victim, the second his sympathy with his patron's prospects of success, and the third being a whistle admonitory of the dangerous courses through which his object was to be pursued. Suliote, as he boasted himself, Mowbray had soon after this conversation some reason to admit that when Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war. The light skirmishing betwixt the parties was ended, and the serious battle commenced with some caution on either side, each perhaps desirous of being master of his opponent's system of tactics, before exposing his own piquet. The most beautiful game at which a man can make sacrifice of his fortune was one with which Mowbray had, for his misfortune perhaps, been accounted from an early age a great proficient, and in which the Earl of Etherington, with less experience, proved no novice. They now played for such stakes as Mowbray's state of fortune rendered considerable to him, though his antagonist appeared not to regard the amount. And they played with various success, for though Mowbray at times returned with a smile of confidence the inquiring looks of his friend Macluam, there were other occasions on which he seemed to evade them, as if his own had a sad confession to make in reply. These alternations, though frequent, did no PG 279 occupy, after all many days, for Mowbray, a friend of all hours, spent much of his time in Lord Etherington's apartment, and these few days were days of battle in the meantime, as his lordship was now sufficiently recovered to join the party at Shaw's Castle, and Miss Mowbray's health being announced as restored, that proposal was renewed, with the addition of a dramatic entertainment, the nature of which we shall afterwards have occasion to explain. Cards were anew issued to all those who had been formerly included in the invitation, and, of course, to Mr. Touchwood, as formerly a resident at the Well, and now in the neighborhood, it being previously agreed among the ladies that a nabob, though sometimes a dingy or damaged commodity, was not to be rashly or unnecessarily neglected. As to the parson, he had been asked, of course, as an old acquaintance of the Mowbray house, not to be left out when the friends of the family were invited on a great scale, but his habits were well known, and it was no more expected that he would leave his manse on such an occasion than that the kirk should loosen itself from its foundations. It was after these arrangements had been made that the Laird of St. Ronan's suddenly entered Macluam's private apartment. With looks of exultation, the worthy scribe turned his spectacled nose towards his patron, and holding in one hand the bunch of papers which he had been just perusing, and in the other the tape with which he was about to tie them up again, suspended that operation to await with open eyes and ears the communication of Mowbray. "I have done him," he said exultingly. "Why, PG 280 et," in a tone of voice lowered almost to a whisper, "capoted his lordship for this bout, doubled my capital, Mick. And something more, hush, don't interrupt, Mew. Must think of Clara Noche, must share the sunshine should it prove. But a blink before a storm, you know, Mick, these two DD women, Lady Penelope and the Binks, have settled that they will have something like a bal pair on this occasion, a sort of theatrical exhibition, and that those who like it shall be dressed in character. I know their meaning, thee think. Clara has no dress fit for such foolery, and so they hope to eclipse her Lady Pen with her old-fashioned ill-set diamonds, and my Lady Binks with the new-fashioned finery which she swapped her character for. But Clara shan't borne down so by. I got that affected slut Lady Binks maid to tell me what her mistress had set her mind on, and she is to wear a Grecian habit forsooth, like one of Will Allen's Eastern subjects. But here's the rub: there is only one shawl for sale in Edinburgh that is worth showing off in, and that is at the Gallery of Fashion. Now, Mick, my friend, that shawl must be had for Clara, with the other trankums of muslin and lace, and so forth, which you will find marked in the paper there. Send instantly, and secure it for, as Lady Binks writes, by tomorrow's post. Your order can go by tonight's mail. There is a note for Roman 50. From a mechanical habit of never refusing anything, Macluam readily took the note, but having looked at it through his spectacles, he continued to hold it in his hand, as he remonstrated with his patron. "This is a very PG 281, kindly meant, St. Ronan's, very kindly meant, and I wad be the last to say that Miss Clara does not merit respect and kindness at your hand. But I doubt mickle if she wad care a bottle for thee brothings. Ye ken yoursel, she seldom alters her fashions odd. She thinks her ridding habit dress enug for ony company. And if you were ganging by good looks, so it is if she had a thought mere colour, poor d—" "Well, well," said Mowbray impatiently, "let me alone to reconcile a woman and a fine dress." "To be sure ye ken best," said the writer, "but after a now wad, it no be better to lay by this £100 in tam turmpin in case the young lady should want it afterhand, just for a sare foot." "You are a fool, Mick. What signifies healing a sore foot, when there will be a broken heart in the case? No, Najit the things as I desire Yao will blaze them down for one day, at least perhaps. It will be the beginning of a proper dash. Wheel wheel I wish it may be so answered Makeluam. But this young earl ye found the weak point can, ye get a discerniture against him, with expenses that is the question. I wish I could answer it, said Mowbray, thoughtfully. Confound the fellow, is a cut above me in rank, and in society too belongs to the great clubs, and is in with the superlatives and inaccessibles. And all that sort of folk. My training has been a peg lower, but hang it, there are better dogs bred in the kennel than in the parlor. I am up to him, I think. At least, I will soon know Mick whether I am or no. And that is always one comfort. Never mind, you execute my commission. And take care you name no names. I must save my little Abigail's reputation. PG 282. They parted Makeluam to execute his patron's commission, his patron, to bring to the test those hopes, the uncertainty of which he could not disguise from his own sagacity. Trusting to the continuance of his run of luck, Mowbray resolved to bring affairs to a crisis that same evening. Everything seemed in the outset to favor his purpose. They had dined together in Lord Etherington's apartment. She's state of health interfered with the circulation of the bottle, and a drizzly autumnal evening rendered walking disagreeable, even had they gone no farther than the private stable, where Lord Etherington's horses were kept under the care of a groom of superior skill. Cards were naturally almost necessarily resorted to as the only alternative for helping away the evening, and piquet was as formerly chosen for the game. Lord Etherington seemed at first indolently careless and indifferent about his play, suffering advantages, to escape him of which, in a more attentive state of mind, he could not have failed to avail himself. Mowbray upbraided him with his inattention, and proposed a deeper stake in order to interest him in the game. The young nobleman complied, and in the course of a few hands, the gamesters became both deeply engaged in watching and profiting by the changes of fortune. These were so many, so varied, and so unexpected that the very souls of the players seemed at length centered in the event of the struggle, and by dint of doubling stakes the accumulated sum of £1,000 and upwards upon each side came to be staked in the issue. PG 283 of the game. So large a risk included all those funds which Mowbray commanded by his sister's kindness, and nearly all his previous winnings. So to him the alternative was victory or ruin. He could not hide his agitation, however desirous to do so. He drank wine to supply himself with courage, drank water to cool his agitation, and at length bent himself to play with as much care and attention as he felt himself enabled to command. In the first part of the game, their luck appeared tolerably equal, and the play of both befitting gamesters, who had dared to play such a sum on the cast. But as it drew towards a conclusion, fortune altogether deserted him, who stood most in need of her favor, and Mowbray, with silent despair, saw his fate depend on a single trick, and that with every odds against him. For Lord Etherington was elder hand. But how can fortune's favor secure anyone who is not true to himself by an infraction of the laws of the game, which could only have been expected from the veriest bungler that ever touched a card? Lord Etherington called a point without showing it, and by the ordinary rule Mowbray was entitled to count his own end in the course of that, and the next hand gained the game, and swept the stakes. Lord Etherington showed chagrin and displeasure, and seemed to think that the rigor of the game had been more insisted upon than in courtesy it ought to have been when men were playing for so small a stake. Mowbray did not understand this logic. £1,000, he said, were in his eyes no nutshells. The rules of piquet were insisted on by all but boys and women, and for his part, he had rather not play at all than not play the game. PG 284. So it would seem, my dear, Mowbray, said the Earl, for on my soul, I never saw so disconsolate a visage as thine. During that unlucky gamate withdrew all my attention from my hand, and I may safely say your rueful countenance has stood me in £1,000. If I could transfer thy long visage to canvas, I should have both my revenge and my money, for a correct resemblance would be worth not a penny less than the original has cost me. You are welcome to your jest, my lord, said Mowbray. It has been well paid for, and I will serve you in 10,000 at the same rate. What say you, he proceeded, taking up and shuffling the cards. Will you do yourself more justice in another game? Revenge, they say, is sweet. I have no appetite for it this evening, said the Earl gravely. If I had, Mowbray, you might come by the worse. I do not always call a point without showing it. Your lordship is out of humor with yourself, for a blunder that might happen to any man it was as much my good luck as a good hand would have been, and so fortune be praised. But what if with this fortune had naught to do, replied Lord Etherington. What if sitting down with an honest fellow, and a friend like yourself, Mowbray, a man should rather choose to lose his own money, which he could afford, than to win what it might distress his friend to part with? Supposing a case so far out of supposition, my lord, answered Mowbray, who felt the question ticklish, for with submission the allegation is easily made, and is totally incapable of proof. PG 285, I should say, no one had a right to think for me in such a particular, or to suppose that I played for a higher stake than was convenient. And thus your friend, poor devil, replied Lord Etherington, would lose his money, and run the risk of a quarrel into the boot. We'll try it another way. Suppose this good-humored and simple-minded gamester had a favor of the deepest import to ask of his friend, and judged it better to prefer his request to a winner than to a loser. If this applies to me, my lord, replied Mowbray, it is necessary I should learn how I can oblige your lordship. That is a word soon spoken, but so difficult to be recalled, that I am almost tempted to possibut, yet it must be said, Mowbray, you have a sister. Mowbray started. I have indeed a sister, my lord, but I can conceive no case in which her name can enter with propriety into our present discussion. Again, in the menacing mood, said Lord Etherington in his former tone, now here is a pretty fellow, would first cut my throat for having won £1,000 from me, and then for offering to make his sister a countess. A countess, my lord, said Mowbray, you are, but jesting, you have never even seen Clara Mowbray. Perhaps not, but what then? I may have seen her picture, as Puff says in the Critic, or fallen in love with her, from rumour, to save farther suppositions. As I see they render you impatient, I may be satisfied with knowing that she is a beautiful and accomplished young lady with a large fortune. PG 286. What fortune do you mean, my lord? Said Mowbray, recollecting with alarm some claims which, according to Makeluham's view of the subject, his sister might form upon his property. What estatother is nothing belongs to our family save these lands of St. Ronan's, or what is left of them. And of these I am, my lord, an undoubted heir of entail in possession. Be it so, said the earl, for I have no claim on your mountain realms here, which are doubtless renowned of old, for knights and squires and barons bold. My views respect a much richer though less romantic domain, a large manor hight Nettlewood House old, but standing in the midst of such glorious oaks, 3,000 acres of land, arable pasture, and woodland, exclusive of the two closes, occupied by Widow Hodge and Goodman Trampclid manorial rights mines, and Mineralsend, the devil knows how many good things besides, all lying in the vale of Bever. And what has my sister to do with all this? Asked Mowbray in great surprise. Nothing but that it belongs to her when she becomes Countess of Etherington. It is then your lordship's property already. No, by Jove, nor can it unless your sister honours me with her approbation of my suit, replied the earl. This is a sorer puzzle than one of Lady Penelope's charades, my lord, said Mr. Mowbray. I must call in the assistance of the Reverend Mr. Chatterley. You shall not need, said Lord Etherington. PG 287, LL give you the key, but listen to me with patience. You know that we nobles of England, less jealous of our 16 quarters than those on the continent, do not take scorn to line our decayed ermines with the little cloth of gold from the city, and my grandfather was lucky enough to get a wealthy wife with a halting pedigree, rather a singular circumstance, considering that her father was a countryman of yours. She had a brother, however, still more wealthy than herself, and who increased his fortune by continuing to carry on the trade which had first enriched his family. At length, he summed up his books, washed his hands of commerce, and retired to Nettlewood to become a gentleman. And here my much respected granduncle was seized with the rage of making himself a man of consequence. He tried what marrying a woman of family would do, but he soon found that whatever advantage his family might derive from his doing so, his own condition was but little illustrated. He next resolved to become a man of family himself. His father had left Scotland when very young, and bore, I blush to say, the vulgar name of Scrooge. This hapless dissyllable my uncle carried in person to the Herald office in Scotland, but neither Lyon, nor Marchmont, nor Isla, nor Snadon, neither Herald, nor Pursuivant would patronize Scrogether, could nothing be made out of it, so that my worthy relative had recourse to the surer side of the house, and began to found his dignity on his mother's name of Mowbray. In this, he was much more successful, and I believe some sly fellow stole for him a slip from your own family tree, Mr. Mowbray of St. Ronan's, which I dare say you have never missed at any rate for his Argent PG 288, and or he got a handsome piece of parchment, blazoned with a white lion for Mowbray, to be born quarterly with 3 stunted or scrogbushes for Scrogie, and became thenceforth Mr. Scrogie Mowbray, or rather, as he subscribed himself Reginald his former Christian name was Ronald S. Mowbray. He had a son, who most undutifully laughed at all this, refused the honors of the high name of Mowbray, and insisted on retaining his father's original appellative of Scrogie, to the great annoyance of his said father's ears and damage of his temper. Why, faith, betwixt the two, said Mowbray, I own I should have preferred my own name, and I think the old gentleman's taste rather better than the young one's. True, but both were wilful absurd originals, with a happy obstinacy of temper, whether derived from Mowbray or Scrogie, I know not, but which led them so often into opposition, that the offended father Reginald S. Mowbray turned his recusant son Scrogie fairly out of doors, and the fellow would have paid for his plebeian spirit with a vengeance had he not found refuge with a surviving partner of the original Scrogie of all who still carried on the lucrative branch of traffic, by which the family had been first enriched. I mention these particulars to account in, so far as I can, for the singular predicament in which I now find myself placed. Proceed, my lord, said Mr. Mowbray. There is no denying the singularity of your story, and I presume you are quite serious in giving me such an extraordinary detail. Entirely so, upon my honor, and a most serious MPG 289, adder it as you will presently find when my worthy uncle Mr. S. Mowbray, for I will not call him Scrogie, even in the grave, paid his debt to nature, every body concluded he would be found to have disinherited his son, the unfilial Scrogie, and so far every body was right, but it was also generally believed that he would settle the estate on my father Lord Etherington, the son of his sister. And therein every one was wrong, for my excellent granduncle had pondered with himself that the favored name of Mowbray would take no advantage and attain no additional elevation if his estate of Nettlewood, otherwise called Mowbray Park, should descend to our family without any condition. And with the assistance of a sharp attorney, he settled it on me then, schoolboy, on condition that I should before attaining the age of 25 complete take unto myself, in holy wedlock, a young lady of good fame of the name of Mowbray, and by preference of the house of St. Ronan's, should a damsel of that house exist now, my riddle is read. And a very extraordinary one, it is, replied Mowbray thoughtfully. Confess the truth, said Lord Etherington, laying his hand on his shoulder. You think the story will bear a grain of a scruple of doubt, if not a whole scruple itself. At least, my lord, answered Mowbray, your lordship will allow that being Miss Mowbray's only near relation and sole guardian, I may without offence pause upon a suit for her hand made under such odd circumstances. If you have the least doubt either respecting my rank or fortune, I can give of course the most satisfactory references, said the Earl of Etherington. PG 290. That I can easily believe, my lord, said Mowbray, nor do I in the least fear deception, where detection would be so easy. Your lordship's proceedings, towards me too, with a conscious glance at the bills he still held in his hand, have, I admit, been such as to intimate some such deep cause of interest, as you have been pleased to state. But it seems strange that your lordship should have permitted years to glide away without so much as inquiring after the young lady, who I believe is the only person qualified, as your granduncle's will requires, with whom you can form an alliance. It appears to me that long before now this matter ought to have been investigated, and that even now it would have been more natural and more decorous to have at least seen my sister before proposing for her hand. On the first point, my dear Mowbray, said Lord Etherington, I am free to own to you that without meaning your sister, the least affront I would have got rid of this clause, if I could, for every man would fain choose a wife for himself. And I feel no hurry to marry at all, but the rogue lawyers, after taking fees, and keeping me in hand for years, have at length roundly told me the clause must be complied with, or Nettlewood must have another master, so I thought it best to come down here in person in order to address the fair lady, but as accident has hitherto prevented my seeing her, and as I found in her brother a man who understands the world, I hope you will not think the worse of me that I have endeavored in the outset to make you my friend. Truth is, I shall be 25 in the course of a month, and WPG 291, without your favor, and the opportunities which only you can afford me, that seems a short time to woo and win a lady of Miss Mowbray's merit. And what is the alternative if you do not form this proposed alliance, my lord, said Mowbray. The bequest of my granduncle lapses, said the Earl and fair Nettlewood, with its old house, and older oaks manorial rights Hodge Trampclod, and all devolves on a certain Cussingerman of mine, whom heaven of his mercy confound. You have left yourself little time to prevent such an event, my lord, said Mowbray. But things being as I now see them, you shall have what interest I can give you in the affair. We must stand, however, on more equal terms, my lord. I will condescend so far as to allow it would have been inconvenient for me at this moment to have lost that game. But I cannot in the circumstances think of acting as if I had fairly won it. We must draw stakes, my lord. Not a word of that, if you really mean me kindly, my dear Mowbray. The blunder was a real one, for I was indeed thinking, as you may suppose, on other things, than the showing my pointall was fairly lost. And when I hope I shall have opportunities of offering real services, which may perhaps give me some right to your partial regard at present, we are on equal footing on all sides, perfectly so. If your lordship thinks so, said Mowbray, and then passing rapidly to what he felt he could say, with more confidence indeed, at any rate no personal obligation to myself could prevent my doing my full duty as guardian to my sister. Unquestionably, I desire nothing else, replied the Earl of Etherington. PG 292. I must therefore understand that your lordship is quite serious in your proposal, and that it is not to be withdrawn, even if upon acquaintance with Miss Mowbray, you should not perhaps think her so deserving of your lordship's attentions, as report may have spoken her. Mr. Mowbray, replied the Earl, the treaty between you and me shall be as definite as if I were a sovereign prince demanding in marriage the sister of a neighboring monarch, whom according to royal etiquette he neither has seen nor could see. I have been quite frank with you, and I have stated to you that my present motives for entering upon negotiation are not personal but territorial. When I know Miss Mowbray, I have no doubt they will be otherwise. I have heard she is beautiful. Something of the palest, my lord, answered Mowbray. A fine complexion is the first attraction which is lost in the world of fashion, and that which it is easiest to replace. Dispositions, my lord, may differ, said Mowbray, without faults on either side. I presume your lordship has inquired into my sister's. She is amiable, accomplished, sensible, and high-spirited, but yet I understand you, Mr. Mowbray, and will spare you the pain of speaking out. I have heard Miss Mowbray is in some respects particular, to use a broader word, a little whimsical. No matter. She will have the less to learn when she becomes a countess and a woman of fashion. Are you serious, my lord, said Mowbray. I am, and I will speak my mind still more plainly. I have PG 293 good temper and excellent spirits, and can endure a good deal of singularity in those I live with. I have no doubt your sister and I will live happily together, but in case it should prove otherwise, arrangements may be made previously, which will enable us in certain circumstances to live happily apart. My own estate is large, and Nettlewood will bear dividing. Nay then, said Mowbray, I have little more to say. Nothing indeed remains for inquiry, so far as your lordship is concerned. But my sister must have free liberty of choice. So far as I am concerned, your lordship's suit has my interest, and I trust we may consider it as a done thing. With Clara's approbation, certainly, answered Mowbray. I trust there is no chance of personal repugnance on the young lady's part, said the young peer. I anticipate nothing of the kind, my lord, answered Mowbray, as I presume there is no reason for any but young ladies will be capricious. And if Clara, after I have done and said all that a brother ought to do, should remain repugnant, there is a point in the exertion of my influence which it would be cruelty to pass. The Earl of Etherington walked a turn through the apartment, then paused, and said in a grave and doubtful tone, in the meanwhile I am bound, and the young lady is free. Mowbray, is this quite fair? It is what happens in every case, my lord, where a gentleman proposes for a lady, answered Mowbray. He must remain, of course, bound by his offer, until with IPG 294 N, a reasonable time, it is accepted or rejected. It is not my fault that your lordship has declared your wishes to me before ascertaining Clara's inclination. But while as yet the matter is between ourselves, I make you welcome to draw back, if you think proper. Clara Mowbray needs not push for a catch-match. Nor do I desire, said the young nobleman, any time to reconsider the resolution which I have confided to you. I am not in the least fearful that I shall change my mind on seeing your sister, and I am ready to stand by the proposal which I have made to you. If, however, you feel so extremely delicately on my account, he continued, I can see and even converse with Miss Mowbray at this fate of yours, without the necessity of being at all presented to her. The character, which I have assumed in a manner, obliges me to wear a mask. Certainly, said the Laird of St. Ronan's, and I am glad for both our sakes your lordship thinks of taking a little law upon this occasion. I shall profit nothing by it, said the Earl. My doom is fixed before I start, but, if this mode of managing the matter will save your conscience, I have no objection to it. It cannot consume much time, which is what I have to look to. They then shook hands and parted without any farther discourse, which could interest the reader. Mowbray was glad to find himself alone, in order to think over what had happened, and to ascertain the state of his own mind, which at present was puzzling even to himself. He could not but feel that much greater advantages of every kind might accrue to himself and his family from the alliance of the wealthy young Earl than could have been derived from PG 295 any share of his spoils, which he had proposed to gain by superior address in play or greater skill on the turf. But his pride was hurt when he recollected that he had placed himself entirely in Lord Etherington's power, and the escape from absolute ruin which he had made solely by the sufferance of his opponent had nothing in it consolatory to his wounded feelings. He was lowered in his own eyes when he recollected how completely the proposed victim of his ingenuity had seen through his schemes, and only abstained from baffling them entirely because to do so suited best with his own. There was a shade of suspicion, too, which he could not entirely eradicate from his mind. What occasion had this young nobleman to preface, by the voluntary loss of a brace of thousands, a proposal which must have been acceptable in itself without any such sacrifice, and why should he after all have been so eager to secure his accession to the proposed alliance, before he had even seen the lady who was the object of it? However hurried for time, he might have waited the event at least of the entertainment at Shaw's Castle, at which Clara was necessarily obliged to make her appearance. Yet such conduct, however unusual, was equally inconsistent with any sinister intentions, since the sacrifice of a large sum of money, and the declaration of his views upon a portionless young lady of family, could scarcely be the preface to any unfair practice. So that upon the whole, Mowbray settled that what was uncommon in the Earl's conduct arose from the hasty and eager disposition of a rich young Englishman, to whom money is of little consequence, and who is too headlong in pursuit of the favorite plan of the moment to prose PG 296 in the most rational or most ordinary manner. If, however, there should prove anything farther in the matter than he could at present discover, Mowbray promised himself that the utmost circumspection on his part could not fail to discover it, and that in full time to prevent any ill consequences to his sister or himself. Immersed in such cogitations, he avoided the inquisitive presence of Mr. Makluam, who as usual had been watching for him to learn how matters were going on, and although it was now late, he mounted his horse and rode hastily to Shaw's Castle. On the way he deliberated with himself whether to mention to his sister the application which had been made to him, in order to prepare her to receive the young Earl as a suitor favored with her brother's approbation. But no such was the result of his contemplation. She might take it into her head that his thoughts were bent less upon having her for a countess than on obtaining possession of his granduncle's estate. We must keep quiet, concluded he, until her personal appearance and accomplishments may PG 297 appear at least to have some influence upon his choice. We must say nothing till this blessed entertainment has been given and received. Chapter Roman 19. A letter. Has he so long held out with me untired? And stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Richard Roman 3. Mowbray had no sooner left the Earl's apartment than the latter commenced an epistle to a friend and associate, which we lay before the reader, as best calculated to illustrate the views and motives of the writer. It was addressed to Captain Jekyll of the Regiment of Guards at the Green Dragon Harrowgate, and was of the following tenor. Dear Harry, I have expected you here these 10 days past anxiously, as ever man was looked for, and have now to charge your absence as high treason to your sworn allegiance. Surely you do not presume like one of Napoleon's new-made monarchs to grumble for independence, as if your greatness were of your own making, or as if I had picked you out of the hole of St. James's coffee house, to hold my backhand for your sake forsooth, not for my own. Wherefore lay aside all your own proper business, be it the pursuit of dowagers or the plucking of pigeons, and instantly repair to this place, where I may speedily want your assistance. May want it. PG 298. Said I, why, most negligent of friends and allies, I have wanted it already, and that, when it might have done me yeoman's service, know that I have had an affair since I came hither, have got hurt myself, and have nearly shot my friend, and if I had I might have been hanged for it. For want of Harry Jekyll to bear witness in my favor, I was so far on my road to this place, when not choosing for certain reasons to pass through the old village, I struck by a footpath into the woods, which separate it from the new spa, leaving my carriage and people to go the carriageway. I had not walked half a mile when I heard the footsteps of someone behind, and looking round, what should I behold but the face in the world which I most cordially hate and abhor, I mean that which stands on the shoulders of my right trusty and well-beloved cousin and counselor St. Francis. He seemed as much confounded as I was at our unexpected meeting, and it was a minute ere he found breath to demand what I did in Scotland contrary to my promise, as he was pleased to express a tie retaliated and charged him with being here in contradiction to his he justified, and said he had only come down upon the express information that I was upon my road to St. Ronan's. Now, Harry, how the devil should he have known this? Hadst thou been quite faithful, for I am sure to no ear but thine own, did I breathe a whisper of my purpose next, with the insolent assumption of superiority, which he founds on what he calls the rectitude of his purpose. He proposed, we should both withdraw from a neighborhood into which we could bring nothing, but wretchedness. I have told you how difficult it is to cope with the calm and resolute manner that the devil gifts him with on such occasions, but I was determined he should not carry the day this time. I saw no chance for it, however, but to put myself into a towering passion, which, thank heaven, I can always do on PG 299 short notice. I charged him with having imposed formerly on my youth, and made himself judge of my rights, and I accompanied my defiance with the strongest terms of irony and contempt, as well as with demand of instant satisfaction. I had my traveling pistols with me at poor cause, and to my surprise my gentleman was equally provided for fair play's sake. I made him take one of my pistols, right Kuchenritters, a brace of balls in each. But that circumstance I forgot. I would fain have argued the matter a little longer, but I thought at the time, and think still, that the best arguments which he and I can exchange must come from the point of the sword or the muzzle of the pistol. We fired nearly together, and I think both dropped. I am sure I did, but recovered in a minute with a damaged arm and a scratch on the template. Was the last which stunned me so much, for double-loaded pistols. My friend was invisible, and I had nothing for it but to walk to the spa, bleeding all the way like a calf, and tell a Rohidamblidibone story about a footpad, which but for my earldom and my gory locks no living soul would have believed. Shortly after, when I had been installed in a sick room, I had the mortification to learn that my own impatience had brought all this mischief upon me at a moment when I had every chance of getting rid of my friend without trouble, had I but let him go on his own errand. For it seems he had an appointment that morning with a booby baronet who is said to be a bullet slitter, and would perhaps have rid me of St. Francis without any trouble or risk on my part. Meantime, his non-appearance at this rendezvous has placed Master Francis Tyrrell, as he chooses to call himself, in the worst odor possible, with the gentry at the Spring, who have denounced him as a coward, and no gentleman. What to think of the business myself, I know not, and I much want your assistance to see what can have become of PG 300, this fellow, who, like a spectre of ill omen, has so often thwarted and baffled my best plans. My own confinement renders me inactive, though my wound is fast healing. Dead he cannot be, for had he been mortally wounded we should have heard of him somewhere or other. Could not have vanished from the earth like a bubble of the elements. Well and sound he cannot be, for besides that I am sure I saw him stagger and drop, firing his pistol as he fell. I know him well enough to swear that had he not been severely wounded he would have first pestered me with his accursed presence and assistance, and then walked forward with his usual composure to settle matters with Sir Bingo Binks. Nono, St. Francis is none of those who leave such jobs half finish at it, is but doing him justice to say he has the devil's courage to back his own deliberate impertinence. But then, if wounded severely, he must be still in this neighborhood, and probably in concealmentes, is what I must discover, and I want your assistance in my inquiries among the natives. Haste hither, Harry, as ever you look for good at my hand. A good player, Harry, always studies to make the best of bad cards, and so I have endeavored to turn my wound to some account, and it has given me the opportunity to secure Monsieur Lefrere in my interests. You say very truly that it is of consequence to me to know the character of this new actor on the disordered scene of my adventures. No, then, he is that most incongruous of all monsters, a Scotch buck. How far from being buck of the season, you may easily judge. Every point of national character is opposed to the pretensions of this luckless race, when they attempt to take on them a personage which is assumed with so much facility by their brethren of the Isle of Saints. They are a shrewd people indeed, but so destitute of ease, grace, pliability of manners, and insinuation of address, that they eternally seem to suffer actual misery in the PG 301 attempts to look gay and careless. Then their pride heads them back at one turn, their poverty at another, their pedantry at a third, their mauvaise honte at a fourth, and with so many obstacles to make them bolt off the course, it is positively impossible they should win the plate. No, Harry, It is the grave folk in Old England who have to fear a Caledonian. Invasion thee will make no conquests in the world of fashion excellent bankers. The Scots may be, for they are eternally calculating how to add interest to principal good soldiers, for they are if not such heroes, as they would be thought as brave I suppose as their neighbours, and much more amenable to discipline a lawyers they are born indeed every country gentleman is bred one, and their patient and crafty disposition enables them in other lines to submit to hardships, which other natives could not bear and avail themselves of advantages, which others would let pass under their noses unavailingly. But assuredly heaven did not form the Caledonian for the gay world, and his efforts at ease, grace, and gaiety resemble only the clumsy gambols of the ass in the fable. Yet the Scot has his sphere too in his own country, only where the character which he assumes is allowed to pass current. This Mowbray Nauthies, brother-in-law of mine, might do pretty well at a northern meeting, or the Leith races, where he could give 5 minutes to the sport of the day, and the next half-hour to county politics, or to farming. But it is scarce necessary to tell you, Harry, that this half-fellowship will not pass on the better side of the Tweed. Yet for all I have told you, this trout was not easily tickled, nor should I have made much of him, had he not in the plenitude of his northern conceit entertained that notion of my being a good subject of plunder, which you had contrived blessings on your contriving brain to insinuate into him by means of Wolverine. He co PG 302 menced this hopeful experiment, and as you must have anticipated caught a tartar with a vengeance. Of course, I used my victory only so far as to secure his interest in accomplishing my principal object, and yet I could see my gentleman's pride was so much injured in the course of the negotiation that not all the advantages which the match offered to his damned family were able entirely to subdue the chagrin arising from his defeat. He did gulp it down, though, and we are friends and allies for the present, at least not so cordially so, however, as to induce me to trust him with the whole of the strangely complicated tale. The circumstance of the will it was necessary to communicate, as affording a sufficiently strong reason for urging my suit, and this partial disclosure enabled me for the present to dispense with farther confidence. You will observe that I stand by no means secure, and besides the chance of my cousin's reappearance a certain event, unless he is worse than I dare hope for, I have perhaps to expect the fantastic repugnance of Clara herself, or some sulky freak on her brother's parton. A word, and let it be such a one as conjurers raise the devil with Harry Jekyll. I want you. As well knowing the nature of my friend, I can assure you that his own interest as well as mine may be advanced by his coming hither on duty. Here is a blockhead, whom I already mentioned, Sir Bingo Binks, with whom something may be done worth your, while though scarce worth mine. The baronet is a perfect buzzard, and when I came here he was under Mowbray's training, but the awkward Scot had plucked half a dozen penfeathers from his wing, with so little precaution that the baronet has become frightened and shy, and is now in the act of rebelling against Mowbray, whom he both hates and fears, at least backing from a knowing hand like you, and the bird becomes your own feathers and all. Moreover. Page 303. By my life, this Bingo hath a mighty pretty wife, a lovely woman, Harry, rather plump, and above the middle size, quite your taste, Juno, in beauty, looking with such scorn on her husband, whom she despises and hates, and seeming as if she could look so differently on anyone whom she might like better, that, on my faith, 'twere sin not to give her occasion, if you please to venture your luck, either with the knight or the lady. You shall have fair play, and no interference at that is provided you appear upon this summons, for otherwise I may be so placed that the affairs of the knight and the lady may fall under my own immediate cognizance. And so, Harry, if you wish to profit by these hints, you had best make haste as well for your own concerns, as to assist me in mine. Yours, Harry, as you behave yourself. Ether Rington. Having finished this eloquent and instructive epistle, the Yo PG 304 Ung Earl demanded the attendance of his own valet Salmis, whom he charged to put it into the post office without delay, and with his own hand.